Let us begin with a meditation taken from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verses 15 through 20. And the Lord appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood by the door of the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, you are about to sleep with your fathers. Then this people will rise and play the harlot after the strange gods of the land, where they go to be among them, and they will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. Then my anger will be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them and hide my face from them, and they will be devoured. And many evils and troubles will come upon them, so that they will say in that day, Have not these evils come upon us because our God is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day on account of all the evil which they have done, because they have turned to other gods. Now therefore write this song, and teach it to the people of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the people of Israel. For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I swore to give to their fathers, and they have eaten and are full and grown fat, they will turn to other gods and serve them, and despise me and break my covenant. Lord God, we praise you, we bless you this night. Be with us as we come here to work, to understand your ways, the mystery of your love and your wisdom. Bless us especially with the wisdom of your Spirit as we reflect on the gracious gift of will, our free will, our autonomy. We are made in your image and likeness, and we share your autonomy. Lord, may we never turn to false gods, especially when we become comfortable, affluent, when you lead us into the promised land. Keep us always on the alert, always ready to listen, always ready to submit, to surrender, to abandon ourselves to your gracious, your loving, your purposeful mystery. So we pray to you, Father, in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Tonight our topic is the will, and just as we spent 4 lectures reflecting on the mind, we will spend 4 lectures in a similar pattern reflecting on the will. The first lecture will be the will as it is experienced, seems to me it is experienced, in contemporary Western technological society, just as we reflected in that way on the mind. Secondly, we will look specifically at the deformed will as it manifests itself in willfulness. Thirdly, we'll look at the proper nature of will. What is the gift of will anyway? And then finally, the application of will in daily life, recovering the will in a sound, healthy way. First of all, let us situate the will as we did the mind. Recall the context of all life formation, the formation field. The pre-formation, inter-formation, intra-formation, situation formation, world formation. It is all going on in all formation situations. When we single out the mind or the will or the imagination or the memory, the anticipation, that there is always the danger that in the very act of talking in that way, in a single way about those issues, that relative factor becomes absolutized. It loses its context. The will, like the mind, is one factor in the intra-formative dimension of the total field of formation. It is a relative, interdependent, complementary factor. One of the problems of traditional spirituality is precisely that it has become the dominant factor, along with the functional mind. But more about that afterwards. I suggest that one of the primary experiences of the will in our society is that of ambivalence. On the one hand, we attempt to willfully master certain aspects of life, and with more or less success we can maintain that illusion of mastery and control, the illusion that we are the manipulators of the mystery rather than participators in the mystery. On the other hand, and contrary to but closely related to willfulness, is a certain willlessness, a feeling of impotence with respect to other aspects of our life. We are in modern Western technological society, as it were, on a slippery slide, on a continuum that goes from the extreme of willfulness to the extreme of willlessness. You can find certain examples of this ambivalence in a book by Kenneth Keniston called The Uncommitted, a study of alienated youth in the United States. In his chapter 4, he talks of non-commitment as a way of life. One of the characteristics of people today is, and it's captured in a certain saying, is keeping the options open. Don't commit yourself to anything. There's a certain willlessness and willfulness, both embodied in that. Keniston, on page 75 and 76, writes about these alienated young people. And incidentally, they were a group studied at Harvard University. So typically they came from at least middle class, if not upper middle class and higher social stratas. Generally very intelligent. The world at their feet. They could do anything they like. These are not your classical deprived people. And he talks about the two kinds of extremes that was common in these alienated people. One alienated student who announced early in his college career that getting good grades in college was fantastically easy and proceeded to take half again as many courses as required. At the end of one term on this schedule, his grades were A, B, B, C, D and E, which gave him a B average for the 4 highest grades counted. Another student interested in architecture mastered the material in an advanced course in architectural engineering on his own, yet failed completely the required prerequisite for the same course because he disliked the lecturer, the text, the course, and the section man, and consequently did none of his assignments. The course grade, because it was in addition to his required schedule, did not count in his average. These are extreme results of the characteristic intellectual style of the alienated, a style which involves intensely passionate concentration on a few topics of particular personal importance, coupled with a relative inability to do other work. Have you ever seen, for example, a young person make enormous sacrifices to get to a rock concert, where the most obvious benefit is impaired hearing, and yet they don't have sufficient willpower to get to maths or to get to a study group or to get and do some reading that's going to enhance their life? Willfulness and willlessness both operating. And it's not only in young people too. You can find it in older people when they talk about, oh, I wished I could develop a life of prayer, or I wish I could stop smoking, or if only I had the strength to make something more of my life, etc. This kind of talk indicates, most obviously, a willlessness, but if you examine people's lives, very often they are also willful about many things. And as we'll see in the next lecture, the essence of willfulness is a blind and deaf grasping at some relative object as if it was absolute, making of a relative project an absolute project. Willfulness is typically and above all else disobedient. Rollo May, in his book Love and Will, talks about the will in our time as being in crisis. And he gives a very simple example, and one which I think many of you will resonate with. On page 179 of Love and Will, he writes, "A friend of mine with whom I was having lunch seemed depressed. The lunch was not far along when he told me that he was preoccupied over some events of the weekend. His 3 children, aged 12 to 23, had devoted several pithy hours to pointing out how he had been, if not responsible for, at least a prime contributor to their problems. The upshot of their attack was that he hadn't made enough clear decisions in his relation to them, hadn't taken a firm enough stand or set a strong enough structure. My friend, a sensitive, imaginative man, who was a considerable success in his own life and work, had been brought up by strict inner-directed parents. But he had known that he could never raise his children on that Victorian willpower pattern. At the same time, he and his wife had also never been devotees of the popular over-permissiveness which filled the vacuum when Victorianism was routed. What struck me with poignancy as he talked was my awareness that almost every parent these days seems to express in some form the same pain and perplexity that infused his question: how does a parent make decisions about his children? How should a father assert his will? And I would add, how should a mother assert her will as well? Rollo May goes on, this crisis of will affects the neurotic and normal alike. The patient on the couch, as well as the psychiatrist or psychologist in the chair listening to him. The man I referred to was not in treatment for neurosis, yet he was experiencing the same contradiction in will and decision that is an inescapable expression of the psychological upheaval of the transitional age in which we live. The inherited basis of our capacity for will and decision has been irrevocably destroyed. And ironically, if not tragically, it is exactly in this portentous age, when power has grown so tremendously and decisions are so necessary and so fateful, that we find ourselves lacking any basis for will. Leslie Farber, whom I referred to in the bibliography on the notes in his book, Lying, Jealousy, Despair, Envy, Drugs, Sex and the Good Life, I think the book is called, something like that. It's a marvellous little book if you can get hold of it. It's a series of essays which he wrote for different journals and publications. On page 6 of that book, which is in the essay entitled Thinking About Will, Farber gives us the title for tonight's lecture. There are, need I say, many feasible and relevant objects for the conscious utilitarian will. He distinguishes primary will and secondary will. The primary will is a basic, global, non-specified openness or affirmation of reality. We'll come back to that in our third lecture in the series on the will. The secondary will, the utilitarian will, is about the practical, specific, proximate business of getting jobs done. He suggests that our age is an age in which the utilitarian will is overprized, overemphasized, used to the exclusion of the primary will. Much of our education has been accomplished under its dominion. Our day-to-day existence simply could not be gotten through without this will. Our burgeoning technology, that may destroy us all, owes everything to this realm of will. But I would call this the age of disordered will. And I would do so because it seems to me that increasingly we apply the will of the second realm, the utilitarian realm, to those portions of life that not only will not comply, but that become distorted or even vanish under such coercion. Very subtle but profound insight there, that we try to bring life under control by the utilitarian functionalistic will, functional will, and really, as we saw with the mind, when it reduces itself to the functional, there is an immense amount of reality that ceases to be accessible to it. For example, the qualitative. The only qualities and values that are accessible to the functional mind are instrumental, utilitarian qualities and values. Ultimate values, intrinsic values and qualities are not accessible to the functional mind. The same as the utilitarian will. Certain aspects of reality aren't available. So to the extent that we isolate our lives within the context of the functional mind and the functional will, we cut ourselves off from an enormous possibility. Farber says, let me give a few examples. I can will, in the utilitarian mode, knowledge, but not wisdom. I can will, in the utilitarian mode, going to bed, but not sleep. I can will eating, but not hunger. Meekness, but not humility. Scrupulosity, but not virtue. Self-assertion or bravado, but not courage. Lust, but not love. Commiseration, but not sympathy. Congratulations, but not admiration. Religiosity, but not faith. Reading, but not understanding. I would emphasize, he goes on, that the consequence of willing what cannot be willed is that we fall into the distress we call anxiety. Some people have called our society an age of anxiety, and probably saying it's an age of disordered will is the same as saying it's an age of anxiety. They both point to the same thing, two sides of the one coin. Fascinating insight there. Emphasize the utilitarian will, and you cut yourself off from immense amounts of reality. You alienate yourself ultimately from yourself and from reality. You carve life down to a tiny, minuscule, little functional entity. In certain aspects of our lives, the excessively functional mind combines with the excessively functional will to produce this willful mastering approach. Let us consider a few examples of what I would call willfulness evident in our society. And remember, what we're focusing on is the ambivalence. Rollo May would emphasize more the sense of impotence in our society and the apathy that grows out of it. Faber would emphasize more the willfulness. I think both are present. And very often both are present operating at the same time in the same person. It's fascinating and sad to watch it. Some examples of willfulness on a grand scale. We may damage the environment seriously, for example, in our willful attempts to use natural resources and make large profits. Remember, the whole notion of willfulness is a disobedient, absolutized project. You go in there with one thing in mind and you forget the consequences. Ignore the consequences. Deny the consequences. We drive aggressively. Fascinated me when I came back from the United States to see how aggressively Sydney-siders do drive. You try, for example, to get into a merging traffic line. I was talking to an Englishman who was saying how different it is driving here than it is in England, for example. If you're, say, going to turn across a line of traffic, it's a recognized thing that the traffic slows down and spaces itself out so that no one gets held up too much. Or if you're going along, he had a very high-speed sports car and you're in the right-hand lane, well, they move over, and if the person moves over, supposing it's night time, you flip your lights on and off, as it were, you see your tail lights go on and off, and that says thank you. You don't, little things like that. There's a lot of willfulness in the way we drive. Getting there, getting first, getting in ahead of the next. There is willfulness, I think, in the way we push ourselves beyond healthy limits in fitness programs. One of the great ironies of our age is the way people literally kill themselves getting healthy. You know, we've all heard of the person who died jogging. The people who willfully work excessively hard, bringing on sickness and burnout, driving themselves beyond their capacities, their resources. People who willfully pursue pleasures that are deleterious to their well-being. People who are racist, bigoted, jingoistic, stubbornly acting on irrational ideas. There's a lot of willfulness in those stereotypical stands where you try to force reality to fit a certain mold. On the other hand, coupled with this willfulness and closely related to it and interdependent with it, in certain aspects of our lives we manifest an extraordinary lack of will, a pathetic sense of impotence. For example, a certain impotence or willlessness when it comes to living within our national financial means. A certain impotence or willlessness when it comes to creating a more equitable share of society's goods. A certain impotence or willlessness when it comes to stopping drug trafficking. A certain impotence or willlessness when it comes to stopping tax evasion. Willlessness when it comes to a radical return to the gospel, to developing a rich contemplative life, to maintaining a healthy lifestyle with an even rhythm of work, leisure, exercise, and diet, to choosing high ideals and maintaining a commitment to them, to developing a healthy family life, to making serious life commitments, and so on. There's a lot of that will-lessness, as Keniston in his chapter talked about non-commitment as a way of life. That for many of us is precisely what we take on. Don't get involved. Don't burn your bridges. Keep your options open. And they do that willfully. because they are too willless to make commitments. It's a crazy situation, terribly ambivalent. One of the signs of this willlessness, or indeed this being caught between willfulness and willlessness, but particularly I think it is a sign of impotence and willlessness, is apathy. Apathy is a defense mechanism. Apathy is the defense mechanism that doesn't allow you to feel your impotence, doesn't allow you to feel the rage that you normally would experience at the sight of feeling powerless. Karl Menninger says apathy is one manifestation of violence. It's a way of coping. You say, I don't care. It's like an analgesic that we take on in order not to get hurt by our powerlessness. Again, Rollo May, writing in Love and Will and quoting from his excellent little earlier book called Man's Search for Himself, which was written in 1953. An excellent book, and I thoroughly recommend it. Love and Will, I think, was written in the late 60s, maybe 68 or something. But on page 27 of Love and Will, in the chapter entitled Our Schizoid World, this is an interesting title that May says, we are cut off from ourselves, cut off from our feelings. We cannot form close relationships with people because of the way we go about life. He says, quoting from Man's Search for Himself, it may sound surprising when I say, on the basis of my own clinical practice, as well as that of my psychological and psychiatric colleagues, that the chief problem of people in the middle decade of the 20th century is emptiness. Now here I think I've quoted before Vandenberg, the Dutch psychiatrist, who said that when he began his psychiatric practice before the Second World War, clearly the basis for most neurotic and psychotic behavior was repressed anger or repressed sexuality. So that's not the case anymore. He said, most of my patients now suffer from repressed transcendence. They have repressed that need to open up to the mystery. They've lost their rootedness in reality with a capital R. They are lost. They're empty. They have no meaning. They have no purpose. And just as if you repress any profound human need, you get a profound human backlash, you pretend that you don't need to eat, for example. Pretend that you don't need to listen to your anger. Pretend that you don't need to listen to your sexuality. Pretend that you don't need to take fluids into your system. Something's going to go wrong. If you pretend that you don't need that transcendent dimension, something's going to go wrong. And something has gone radically wrong with our society. Rollo May is suggesting, back in the 50s and even now, that we've cut ourselves off from ultimate links. He goes on, still quoting from Man's Search for Himself, the feeling of emptiness or vacuity generally comes from people's feeling that they are powerless to do anything effective about their lives or the world in which they live. Recall our discussion in Part 2, Lectures 1 and 2, I believe, the power to participate. There we emphasized that need, that right, that responsibility the human being has to participate in the world. Each of us has the power to do that. What a cruel, insidious, evil thing it is to deny a person their power to participate in life in the unique and communal way that they can and must. Erich Fromm says that is an existential need, a need for existence. The felt ability to make a dent on life, he says. Edward Hall, you recall, spoke of, and I like the way he puts it, the need to feel that I am a factor in the equation of life. If I don't feel that way, if I don't feel as though my power to participate is respected and given room to move, I will feel powerless. Powerlessness engenders rage, violence, which will take one of two general forms, either apathy and withdrawal and maybe even despair, or will go the other way and become overtly destructive and violent. One of the very serious social problems we have is implying in our whole education system to young people, yes, society welcomes you, you're wanted, there are jobs waiting for you, you are useful to us, and then not providing gainful employment. Now, perhaps there are a certain number who don't get gainful employment simply because they're too lazy, because they don't look hard enough, or they don't work hard enough, or they're not prepared to take tough jobs. But those people who work in the area will also assure you that there are many who seek out diligently work, who will do hard jobs and travel for them, cannot find work. It's a very serious problem for us. Rollo May goes on. Inner vacuousness is the long-term accumulated result of a person's particular conviction about himself, namely his conviction that he cannot act as an entity in directing his own life, or change other people's attitudes toward him, or effectually influence the world around him. Thus he gets the deep sense of despair and futility which so many people in our day have. And soon, since what he wants and what he feels can make no real difference, he gives up wanting and feeling. Or else, I would add, breaks loose in violence. He goes on in another place, apathy and lack of feeling are also defences against anxiety. When a person continually faces danger he is powerless to overcome, his final line of defence is at last to avoid even feeling the dangers. Very potent stuff. Very powerful to reflect on the consequences of these things. Rollo May quotes some rather stark examples. For more than half an hour, 38 respectable, law-abiding citizens in Queens, that's a part of New York City, reported the New York Times in March 1964, watched a killer stalk and stab a woman in 3 separate attacks in Kew Gardens. In April of the same year, the Times said, in an impassioned editorial about another event in which a crowd urged a deranged youth who was clinging to a hotel ledge to jump, calling him chicken and yellow, are they any different from the wild-eyed Romans watching and cheering as men and beasts tore each other apart in the Colosseum? Does the attitude of that Albany mob bespeak a way of life for many Americans? If so, the bell tolls for us all. In May of that year, a Times article was headed, "Rape victim screams draw 40, but no one acts." They're fairly extreme examples of what he spoke about before, the apathy, the unwillingness to get involved, and you can find that with people. An unwillingness to get involved, stay clear, stay out of trouble. We are developing the possibility, in fact almost the encouragement, for people to grow in alienation as a way of coping, to cut themselves off from society and from life and from reality as a way of surviving. You can't afford to let yourself feel what's going on. Alienation becomes a part of life. I remember reading a number of years ago Jacobo Timmerman's story of his imprisonment in the Argentine. He was a Jewish journalist, and he wrote a book called Cell Without a Number, Prisoner Without a Name, or Prisoner Without a Name, Cell Without a Number. It's a very interesting little book. One of the points he made was that during his time of imprisonment, when he was one of the desaparecidos, where he just disappeared, we don't know, sorry ma'am, we don't know where your husband is, where your son is. He said one of the things that hurt him the most when he was being tortured is the previous experience of love and tenderness. That if you become vulnerable by letting yourself feel life, you also become able to be hurt. That's the meaning of vulnerable, vulnus, wound. So it's much easier, much safer in a sense, not to let yourself love or be loved, to cut yourself off. And that's May's point about the schizoid world. That's how we survive. Life today tends to point us in that direction. In order to survive, you must become unfeeling. You must detach yourself from the world. Another crucial dynamic that's caught up with this ambivalence of willfulness and will-lessness is unreal expectations. If you have unreal, say grandiose expectations of yourself or the world, you must be willful or face the consequences of having your expectations dashed. In those expectations, you must willfully make reality fit your expectations, because reality won't automatically fit your expectations because they are unreal. Thus, a child becomes willful, because children typically have unreal expectations of life. Part of growing up is precisely the purification of our expectations. We outgrow our childish, grandiose, unreal, idolizing expectations, hopefully. Unreal expectations set us up for willfulness in order to make them sustainable, in order to make them fulfillable. But when they're ultimately frustrated, we are then disposed to willlessness. What's the use of trying anyway? I've gone on, and every time I just get frustrated. Nothing works out for me. Won't try anymore. Slipping into powerlessness, a sense of willlessness. On this point, I'd like to throw in a practical moral issue here, and it's a subtle one. It's blatant in its experience, but there are subtleties in it. Have you ever had the experience of feeling, with respect to a decision, you'll be damned if you do and damned if you don't? Take a simple example of it. The movie starts at 11 o'clock. It's a great one. I know I saw it 15 years ago, and I would love to watch it. But I know if I stay up late and watch TV, I hate myself in the morning because I've got to get up and I'm bleary-eyed. So I'll just watch the first 5 minutes of it, I think. And then, I'll stay on. I'll wait till the next ad. And it comes 2 o'clock and you're kicking yourself for having done it. There's a sense of, I would like to do it, but I'll feel guilty if I'll do it. But if I don't do it, I'm going to resent myself for not doing it. Getting locked in to a double bind. And that frequently happens. I would say it is, with all due respect to ourselves, a sign of immaturity that we can't choose. It is the mark of the adult to choose, to burn your bridges, to cut off your options and say, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Really, that double bind situation emerges because you're trying to keep your options open. Trying to avoid getting hurt. You end up getting hurt. This whole business of learning to choose, using the will as an agent of choice and commitment and decision is very important. And I think it has been denied us to a large extent within our, not only Christian tradition, but secular tradition too, because the decisions, the choice-making role was not ours. We grew up surrendering that to outside influences. What was right, what was wrong, what was good, what was evil was out there. It was a schema that was already drawn up, and your job was to find out about it and willfully put it into practice. Willfulness is not the same as willing choice. They might look the same sometimes. One of the best ways to develop your sense of identity, your sense of confidence in yourself, your moral maturity, is to make yourself make choices, to choose what you choose and live with the consequences. A rule of thumb, choose what seems to be the best and live with the consequences of that. I would say one of the most commonly recurring issues I found in counselling is people who can't make up their minds, cannot opt, cannot choose, cannot make a clear-cut option, which is always imperfect, which is always fraught with the fallenness of formation, and live with the consequences. And very often, a lot of anxiety and depression and fear and mental distress can be obviated by making a choice and sticking with it and going with it. Burning your bridges. Look, you can't have everything in life. Which do you want? This or this or this? Make your choice and forget about the rest of it and get on with your life. You come across, for example, men and women, otherwise very mature, very responsible people, who resent the church, or religious who resent their superiors, or people who resent God for what was done to them. Religious who'll say, well, I'm doing this job and I'm living here, I didn't choose it, my superior chose it. No way I'd be here. I'm just going to stick this out. That's irresponsible. If you go where you go because you go there, because you choose it, not because you've been hounded into it. If you're an adult, you choose it. You say, well, but I don't want to go. Well, if you don't want to go, you've got to look seriously at it. Is it a reasonable thing that I'm being asked to do? Yeah, it's a reasonable thing, but I don't want to do it. Well, hang on. The dilemma then, and this is the challenge of obedience, is to listen to that so that you come to the choice yourself. If you don't, you place yourself in the tormenting situation of doing what you don't want to do, of not having your heart in what you're doing, and the very real danger of living in resentment and regret. Another example, it might be a married couple, for example, who look at the whole question of contraception and birth control and say, well, the choice is not mine, the church teaches. The choice is yours. That's what the church teaches. Obedience is not found in doing what you're told, it's found in choosing the good. That's the traditional teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas, accepted by the church, and seems really reasonable to me. I think we might have quoted it before, but it's worth reflecting again. I imagine that at the last judgment there will be, some people will say to God when he questions them about their life and what do they have to say, and I can imagine somebody saying, well, what I think was the outstanding thing about my life is I always did as I was told to do. I can imagine God saying, you did what? Did you never choose for yourself? Did you never choose the good? There's no virtue in doing what you're told to do as such. The virtue is in choosing the good. And if you simply do what you're told to do and you don't choose the good, there's no virtue in that. Learning to be accountable, to be responsible, to choose what you do and take responsibility for it is a big step for most of us. And I think it is somewhere in there that the real crisis of the church today lies. That shift from my conscience is out there and I do as I'm told to do, to my conscience, my responsibility to stand before God as a person accountable for his or her actions is within me. Do I simply then say, well, no one else has anything to say to me, I've got to decide for myself? Not at all. Far from it. There's a whole field of formation. You are interdependent with a whole range of dynamics. You listen to what the church teaches, but don't do something simply because you're told to do it. Do it because you choose it, and you take responsibility for it. And getting back to that issue of contraception and birth control, either way, the consequences are very, very serious. The church doesn't have to take them, you do. You had the crazy situation in the 60s of people asking permission from the priest to use contraception. And even more foolishly, many priests giving it or denying it. It seems strange in retrospect, but it actually happened. Looking at some of the roots of this ambivalence of will, this oscillating between willfulness and willlessness, we seem to be caught in a cage there. Two key figures, two key thinkers involved in this are Nietzsche, who was born in 1844 and died in 1900, and Freud, who was born in 1856 and died in 1940. Nietzsche was one of the, along with Freud and Marx, one of the great masters of suspicion. And we live in an age of suspicion because of the kinds of questions those people ask. There's nothing quite so potent as an idea whose time has come. You can't stop it. Nietzsche and his great fable of the madman who comes into the marketplace and smashes the lantern at noon and says, the lights have gone out. The churches are the graves of God. God is dead. Develops a systematic atheism. Starts to challenge people to face up to the issue that there is no God, that's an illusion. The mature, moral person is someone who takes total responsibility for his or her life. The Superman. What that does is places an intolerable burden on the human. Each of us must become a God. Each of us, therefore, must become a willful controller of life. You can't afford to surrender, to abandon yourself, because what are you going to surrender to? There is nothing beyond you. There's nothing ultimate. You're the ultimate, according to Nietzsche. And therein lies a lot of the source of the willfulness, along with that whole scientific mindset about which we spoke, whereby we have the idea that we must control, we must master, we must get on top of things. Together with Nietzsche, you have the other master of suspicion, Freud. Freud made us suspicious of our motivation. Will we in Western society ever be able to canonize anybody? We are so suspicious of human motivation, so aware of the brokenness of what makes people do things, that whenever we say so-and-so is a good person, you have always, yes, but you just know that there's got to be clay feet in there somewhere. Suspicion. Now that suspicion that is cast on motivation makes us very introspective, very psychologically minded. And it's interesting to see the way psychological language has come into our ordinary conversation, the way we as a matter of course diagnose one another. That man's got a lot of anger in him. He's really working out a conflict relationship with his father. We talk quite non-reflectively in that psychological mode. I would suggest that what emerges out of this suspicion of motivation is a certain sense of impotence. That it undercuts the naive willpower approach to life that was characteristic of the Victorian times. That the virtuous person is the one who's got on top of things. Stiff upper lip, control, mastery, unflinching, dedicated, so it seems, very committed. Now, whether or not you say, well, I like that style, that was good, it just can't exist anymore. Not typically, anyway, because of the suspicion that both Freud and Nietzsche have brought into our lives. Finally, let me conclude with some of the great symbols of this ambivalence of will are found in our art and literature. The anti-hero has become the primary figure in much of our cinema, our plays, our novels. People like The Graduate, Midnight Cowboy, Easy Rider. Probably the first one in this was in the play, Arthur Miller's play, The Death of a Salesman. Willy Loman, the man who lives on dreams, finally runs out of steam. He willfully tries to make his dreams come true, and then he falls away into despair and powerlessness and willlessness and commits suicide. We live in an age of ambivalence with respect to our will, where we feel caught. And I would suggest, and I will go on to talk more about this in the next lecture, that the reason we feel caught is that we think about ourselves in the world in the wrong sort of a way. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment and reflection. Okay, let's begin our second lecture tonight, and I've entitled it Anatomy of Willfulness. And I'm going to focus on the particular deformation of the will, willfulness, not simply to concentrate on that, but to highlight also the other term of the ambivalence about which we spoke, the willlessness, and also set us up for the next two lectures next week on the proper nature of will and recovering the will in daily life. Willfulness literally means to be full of will. The Oxford Dictionary says it's due to perversity of self-will, obstinate, self-willed, headstrong, refractory. Willfulness is the exaltation of the functional aspect of the will at the expense of the transcendent and at the expense of other powers. In particular, the willful person is unimaginative. Willful people tend to be very repetitive. They don't have any imagination in what they do. One thing must be done, and it is done, without imagination. Allied with excessive functional thinking. As we said before, that the functional mind figures out, calculates the schema, and the willful approach makes sure it gets put into practice, makes sure it happens. In the process of giving and receiving in the mystery of formation, it is an overemphasis of the giving at the expense of the receiving. Willfulness is about productivity. It's about making things. It is about shaping. It is about giving form. It's not about receiving form. It can't afford to let that happen. It is intent on one thing, getting the world to conform to this particular schema of things. Willfulness tries to make things happen according to a predefined plan. Whether that plan is implicit or explicit doesn't matter. This willfulness, I would suggest, has permeated both our spirituality and morality in recent decades, in particularly the Roman Catholic Church, but I suspect maybe in the others as well. I would like to quote to you from Father Van Kaam's book, Religion and Personality. He gives what I think is the best description of the style of willpower spirituality. Now, by willpower spirituality, in a word, we mean that spirituality that I've previously called the head and teeth approach, where there is a clear-cut schema drawn up of the way things should be, there is an ideal set out, and then your job is to make it happen. In the context of that willpower Christianity, you get the try harder sermon. For example, on the gospel of Jesus and the 10 lepers. One leper comes back grateful. And Jesus says, look at the gratitude of this man. So the homilist draws the conclusion, gratitude is a Christian virtue. Try to be grateful to people. that leaves people in the try harder situation, presents them with the ideal, go out and do it. But I fail, well, try harder. In other words, employ more willpower. And then you get people locked into that willfulness, but I keep on trying, and there's a sense of willlessness, impotence. On page 115 of Religion and Personality, this is the 1964 first edition, Van Kaam writes about willfulness, the willful pursuit of perfection. When I repress my true feelings, I am not only artificial, but I also become rigid, tense, and strained. My life becomes a lie. My make-believe detachment and perfection become a shining paper palace over a dormant volcano. All the feelings, passions, and memories which I refuse to recognize and to take into account are building up within the dormant volcano which I am. I become exhausted from crushing them, and at an unexpected moment later in life, the volcano which I am erupts. The paper palace of my willful artificial perfection disappears in fire and smoke. He goes on page 116. Thus, I may be said to be willful when I refuse to take into account all the aspects of my life. See, the heart of willfulness is disobedience. The willful person puts on blinkers and goes after one thing and tries to make it happen. There's no sense of listening, no sense of intelligent and effective participation in a mystery that speaks, of participating in a giving and receiving of form. Willfulness is about one thing, giving form to the world. The willful pursuit of perfection is about one thing, giving a certain idealized image of holiness to yourself, force-fitting yourself. When I do so, I try to mold my life magically. I behave like an absolute king who regards neither past nor future, nor irrational feelings, drives and passions. I attempt to manipulate myself into religious perfection. I deal with myself not as with a sensitive, vulnerable person, but as with an inert piece of rock from which I try to fashion with heavy hammer blows the image of the perfect religious person. Such a high-handed approach to sanctity leaves me oblivious of the unconscious anxiety, bodily drives, resentments, hostile inclinations, and secret ambitions which poison my saintly motives, because the stone which I am sculpturing is not inert, without past and passion, without egocentric resistance to the chisel of the sculptor. This is here, you can see something of the suspicion that Freud made us aware of. Whereas in the Victorian mindset, the person who was willfully about holiness and managed to put it on, and many did in a spectacular style. So if they were intelligent, strong-willed, and had opportunities, it was quite fantastic what could be achieved under the power of willfulness. But then you begin to see that what in effect it hides a whole inner conflicted life, which was never questioned. Most seminarians, I'd say, who were ordained before, or certainly before the Vatican Council, would never have had, typically, a seminary professor, a spiritual director, or formation person question them seriously about their motivation, about what was going on in terms of inner conflicts. We weren't attuned to that. I think I've mentioned a person whom I know is a priest who went through a certain seminary in a certain place in the world, and a number of times went to the rector of the seminary and said, I've got problems, I'd like to talk to somebody about them, and the response was, be a man, grow up or buck out. That man today has had a most serious breakdown and is in no man's land. And I wonder about many of those who have left. Maybe left because they didn't belong within the religious life or the priesthood, but maybe left not because they didn't belong, but because they had a lot of conflicts that ought to have been addressed earlier, but never were. They were just told, this is what it is. If you're going to be a priest, this is what you have to get into. And they feel you willfully, you grit your teeth and you do it. And that's a sign of faith, incidentally. One of the seductive things about willfulness is that it can appear very successful. On the surface, it can look very attractive. One of the books that I put on the bibliography is by G. Gordon Liddy, who was a member of Richard Nixon's White House staff. Liddy wrote a book called Will, the autobiography of G. Gordon Liddy. I put it there not because it is an example of good use of the will, but precisely because it is a good example of bad use of the will. Liddy grew up as a Catholic, and he had this willful spirituality, which he took very, very seriously. He was, by his own account, a weedy little boy, very frightened, and he felt he had to train himself not to be frightened. So he did things to train his will, like near where he lived there were huge water rats. He was deathly scared of these water rats. So what he did was he caught one and cooked it and ate the back legs to train his will. And even as an adult, he used to hold his hand over the flame of a candle to strengthen his will. And got to a point once where the doctor said if it was on the verge of having serious surgery, he'd burnt the finger to the bone. He was one of Nixon's key people, and he was involved in the famous Watergate break-in and was condemned to 20 years in jail. He didn't spend 20 years in jail. But there's something seductive about that man, and even today, Gordon Liddy, he used to occasionally turn up to Pittsburgh while I was there and would get hordes of people to come and hear him talk. And in the front of his autobiography, I think the journalist's name is Alsop, says, in another age, like war, this man would have been lionized, not put in jail. And he probably would have. There is something very seductive about the willful person, because they can do some astounding feats. Van Kaam continues on page 116. Superficially speaking, I may seem successful because I alter rapidly and effectively the surface of my existence, the exterior layer that covers my personality, the thin shell of my soul. However, I do not interact with the deeper layers of my existence. My life becomes regular and religious at the surface. In reality, it is a life of pious self-deceit. I can maintain it only by compulsion, for my spontaneous inner life is cut off from the peripheral religious existence. The willful me is thus closed, cumbersome, tyrannical, and compulsive. I isolate myself increasingly from my own source of vitality and spontaneity. Soon my religious existence is marked by an obstinate, stubborn, frozen mentality. My life suggests withered, dead leaves in the fall. It is as if I nailed the green wood of my life into a straight and heavy coffin. My religious existence gives people the sensation of death, of tombstones and cemeteries. Thus, religion often comes to be considered incompatible with the vigorous joy of living. You get the sense with some people today that they implicitly, at least, regard life as having two options, basically. One is to be happy, the other is to be religious. It's impossible to be both. And you'll find some people, they go about the business of being happy first, and then they get religious when they get old and too lacking in energy to be happy anymore. It's a crazy notion, and I wonder whether or not we're somehow responsible for that notion of religion as joyless. That religion is, for the willful person, typically a joyless, humorless, doer struggle. It's a question of gritting your teeth and hanging in there. This veil of tears. You're not meant to be happy. Life will happen after you die. So, suffering is what it's about here, and just hang on there and dutifully apply yourself, and that's it. Crazy. Nothing like the gospel of Jesus. Nothing like the freedom of Jesus. Now, there's a world of difference between frivolity and triteness and triviality and a genuine deep peace and joy which comes from knowing that my Redeemer lives. The joy in the spiritual life doesn't come from my success or my failure. The joy comes from knowing that Jesus Christ has conquered sin and death. That God is a God of salvation. In knowing God, my joy will never come, the Christian joy never comes from success in virtuous, willful striving. There is always the danger with the willful striving after perfection that it will succeed. Because if it succeeds, you establish the illusion of being basically an atheist. That is, you're in charge of your life. Or you say, yes, but I do it all for God. But the willful person is basically Nietzschean. basically an atheist, de facto. It's a sad irony. The most happy, successful thing for the willful person is that they fail, that their project to get on top of life and achieve things falls apart. This is why a breakdown or a burnout situation or a serious failure can be a blessed moment in the life of the willful person, a purgative moment. Van Kaam goes on in page 117. Moreover, when I am strained, willful, and noisily busy about my holiness, I am unable to listen to either the egocentric rumblings within me or the silent voice of grace in the core of my being. I lose my sensitivity to this voice, nor can I listen quietly to the subtle message of the situation in which I live. My willfulness chains me to only one thing, my idealized self-image of religious perfection, which I must maintain against the disturbing demands inside and outside my being. Gradually, the unique aspects of my life situation, of my inner moods, and of the subtle intimations of grace are unable to communicate themselves to me at all. I have cut off all bridges between my willful striving for a perfect religious surface and the living reality of nature, grace, and my life situation. Because I no longer listen to the voice of the changing situation, I fail to recognize its uniqueness and the new response which I should create to the ever-new challenge of my life history. Therefore, I must invent a pious code of stilted, identical reactions which I have readily available for every situation that may arise. I become a willpower Christian. And of course, such a person is very vulnerable in an age like ours when things are so mobile, when changes are happening so readily. It's very difficult to know what you can willfully attach yourself to, because it's likely to change tomorrow. And the willful person is a person who suffers from a fermenting sense of impotence, a lack of power. Willfulness is based on anxiety, basically. It's a question of trying to get the world together, because if I don't get it together, it's going to dominate me, overwhelm me, cause chaos, bring me down. Very important for us to reflect on that. Excuse me with that long quote, belaboring the situation, but I think it is the death of authentic spirituality to channel people into willfulness. What we have to do, and what we will talk about later on, is move right away from both willfulness and willlessness. Neither one belongs in an authentic spirituality. Both give crazy understandings of virtue and sin and right and wrong. A little thing that might be helpful in this whole process of understanding willfulness is what has been called in psychoanalysis reaction formation. The situation where the feeling that emerges and of which we are conscious is the very opposite of the one we are actually experiencing. The machinations and the twistings and the deceit of the human psyche are incomprehensible, unstoppable, immeasurable. Let me give you an example of reaction formation. I remember a situation once where I had to go and talk to a group on a regular basis. What I felt about that was happiness. Very pleased to do that. I used to go off whistling and singing, people say to you, how are you going? Like, great. But I also noticed when I was with that group and preparing for that group, I used to get pains in the stomach, backaches, headaches, and I felt unusually drained at the end of it. And just by the by, if you notice inconsistencies and incongruities in your behavior, listen to them. They're telling you something. So as I began to reflect on this in my journal, I just sort of accidentally said, well, maybe you really hate this. And as soon as I actually said it, I thought, yeah, that's right. All this business about loving this is a lie. I wasn't lying deliberately. I wasn't fabricating anything. Reaction formation. My real experience was one of rejection, withdrawal. My conscious experience was one of acceptance and approach. The willful person often experiences reaction formation, I would suggest. Because the willful person is about a project, and that project dominates. It becomes absolutized. It must be put in place. And therefore, the unconscious can't afford to throw up opposite feelings because they will threaten the project. So what the unconscious throws up is supportive feelings. Yeah, this is great. Go ahead and do this. And you plow on, and meanwhile getting headaches and running out of energy, but because you're willful, you go on and you keep doing it. And that's a sure formula for burnout. Apart from the fact that willful people, like enthusiasts, break things, break themselves, they break relationships, they break people, they break typewriters, they break cups and saucers, they break things because they're about making reality fit something, and to the extent that reality doesn't fit, bad luck for reality. Might be you or somebody else for whom it is bad luck, because you represent reality to them. Something that can engender a willful approach to life is what we've spoken of earlier, that overprotection and overdirection that is fairly common, or has been fairly common, in the strong religious environment. Especially overprotection and overdirection which is supported by a strong negative reinforcement. Don't do that. I told you not to do that. Stay away from that. And there's a very clear, tight kind of a parameter that locks the person up of what is right and what is wrong. There is no room for fostering choice. There's no sense of, well, what do you choose? And allowing room for experimentation and room for error and failure. No, this is what is right. Do as I tell you. And if you don't do it, I'll crack you. Not an uncommon way in the typical Catholic home. Now what that engenders in the child, is willfulness. Either willful rebellion or willful conformity. Because there's no sense of building up an inner conviction of who I am and my power to participate in life. There's just, oh, this is the right and the wrong thing. It's all out here. So that there is established that pattern of willfulness, which is extremely difficult to break when you become an adult. Extremely difficult to break. It's fairly typical of a strict religious environment. It inhibits the development of a strong sense of self, of inner authority, prevents development of their form potency, that ability to participate in the mystery, and a relaxed surrender to the mystery. It necessitates, it demands willful attempts to get it together. Because that is what life is all about, isn't it? Getting it together. And this is what it means to have it together. Go and do it. Willful people are basically angry people, impotent people, insecure people. You might say, well, my gosh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Look very closely at the willful person. Why do they want to mould reality according to their plan? Whether it's as a general mood of life or whether it's in particular situations. Why is it that a driver drives willfully? Why is it that a child screams and demands its way willfully? Why is it that we try to get our own way willfully? If you look at that and listen to it, you'll find underneath it some measure of anxiety and helplessness and insecurity and fear. Willful people are at odds with reality, wherever it doesn't fit their predefinition of the way things should be. Their anger is most fundamentally self-anger. There is basically a contempt for self, a lack of self-esteem. If they were really at home with themselves, if they could relax with themselves, they wouldn't be all the time looking out there to get things together and all the time trying to make themselves fit some idealized image. It often emerges in judgmental and intolerant statements and attitudes. Very interesting, again, the mechanism of projection. I get angry at myself for burdening myself with this willful project, but I can't afford to face that anger because it would undermine the whole project. So I look out there, they're not doing it. Why don't they do it? They're bad people for not burdening themselves like I am. They are unfaithful. They don't have courage like I have. They're not as stupid as I am. But it is interesting, the judgmentalism, both of oneself and other people, in very willful people. And you'll find a person who is typically willful throughout their life, it's their basic stance, they tend to get to points of harshness. Even their gentleness is calculated harsh gentleness. Their charity is calculated harsh charity. Everything is part of a schema that's put together And there's a cumbersomeness, a rigidity and a repetitiveness about these people. There's not a spontaneity. They don't have the colour and the vitality and the nuance of a person who lives out of a living centre and a soul. They live out of a schema, which is dry, which is soulless. Where is it? Rollo May, talking about willpower here and what he calls the demise of willpower. And you can only begin to understand willlessness when you begin to understand willfulness, that excessive use of the will, that excessive drive to get things together. And that is very much a part of the what we would call the Victorian mindset. And on page 202 of Love and Will, Rollo May indicates how the breakdown of the willful project easily degenerates into a sense of powerlessness and willlessness. Because when the willful project is sustained and the illusion is held in place, we have the sense of power, have the sense of control and mastery. We're on top of things, we're going well, and do this and don't do that, we'll keep this together. But when that falls apart, there's bankruptcy, or somebody dies, or I get sick, or I break a leg, or something like that, things start to fall apart. Very often we can be overcome by a profound sense of impotence and willlessness. He writes, to begin with, the terms willpower and free will are dubious, to say the least, and perhaps no longer even helpful if they were available. Willpower expressed the arrogant efforts of Victorian man to manipulate his surroundings and to rule nature with an iron hand, as well as to manipulate himself, rule his own life in the same way as one would an object. This kind of will was set over against wish and used as a faculty by which wish could be denied. This question of wish is an interesting one. The deepest wishes of the person become crushed because the will demands conformity to a certain model. I would encourage you to read William Lynch's book, Images of Hope, where he talks about wish and the validity and the healthiness of respecting one's deepest wishes. How healthy a wish is. Not a fantasy, a wish, that deepest longing of the person. That tends to get crushed in this. People's wishes become subordinated to the schema that must be willfully put in place. Victorian man sought, as Ernest Schachtel has put it, to deny that he had ever been a child, to repress his irrational tendencies and so-called infantile wishes as unacceptable to his image of himself as a grown-up and responsible man. That you deal with these conflicts by getting rid of them, apparently. Willpower, then, was a way of avoiding awareness of bodily and sexual urges and of hostile impulses which did not fit the picture of a controlled, well-managed self. I have not infrequently observed in patients that the emphasis on willpower is a reaction formation against their own repressed passive desires, a way of fighting off their wishes to be taken care of. And the likelihood is that this mechanism had much to do with the form that will took in Victorianism. Will was used to deny wish. Speaking in clinical terms, this process results in a greater and greater emotional void, a progressively emptying of the inner contents. You willfully apply that external schema, and all the wishes, the longings, the power of the real self to participate in life dries up. It's crushed. So it develops this deeper and deeper void within the person, an emptiness. This impoverishes imagination and intellectual experience as well. It stultifies and suffocates longings and yearnings as well as wishes. No one needs to remind us of the great stores of resentment, inhibition, hostility, self-rejection, and related clinical symptoms which can develop as a result of this repressive kind of willpower. We could go on and on talking about willfulness, but one extra point. It seems to me that willfulness is like a backwards approach to life. You start at the end and work backwards. You presume, you preempt the conclusion to the story, and then you write the story. For example, your own pursuit of holiness and response to the gospel. You get the image of what you're supposed to be, and then you make yourself fit it. So, if we could perhaps characterize that in terms of two particular models of education. One where you work from the ideal, you set out the ideal, and you force fit experience. You make experience fit it. So that you have an ideal at the top with a one-head experience. And I think typically that's the way we were taught the faith. This is the way it is, you do it. And I think a more realistic process of education is a more horizontal one, where you start with experience. What are the questions? What are the longings? What is the experience of the person? You encourage that person and teach that person to put their experience in dialogue with ideal. So there's a two-headed arrow going across from experience to ideal and back to experience. It's not a question of starting with the schema and then making yourself fit. It's a question of listening to where you are in the context of ideals, coming back to experience, back to ideals, and a constant toing and froing. Willfulness, I say, is backwards, because it starts with the ideal and then force fits the beginning of the story. And instead of starting the beginning and letting the story unfold as it will, we don't know how the story of our lives is going to unfold, we try to preempt the end. We try to make it happen according to a certain conclusion. The gospel speaks in Matthew chapter 11 verse 30, "My yoke is easy, my burden is light." The willful person cannot fathom that at all, because the yoke is dreadfully burdensome, terribly heavy. Their very willfulness, the fact that they've assumed the role of saviour of themselves, means that they will never understand that. That is worth a lot of meditation. My yoke is easy. My burden is light. Does that mean there is no cross? There is no self-sacrifice? There's no pain? No. It says that in that dying, in that self-sacrifice, in that pain, if you are caught up in the mystery, even that will become, as it were, light. The yoke will be easy, the burden will be light. It amazes me to talk to so many people, and I would invite you to reflect on this, so many people who feel it is very, very difficult to be a good person, much harder to be good than evil, so much easier to be evil. I don't agree. My yoke is easy, my burden is light. It's very, very difficult to be good if you approach it willfully. Very difficult. In fact, it's impossible. It's organised despair. No wonder it's experienced as difficult. My yoke is easy, my burden is light. The basic problem is the manner in which we go about it. Matthew 7:1, "Do not judge, that you will not be judged." Again, the willful person cannot fathom that. Or they might say, "Oh yes, I accept that," and then willfully go about trying to make it happen, but being very judgmental, implicitly or explicitly, both of themselves and other people. Looking now at willlessness, which really emerges out of willfulness. And you can't underemphasize the close relatedness between the two. They belong in the same cage. The cage is made of an irrational idea that says, I can and must conquer, master the world, my world. And then the willful person is the person who lives with the illusion that they can do that. The will-less person is the person who lives with the dashed illusion that they can't do that. And they get stuck. But whilst ever that idea is in place that I can and must, they'll slide up and down attempts at willfulness, sliding back into will-lessness. And this is where we get caught in the ambivalence of will, in that mindset that is based on the crazy, irrational, unreal idea that I can and must be a manipulator, controller of my life and my situation. Life formation happens by facilitation, not mastery. When I move into that mastery mode and I succumb to the basic idea that I must, and indeed I can, overcome the world and master the world, then I will either become the willful person who experiences himself or herself as master, or I will become the will-less person who experiences himself or herself as victim. The willful person, master of his or her situation, can be indicated by that arrow going from the self to the world. The self dominates the world. It's not a two-headed arrow, you'll notice. It's not a self in dialogue with the world, participating in the mystery. It's the self subjugating the world. At the other end of the continuum, in the same cage, you've got the self experiencing itself as victim. The world is too much for me. It overcomes me. It overwhelms me. It overpowers me. A one-headed arrow again. The world subjugates the self. I feel impotent. I feel helpless. The only way out of that cage is by changing the basic idea. The alternative is not a balance, an equilibrium between willfulness and will-lessness. It's something of essentially different order on a different plane. And if we are to move away from a willful approach to spirituality, one that will be characterized not only by willfulness but by will-lessness as well, if we are to move away from that, we must look at and examine and change our basic idea of what is expected of us. What is my basic role as a human being? To be a manipulator or a participator? Is my job in the Christian life to conquer virtue, to present God with a very good ledger of things that I have achieved, good things that I've achieved and evil things that I've avoided? Or is my call in the spiritual life one to surrender, to abandon myself to the mystery, to find my salvation in God, not in my performance? Yes, I cooperate. Yes, I respond. I am responsible. I must choose, as we emphasized in the last lecture. But it is not a question of my getting on top of things and then presenting it to God, and that's my path to eternal life, as it were. My path to eternal life is Christ, not my virtuous striving, not my having achieved a whole lot of really good things. Let us pause there and throw it open for question or comment. Okay, let's begin with a reading from the Gospel of Luke, chapter 12, verses 22 through 32. And Jesus said to the disciples, "Therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life, what you shall eat, nor about your body, what you shall put on. For life is more than food, and the body more than clothing. Consider the ravens. They neither sow nor reap. They have neither storehouse nor barn, and yet God feeds them. Of how much more value are you than the birds? And which of you, by being anxious, can add a cubit to his span of life? If then you are not able to do as small a thing as that, why are you anxious about the rest? Consider the lilies, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet I tell you, even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. But if God so clothes the grass which is alive in the field today, and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, O men of little faith? And do not seek what you are to eat and what you are to drink, nor be of anxious mind. For all the nations of the world seek these things, and your Father knows that you need them. Instead, seek his kingdom, and these things shall be yours as well. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." Loving Father, we come to you this evening with praise and thanksgiving. We praise you because you are God, living, true. Before all time you are. We thank you for the goodness of your creation, for the powers that you give us to participate in your loving and wise, mysterious plan. Bless our minds tonight as we go about the work. Increase our understanding. Allow us to experience delight as we understand the mystery the more.
bless us in what we do, so that we might become more a part of what you do. We pray for the coming of the kingdom in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Last week we spent the 2 lectures talking about the will, and we followed the pattern as we did with the mind, looking at the will as it is experienced in contemporary Western technological societies, as it is typically experienced there, not necessarily universally experienced there. And one of the factors that I suggested is part of our experience of the power of the will in a typical technological context is that it tends to be functionalistic. The will tends to be used as a tool of mastery, as the mind tends to be used as a tool of mastery. I also suggested that we lock ourselves in a cage with the basic irrational idea that I can and must master, achieve, conquer, overcome the world in each situation. That idea puts us on the slippery dip of the continuum of willfulness and willlessness, and we get that ambivalence. About some things we are very willful. We can maintain the illusion of mastery. About other things we are very willless. The illusion fails, and we feel impotent and powerless. We went on to talk specifically about willfulness then. Willfulness is basically an isolated, exclusive use of the functional will, or the will as functional. This evening I'd like to give over the first of our sessions to discussing the proper nature of the will, and the second to consideration of how we can recover the will in daily life. The starting point for this lecture, as for the next one, as for all our lectures, as for this course, is the mystery. You may get tired of hearing me talk about the mystery. I hope you don't get tired of the mystery, even if you do get tired of me talking about it. It's most essential that that be what permeates our thinking. The notion of the mystery, the ultimate formation mystery that is beyond comprehension, that is beyond manipulation, at the heart of which is a loving, personal, saving God. That mystery beckons us to become part of it as participators. When we shift our focus, when we start from some other point other than the mystery, all our powers of formation begin to get out of consonance. They become dissonant. And that applies to the will as well as any of the others. If we lose our groundedness in the mystery and our sense, our conviction that any power of formation I have is to be used to allow me to participate in the mystery, if we lose that sense, then we start to get into the question of either losing our power, full stop, or using our power in a utilitarian, functionalistic, impersonal, pragmatic sort of a way. We, and not the mystery, become the ultimate masters of our destiny. And that is false. The will is our ability to say yes to the mystery, to freely opt for participation. The will, we will discuss it as an individual subject this evening. The will, however, is a relative phenomenon. It cannot be isolated from the mind, from the imagination, from anticipation, from memory. It cannot be discussed really without also referring to emotion, without also referring to the different levels of consciousness. However, since we can't talk about many different things at the same time, we've got to talk about things one at a time. But however, I warn you of that danger, that in talking about one thing, we lose sight of the other. Let's not lose sight of the relativity of the will. I think one of the problems of our spirituality in recent decades has been precisely that. the isolation of certain powers of formation at the expense of others. For example, I have referred to some forms of spirituality of recent times as a kind of a head and teeth spirituality. You figure it out with your head and grit your teeth and do it. What in effect happens there is an isolation of the mind, incidentally the mind as functional, and the will as functional. Feelings are counted out. Imagination is counted out, except maybe from time to time it is brought in by way of privilege. Memory is counted out. Anticipation is counted out. What matters is the schema, predefinition of what should be, and your willpower, your ability to do it. And I think that begets the kind of problems that are most evident in the church today. The willfulness, the lack of freedom, the lack of inner directedness, the lack of joy that ought to characterize the Christian life. For a working definition of will, I would like to suggest the following. And here I'm not saying this is what the will is. I'm using it as a working definition. I'm not going to die for this definition. We'll use it tonight as a springboard. The will is the foundational power of the self to assert itself. Your ability to assert yourself. To stand up and be counted. Say, here I am. Your right, your responsibility to stand up and be counted. I'll just ask you to pause for a moment. When I say your right and your responsibility to assert yourself, self-assertion has a bad connotation for us. It has a bad connotation for us in a religious dimension and in a social dimension for some people. Some people regard self-assertion in terms of making something happen, and it's really a willfulness that they're talking about. They regard that as a virtue. Other people back off. I'm talking about self-assertion in a most fundamental, basic way. That is an affirmation of I am. I exist. Some people cannot assert themselves. And it's fascinating. The body posture can tell you a lot about how people perceive themselves. And one typical posture that a person takes up who cannot assert himself or herself is the hanging head. Some people get around when they look at their feet when they walk all the time. They almost have an apologetic mood about them. Yes, I exist, but I'm sorry about that. I won't interfere. That's what I'm saying about self-assertion is to be who God made you to be. To be. It is a mode of being before it is a mode of doing. It is, as we'll see in a moment, what Jesus did with his life. Stand up. Here I am. I'm not going to force myself on you, but I'm not going to let you force me out of existence either, because God put me here for a purpose. It's no accident that I exist. And I'm going to echo God's wisdom in making me by standing up and saying, yes, I exist. That is the basic power of the will. This power of self-assertion doesn't automatically develop in a formative, creative way. It is possible to assert the self in a dissonant, deformative, even destructive way. It is possible to assert oneself in a formative, creative, consonant sort of a way. For example, I can emphasize my ability to assert myself in a functionalistic way, exclusively functionalistic, and ignore all the other powers of formation. That is self-assertion in a dissonant, deformative, destructive way. Or I can assert only one part of my will. I may only assert the functional part at the expense of the transcendent part. The self will necessarily attempt to assert itself. Self-assertion is unavoidable, even when you appear not to be asserting yourself. For example, that person who hangs his head or her head and is a very shy, reticent person. You can see how much they in fact assert themselves if you sit down in a group with a person like that and have a discussion. And the person who is silent, doesn't say anything, can control the group, can manipulate the group. And they say, well, but I'm not saying anything. It doesn't say you're not asserting yourself. You're asserting yourself by not asserting yourself. It can be very manipulative. People in communities, religious communities or families, can control the group through their sickness or their weakness or their shyness. So it is not possible to avoid some form of assertion of self, some form of statement, I'm here. The question is how you make that statement. Do you make it in accord with who you are, who the I is, or do you make it in a manipulative, dissonant kind of a way? Let us go to the sacred scriptures. And I was fascinated as I was looking at the word power. Power is an interesting concept. It's one that we pretend to shy away from, but there is no institution in the world more used to the use and abuse of power than the Roman Catholic Church. It's a fact. We've had 2,000 years of it. There is no other institution that's survived that long, and certainly none that's had quite the extent of power. But the word power, if you go back to the New Testament, the most commonly recurring word is dunamis, from which we get our word dynamite. And dunamis is applied to the Holy Spirit, the power of God. But the word that I was most interested in is the other word for power is exousia, E-X-O-U-S-I-A, which can be translated as power, freedom, capacity, force. And it is grounded in the Greek word meaning I exist. Power, in this sense, comes from being who you are. It's not a structural power. It's not a power that comes from functional expertise. It is a power that comes ultimately from the mystery, from God. And you'll find it, for example, in Matthew 28:18, where Jesus says, all power is given to me in heaven and on earth. In Mark chapter 2, verse 10, the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. Luke chapter 4, verse 32, he spoke with authority. He spoke with power. Not like the scribes and the Pharisees. This man speaks with his being. This man has authority. When this man speaks, you sit up and listen. There's something about this man. John chapter 1, verse 12, to all who did accept him, he gave power to become children of God. And that magnificent passage from John 19, verse 10 and the following verse, Pilate says to Jesus, do you not know that I have power to crucify you? And Jesus replies, you have no power at all over me. Your being, in competition with my being, if that's the way you want to look at it, Pilate, it's no contest. You don't have any power over me. In fact, no human being has power over anybody else in that sense. I exist, you exist. We both have the power to participate. We both be. Interesting in John's Gospel, the recurring theme, I am. Before Abraham was, I am. Jesus asserting himself. Jesus proclaiming, I exist. The most profound thing about the Christ is the fact that he is. That's more profound than what he did or what he said. Jesus exists. You can't ignore him. You can't pretend that he didn't exist. He's indelibly printed on the face of human history. St. Paul, writing in the letter to the Romans, chapter 13, verse 1, says, all government, all power, exousia, comes from God. There's a very profound sense of participation in an ultimate power, in the power of the mystery. That is where authentic, wholesome, consonant power comes from. The power to assert myself is merely an extension of the mystery. When I say I exist, I'm saying the mystery manifests itself in me. I am made in the image and likeness of God. when I attempt to assert myself in a dissonant way, I lock myself into the cage that we spoke about, where I think I am master. I'm not beholden to the mystery. I don't have to submit and abandon myself to the mystery and surrender myself to the mystery. I am the last step. So I must and I can master my situation. Therefore I become willful. My self-assertion is dissonant, is destructive. It ends up being destructive in one of two ways. It moves towards the maintenance of the illusion that I can master life, that I am in charge, or that illusion breaks down and it moves towards the sense of impotence and willlessness. I can't do it. I'm too weak. I can't measure up. And there you're on the slippery dip of the continuum. Inside the cage, willfulness, back to willlessness, back to willfulness. One of the central processes of life formation is the purgation and the purification of the will, the ability to assert myself. Learning to assert myself in a consonant way rather than a dissonant way. And here can I talk about the blessing of a breakdown. The success of the idealizing project where a person succumbs to that irrational idea that I can and must control the world and I must make this schema fit reality, reality fit this schema. The best thing that you can hope that will happen with that kind of a project is that it will fail. And the sooner it fails, the better. The irony of that kind of a project, however, is that the most talented people who get into that do the most damage to themselves and to other people. I can think of people, for example, who have gone along this way in pursuit of the project of generosity, self-sacrifice, availability, commitment, dedication, and they go to a point of no return, have a burnout situation, and they become rather helpless people. You can't make reality be what it's not. As Horace says, you cast nature out with a pitchfork and it comes back in. Dostoevsky says, put reality and nature out the window, it'll come in the door. It'll catch up with you. In other words, whether we talk about reality with a capital R or nature with a capital N, but ultimately we're talking about the mystery, called to submit to what is, face up to the facts, live in tune with the facts. The person who breaks down in that sense is, in other words, coming in conflict with reality, and reality doesn't fit what they are trying to do. So the sooner they break down, and incidentally, I'm not sure what a breakdown is. When I use the word, I'm just talking about general failure of a project. Note also the process of growing up. One of the primary lessons for a child to learn is precisely this, that there are appropriate ways to assert yourself and there are inappropriate ways to assert yourself. The child has to learn to assert itself in a way that is acceptable in the group. Now, it's possible for the group to train the child to assert itself in a dissonant way. For example, a family might encourage a child on the basis of freedom and development to write on walls, to break things, let the child have a freewheeling approach to life. So when they go to your house and visit, the child takes a hammer to the grand piano or something, and mummy and daddy say, isn't that marvelous the way this child is growing up with a wonderful sense of ability to assert himself? Little brat. Needs a damn good hiding. Part of the process of a parent, it's an unpleasant process as I see it, as a complete rank outsider, is to frustrate the child. To teach the child there are ways that are appropriate and there are ways that are inappropriate to live in this world, and you've got to learn the lesson. Freud had an interesting distinction which I think is helpful between where the pleasure principle meets the reality principle. And one of the central tasks of growing up is to temper the pleasure principle in the face of reality. The longings, the cravings, the desires, the seeking after satisfaction of the infant are almost infinite, are much larger than life. And I would say they probably never quite die in the human heart. We all have these longings, these cravings, these yearnings that are larger than life. And we are constantly coming face to face with the hard rock wall of reality, the limitations of the ordinary, the factual. Freud would go on to draw the conclusion from that civilization only emerges where people can repress the pleasure principle, forego it in the face of certain demands of reality. I would say civilization emerges where people learn to be disciples of the mystery, learn to participate in a disciplined way in reality. You don't have to engage in a process of repression or suppression. What is called for is a disciplined participation in the mystery. And I think that is the tradition in the Christian formation tradition. The great spiritual masters. Asceticism is about that. It's about freedom. It is about setting free the powers of the person to participate in life. One comment here too. This will be raised again when we start to talk about anticipation. It's got a lot to do with how we exercise the will, how we anticipate the next moment. Our expectations, especially in the Western technological affluent societies, are, in a silly way, much larger than life. Advertising, the work of advertising on TV and radio and the newspapers, in some measure at least, is about the business of making your expectations larger than life. That's how the consumer society works. And therefore, if they are larger than life, if they are out of tune with reality, to that extent, sooner or later you've got to face the fact that something doesn't fit here. And in order to make it fit, the temptation is to become willful and enter into that mastery, controlling, achieving sort of a manipulating process, or to admit the fact that we're trying to make reality fit our schema rather than submitting to reality. We'll come back to that theme when we talk about anticipation. Looking now at the process of using the will as both transcendent and functional. Recall when we spoke of the mind, we talked about the mind as transcendent and the mind as functional. Basically, when we talk about transcendent, it's that foundational meaning of going beyond, of open to the more than, of available to the more than. The mind, or the will as transcendent, is a radical openness to reality. It's an affirmation of what is. It's taking a stand of subordination to the mystery. And I think that's a key phrase that might be helpful to you in understanding the will as transcendent. Taking a stand. And the questions of principle and ideal apply here. Take a stand on a matter of principle, not necessarily in a rigid way, we'll see in a moment, but take a stand that allows you to be open to the mystery. Asserting myself as a participator in the mystery, which is ultimately beyond my comprehension and control. And this is primary will. The primary use of the will is as openness to reality, is affirming what is. Transcendent will is global, it is remote. By global I mean it doesn't specify any particular concrete reality. And it is remote, that it is removed from the here and now. For example, taking a stand is abandonment to the mystery, the willingness to listen, the determination to affirm what is. You take the stand in that. That's your stand in life, to be a participator. Paradoxically, the healthy manner of asserting oneself is by way of self-surrender. Here's the paradox that comes through in the Gospels. The grain of wheat, unless it fall into the ground, remains but a grain of wheat. If it falls into the ground and dies, it becomes a full-grown plant and yields fruit. In dying you live, in living you die. Self-assertion that is not by way of self-surrender is dissonant, is deformative, is ultimately destructive. Healthy self-assertion is first and foremost self-transcendence. Just going back to what we were saying before about the authority of Jesus when he spoke. This man speaks with authority, not like the scribes and the Pharisees. The person who is really surrendered to the mystery and a participator in the mystery has an authority that doesn't come from either functional expertise, nor does it come from structural power. It comes from their being, as it were, transparent. When you're in their presence, you're in the presence of the mystery. When you're talking to them, when you're listening to them, you're listening to and talking to something even beyond them, more than them. The transcendent aspect comes in. Jesus before Pilate, as I said, is no contest. Pilate is not open to the mystery in the same manner that Jesus is. He's so attuned to the Father's will that when to see me is to see the Father. And that is mysterious. There is something about him. And occasionally you'll come across people who have this power and authority. It's not the power that lords it over people, that manipulates life. It's not the functionalistic, pragmatic power. It's the gentle, subtle, persuasive power of the mystery. There is, if you like, a superficial similarity between the will as transcendent, taking a stand, being very determined. There is a superficial similarity between that and willfulness. Both may appear strong, decisive, definite, committed, and faithful. The difference is in the grounding, and therefore the energy source. The former is grounded in human talent and circumstance, and therefore has only that energy available to it. The willful person derives his or her energy from nervous energy, from the strength of will, from intelligence, from luck, from the support of people and institutions, all of which are very finite. It's a rather tenuous hold to have on reality. The latter, that is, the person who takes a firm stand in openness to the mystery, is grounded in the mystery, is not ultimately dependent on circumstances or human talent, except relatively, and therefore is limited only by my ability to let the mystery take over. When the person who takes a stand in the transcendent way, openness to the mystery, is frustrated, they have the ability to flow with what is happening, because they know that the mystery is never ultimately frustrated. That what has happened here is the mystery has changed its course. It's not doing what I expected it might do, but that doesn't matter, because it is the mystery anyway. I don't understand it. And that kind of a person is able to participate, respond, be sensitive to, alert to, energetically flow with what's happening. The willful person gets very anxious, even angry, aggressive, very upset by the frustration of their willful project, because it undercuts their very identity. They're the ultimate here. And if you take away their project, you take away them. Interesting little test you might perform on yourself, so to speak. One of the tests of abandonment, one of the tests of how well developed this transcendent willing is, this power to assert yourself by way of self-surrender, when your routine, expected process of life is frustrated, how do you react? E.g., when you're doing up your shoelaces and they snap. When you go to get the 8:42 bus and it comes at 8:39 and you miss it by a minute. When your routine is disrupted. In other words, when the mystery gives you that further notice. Remember the comment we made earlier on? The familiar world, the taken for granted world, is that way with the rider until further notice. The test of your abandonment to the mystery comes when that further notice is given, in little ways, when the routine is disrupted. Worth reflecting on. The will as functional is the relative ability to make proximate, practical decisions. It's not global, it's specific. It's not remote, it's proximate. It's about the nitty-gritty, mundane, concrete, here and now stuff of life. It's about incarnating what you've taken the stand for. The transcendent will needs the functional will to become concretized, just as the functional will needs the transcendent will in order not to become purely functionalistic, impersonal, pragmatic. The will as functional, the secondary will, secondary process of the will, is grounded in the remote primary ability to affirm reality as it is. The foundational power to assert myself by making fundamental choices, functional choices, in the concrete life situation. We are constantly called on to employ this secondary executive power to assert ourselves. When you wake up in the morning, you turn off the alarm clock, you get out of bed, maybe kneel down and say a prayer, you put your clothes on, you go to the bathroom, you get a cup of coffee. They're all functional decisions. And if you can't make those kind of concrete, mundane, here and now functional decisions, you can't go on living. It's not much use saying, the primary will, this openness to reality, you'll still be in bed. You have to concretize life. You have to do things. And I've said it before, and it's one of my favorite hobby horses. I think there is a reaction against the excessive functionalism of the recent past in the church and in society, and people are moving towards a kind of an airy-fairy, non-functional spirituality. Doesn't happen so much with lay people because they've got to get out there and earn their bread in the marketplace. It's more likely to happen with religious, where we start to talk about being is more important than doing, which is true, but that can be a real cop-out. More of that in a moment. The functional, however, that turning off the alarm clock, that hitting the floor, that putting on your clothes, that going to the bathroom, etc., must be done in remembrance of and in the light of the primary affirmation of the self as subordinate to and participator in the mystery. I would suggest that one of the reasons why many of us are so sluggish to start the day is because we think in a bad sort of a way. If I wake up in the morning and my expectation is, here's another day that I've got to control, get on top of, master, achieve, no wonder I'm sluggish and slow to get started. It's an irrational, unrealistic expectation of yourself. If I grow in the conviction, and it's a subtle, gradual process, as I get out of bed, here is another day mystery in which my drive belt, so to speak, is hooked up to the powerhouse of the universe. And I just plug in and flow with what needs to be done, making definite functional decisions. Our primary orientation towards reality, in turn, must be grounded in the functional. In the secondary, choosing of means to protect and facilitate reality. There is no sense in willing the end if you're not also prepared to will the means. Not much use saying, I'm going to go to town today, and then you just sit around, and somebody says, well, you've got to put your clothes on, you've got to walk down the street, you've got to go to the bus stop. When the bus comes along, you've got to hold up your hand and hail the bus, and then you step on the bus, and then you pay your fare. If you will the end, you will the means. Now that applies also to renewal in the church and developing a healthy life formation. If you really will a prayerful life, if that's the end, you take a stand on that reality and affirm that, you've got to take the functional steps for it to happen. And if you say to me, oh yes, I really want a prayer life, but you're not prepared, for example, to set aside time to do a bit of study and reflection, move into solitude and silence, I don't believe you that you really want a prayer life. Doesn't fit. If you will the end, you also will the means. And if you don't will the means, forget about the end. It won't just happen. In summary, what we are talking about is the will as a relative power of formation, which is first and foremost an affirmation of reality, in particular the reality that I am called to be a participator in the mystery. And in that mood and that atmosphere of life, I go about the nitty-gritty, mundane, functional realities, decisions, choices of life. Now, there are some practical ways to allow the transcendent will to develop, to become the primary will as it is ordained to be. There are some little exercises that one can do. There are some little practices so that you don't just compartmentalize your life and then try to do a bit of transcendent willing and then you forget about that. There is, as with the transcendent mind, so the transcendent will is about wholeness, is about cohesion, is about the whole reality and not just the part. It is more interested in the totality. So, bearing in mind that, developing it, allows it to infiltrate and permeate even the most mundane, simple, functional processes of daily life. Let's pause there and invite any comment or reflection.
Recovering the will in daily life. Let me begin this with an invitation, and begin the invitation with a little preamble. We were talking there at the break about the church and about what can and cannot be done and so forth. It seems to me that what we are seeing in the church is quite a radical crisis, a breakdown of structures that have stood well for a number of centuries. It is my expectation that there is a lot more disintegration and breakdown to happen before God's finished with us. I think, in a sense, it's probably only just beginning. And I see it as a time of purification, a time of purgation. I see it, like Pope Paul VI says, as a privileged moment of the Spirit. Now, it is possible, when you look at that, to see only the breakdown, the crisis, the gloomy side. Things aren't what they used to be. And that's true, they aren't. History, under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, have taken that away. But if you look around you, look around this room and other similar rooms and parishes and so forth, there are some wonderful things beginning to happen. And one of the things that is beginning to happen is the emergence of a whole new generation of people who are willing to take responsibility for the church, are willing to own the fact that they are the church. Now, the practical invitation is this, that you people, any one of you, all of you, take the tapes of these lectures or other lectures, invite 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of your friends, like-minded people, to your place or their place or wherever, sit down, listen to them, discuss your reactions, build up a library. For example, Joe Dokes might have 6 books. You get the names of them and his phone number, and Mary Lou has so many books and you get her phone number. List all the books that are available in your area, so when people want to read, they can call up so-and-so and get those books. One way of using these particular lectures would be to play the lecture through, use the guided suggested exercises on those sheets 1 week, and then the next week take one of the scripture passages and just meditate it together. In this way, I would propose that you would be setting up study cells, little groups of people who work to understand their faith, who work to become imbued in their entire being and life with the mystery of Christ. Don't look to the clergy for ultimate guidance or for your only guidance. In fact, a lot of times you won't be able to look to us at all. In a few years, there won't be too many of us around anyway. The church is fast becoming a multifaceted church that will have a face that I wouldn't even begin to imagine what it will be like in 25, 30, 50 years' time. I just don't know. There will always be priests, but I think the face of the priesthood will have changed radically over the next 50 years. So I just make that invitation and a plea to
start thinking of yourself in terms of, I am the church. What am I doing to participate in the mystery and promote this privileged time of the Spirit? And I would suggest setting up these little study cells is one way of doing it. You don't have to be a knowledgeable person, a theologian, a philosopher, a psychologist, or a spiritual master. All you have to do is be an interested, common sense, down-to-earth person with a tape recorder. Looking now at our particular topic here, recovering the will in daily life. We get down to the nitty-gritty business. We talked there about the business, for example, of being the checkout person in the supermarket. How do they exercise the transcendent will, that openness to reality as distinct from the functional? And it is very difficult. If you've got a assembly line type job, a repetitive routine kind of job, what tends to settle on you is that complacency, that boredom that comes from constant repetition. I would say simply that with those kinds of jobs, as with any kind of job, the transcendent will is exercised by reminding yourself of who you are and what your job is and becoming involved in the process so that you be the best checkout person that you can. In simple terms, that's what it's about. You don't have to be constantly saying Jesus' name or reminding people that you're a Christian or wearing any sign or talk to them about the Bible as they come through. What they want from you is that you add up their grocery list correctly, and that you be congenial and smile and nice and take an interest in them as a person, etc. Simple, straightforward, mundane, unspectacular, but real. That is religion at work. That is religion in the marketplace. What I would like to do now is look at two primary ways, dispositions, attitudes, which lie at the basis of recovering the will in a wholesome way in life, and what I call three spirits that are linked up with that. You will notice as I talk about recovering the will in daily life, I won't talk about the will so much as such. Once you start to focus on the will and using the will and emphasizing the will, you can very easily get caught up in the whole process of the functionalism, of becoming technical. So what I'm suggesting is that if this mood is established, that I'm going to talk about in two ways, the will, the power to assert myself, will tend to happen quite naturally and quite wholesomely. And the first mood, attitude, or disposition I would stress is that, which we've already stressed, that your life must be grounded in the mystery. And that is to emphasize a lifestyle as well as structures within that lifestyle that open one to the mystery. Let me give you an example. People ask about prayer. How often should I pray? How should I pray? And my first comment always is, what is more important than prayer is prayerfulness. It is more important to go about life with a prayerful disposition, one that is open to the mystery, than to be saying prayers or to be praying. Now, I'm not saying praying is no good, forget about it. I'm saying what is more important. That feeds into, and in turn is fed by, moments of prayer. The prayerfulness is the lifestyle, is the mood, is the atmosphere, is the manner that I go about things, with that openness that the mystery is here present, that if I do a good job, if I'm a secretary and I type this letter well, the mystery is part of that. If I am a doctor and I do an operation, the mystery is part of that. That is a religious exercise. Nothing is profane. Everything is sacred. Now, certain things that can foster that lifestyle of openness to the transcendent and specific actions that can feed into that lifestyle. First of all, a couple of negative comments. Excessive busyness. If we are too much on the go, we prevent the mystery breaking in, or at least inhibit the mystery breaking in. The overwhelming tradition of the church and the Christian formation tradition is that there must be some pools of silence and solitude in your life to regain your remembrance of the mystery of what you are about. You need from time to time to step off the conveyor belt and sit down and look and review. If you are constantly busy, work, constantly caught up in an endless round of things, you don't get a time to just relax and look at things, to allow the mystery to break in upon you. A thoughtless, non-reflective life is a life that sooner or later becomes disconnected from the mystery, and when you lose your origin, you lose your destiny. If you forget where you came from, you'll forget where you're going to. Some specific exercises. One, we've already indicated, the importance of study, of reading, and continued learning. One of the tragedies of the recent tradition of the Church is the discouragement that was given to people with respect to study and reading and learning. Now, there was a certain amount of encouragement within certain confined areas, but I would say it's fair to say that in general we didn't encourage people to educate themselves in the faith, lay people. Certainly not as we're doing it now. If you're not studying, if you're not learning, if you're not constantly reflecting on your faith, it's bound to become staid, it's bound to fall into a rut, it's bound to become routine. In other words, it's bound to die. You must go on feeding it. And that fosters this constant sense that there's more to learn, there's more than, there's the beyond, and that's the transcendent dimension. You're constantly open to other possibilities. A second positive point, the value of leisure. Leisure in the tradition of the Church has always been regarded as the basis of contemplation. A life without leisure is a life that cannot be contemplative. Now, this presents a serious problem for us because caught up in the functionalistic mindset and the functionalistic, willful approach to life, we find it very difficult to play, to enter into leisure, to recreate. However, somehow or other, we have to learn leisure again, and I would suggest that each of these will feed into each other. Secondly, a willingness to question one's behavior, society's directives, church teachings, Whelan's teachings, what your neighbour says, what you think. To question, to question, to question. Questions open up life. The ability to ask open questions and stay with the question. Not to ask questions in a calculating, analytical way that searches for an answer, because answers close off. Finish of discussion. End of mystery. Keep questioning, and it's closely related to the study, the reading, and the learning. Learn to listen to what your body says. Here you can learn a lot from, for example, Eugene Gentleman's book, Focusing. You can learn from the literature in biofeedback. The ability to be in touch with the body is an important part of being in touch with what is happening. The body is a significant recorder of our experience. Be able to listen to what the body is saying is an essential part of being open to the mystery of what is happening in my life. To establish in your life periods of contemplation. Times when you set aside a space where you do nothing else but just sit, relax. And I would call a contemplation a relaxed space to which you bring a Christian disposition. And you just be there. Anthony Bloom describes prayer as openness. Now, how to create that relaxed space, because when you come to prayer, it doesn't automatically happen. You bring a whole comet's tail of life experience with you, and it sits there on the chair or on the kneeler with you. One thing that might be helpful is to use the journal. Before you begin that time of contemplation, write down what you're experiencing at the moment, what you're feeling. A sort of a "Here I am, Lord" statement. Here I am, I feel quite agitated and distracted. It's been a really busy day. There's been such and such and such and such, and I've still got a few things to do. And just keep writing, and write all that distraction out of your system. It is possible. It might take 5, 10, 15 minutes. It is possible. And then having done that, lay the pen and paper aside and just sit there. When you sit, I would suggest that it is valuable to try to sit still. There's value in stillness. Stillness allows for the relaxed space, the concentration on the mystery. And the two parts of the body that I think it is probably, from my own experience, I haven't seen anybody write about this, but it's just my own experience. The two parts of the body that is probably most helpful to think of when you think of stillness are the feet and the hands. Make a deal with yourself. You can move any part of your body except the feet and the hands. If you sit there for, say, 20 minutes with your hands perfectly still on your thighs, in, palms facing upwards, and you don't move them, it's quite extraordinary what a relaxing, peaceful kind of a mood you can bring upon yourself. Again, the body and the spirit feeding into one another. The embodied spirit, the animated body are one and the same thing. So if you can bring stillness to the body, it filters into the depths of your being. Keep, insofar as it's possible, some kind of a log or journal of what's happening in your life. Remember, the foundational question of life is that. What is happening? Keep asking that question, keep in touch with that question. And writing down what's happening can help to process your life day by day. Another exercise, which I believe we have already indicated on one occasion before, is the contemplative review. Let your day run before you like a video replay at the end of the day. Sit down, kneel down as you're lying in bed, whatever you choose. Just be there and take some distance from yourself and just see yourself. Go through the day. There I am in bed, waking up. Oh my God, I didn't think I looked that bad. I'm getting out of bed. I'm going about the day. And it's amazing how if you just take that distance, that objectivity towards yourself, how impartially friendly you become to yourself, how you establish that environment of hospitality. And you go through the day and things emerge. You see, oh, wasn't that good that happened? And you thank God for that. Or, I got into a tangle there with that person. How did that happen? I was driving along the freeway and I got real aggressive in the person, or I did something silly, or I didn't think I did something silly and he did it his horn. I got very angry. Just stay with that for a minute. Maybe focus on that. Use gentleness technique. And then move on to the next thing and the next thing. That might take you 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Maintaining that distance. And I think the video replay is a good way of looking at it, so that you don't get tangled in what happened. And you're not calculating, figuring out what went wrong so that you can make it better tomorrow. No, none of that. You just look at it and you hand it over to God. One of the practical psychological advantages of doing that, apart from opening yourself up to the sense of the mystery of your life unfolding, is that you process life day by day. In other words, at the end of each day, you take the knapsack off and shake it. Get rid of its contents. Very important. That is a far cry from what has become known as the examination of conscience, which, as we practiced it typically in recent times, was a pathological exercise. It was an introspective, willful, functionalistic process whereby you looked at what was wrong, you looked at what should be right, and you set about trying to get rid of the wrong and make the right happen. And engendered that willfulness, that frustration that comes with people, the repeated confessions where the grocery list approach occurs. Whereas if you get this more comprehensive, gentle, friendly overview of your life, you start to get a sense there's some beautiful things happening here in my life. Isn't it good the way the mystery is acting through me? There's some areas of my life where I'm not responding real well. I listen to that and I ask God for guidance. And there's a sense of accompanying yourself through life. It's a far more peaceful way to go about it. Occasionally, do deliberately what you would normally do non-deliberately. It's amazing, we've already mentioned this too. Taking a mouthful of food. Try doing it deliberately. Washing your face, standing on a light, setting a table, whatever. Things you would normally do routinely, thoughtlessly, non-reflectively. And quite helpfully so too. You can't afford to be thinking about those things and doing them deliberately. But just for a change, from time to time, do things deliberately. In other words, enter into the process. And again, in order to create this continuity through your life, so there's not the compartmentalization, there's not the transcendent willing and the transcendent thinking dislocated from the functional willing and the functional thinking, it is, I would suggest, very important to be able to enter into the process of a thing and leave the finished product to take care of itself. For example, a very simple, tiny example is precisely that process of doing deliberately what you would normally do routinely, taking a mouthful of food. Enter into the process. We'll come back to that when we talk about anticipation. the person at the checkout in the supermarket. Very often people cope with those kind of routine jobs by dislocating themselves from the situation and becoming blank and in sort of turning off. Perhaps it's a bit much to ask a person to enter into that kind of a routine process, but maybe it's not. Maybe the whole experience would be very different if they did. What's happening here? And engage oneself in the process. No matter what it is possible to do that. I would encourage you to read, if you can get hold of it, Chapter 7 of Van Kam's book, In Search of Spiritual Identity. Chapter 7 is on transcendent self-presence versus introspection. When you start to foster this awareness of the mystery, self-awareness, it can very easily degenerate into introspective, calculative analysing of oneself, arguing with oneself, picking on oneself. What Van Kam talks about there is a transcendent self-presence, that I never think of myself except in the context of the mystery, except as a manifestation of the mystery, against the transcendent horizon, as embraced by the transcendent horizon. The transcendent relativizes all the rest, so that no problem, no issue becomes absolutely, totally ultimate. Okay, the first disposition or mood that supports a recovery of the will in daily life is this groundedness in the mystery. The second is that we approach religion, spirituality, morality in terms of delight rather than duty. This is one of my favourite topics. There's not a great deal you can say about it, but it's absolutely critical. It's a subtle point. I would suggest that typically our spirituality and our morality has operated on the basis of duty rather than delight. Experience of the mystery puts us in motion, increases the longing, the thirst, the desire for transcendence that is embedded deep in the heart of every person, and then that becomes your motivation, not your willpower. So that you are, as it were, drawn, attracted by the experience of God. You have tasted God and it's good and you can't get away from it. You feel drawn and attracted by it. There's no question of willfully seeking then. The question, and St. Paul describes it in stark terms, I've become a slave of Christ. And you'll find in Jeremiah tried to get away, but God's word burnt in his bones and he couldn't. That is the experience of the truly religious person. A far cry from the willful doer, dutiful process of I must do this because it is the right thing. There's no soul, there's no heart in that. That is not true religion. The mystery sets in motion the increasing conviction that St. Paul spoke of in Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things in him who strengthens me. When I am weak, then I am strong. I'd like to draw your attention to a threefold division which the French philosopher Paul Ricoeur finds in the parable of the treasure in the field in Matthew's Gospel, chapter 13, verse 44. A man was going out into a field. He found a treasure. Having found the treasure, he sold everything he had and he bought the field. Now, Paul Ricoeur, using that parable, answers the question that he puts to himself, is it possible that the Gospels, especially the parables, still have the power to move us, still have the power to put us in motion? He says, yes, they most certainly do, because they have a structure which is universal, which is foundational, that transcends cultures and times. And listening to that parable of the treasure, you'll find a threefold structure that explains the growth pattern in spirituality and morality. Finding, selling, buying. The buying comes after the selling comes after the finding. Event gives rise to reversal. Reversal gives rise to commitment, decision. One of the problems in catechesis, for example, or retreat work, or as we regard our own commitment to the church, we focus on decision. Oh, I must be more faithful. I should be more prayerful. I've got to be more committed to the church. Don't focus on the decision. That'll take care of itself when the reversal has happened. when you've let go of what you need to let go of, when you've sold what you need to sell, and that will emerge from your experience of the mystery. What that implies is that each of us has his or her own pace. We're not all up to the same stage, in the same place. So that if you are grounded in the mystery and you begin to have awakened in you the sense of longing, you feel overtaken that there's something happening here and I'd like to go with it, the most natural, normal thing for you to do is to start asking the question, what must I do? And I'm quite willing to let go of things. The man in the parable, he was quite willing to sell everything because he was exchanging that for something much better. There's no way he would have sold everything if he hadn't had the experience of the treasure. Having experienced the treasure, the natural thing to do is to sell everything and then go and buy that field. That's where the treasure is. And part of the problem with our religiosity, and I think this is related to the loss of the mystical dimension in the church, is that not too many of us who call ourselves Christians today have this sense of event, of the mystery coming forth. Event comes from the two Latin words, a venire, to come out, to come forth. An event is where the mystery, where the truth is unveiled, where it happens. It comes out and takes hold of you and draws you and attracts you. If that hasn't happened in a person's life in some way, any metanoia, any reversal, any selling is going to be by willpower and therefore very tenuous. The same with any decision, any commitment, any buying of the treasure, of the field. They haven't found the field to buy. It's a fascinating thing. And I would suggest in catechesis it's a very important process to remember, and one which modern catechesis attempts to take into account by starting with the experience of people, and one that the traditional mode of learning by rote questions and answers ignores because it tries to beget decision where there has been no experience. Very often there was experience, in fact, and that happened in the family situation by osmosis, in which case the event was there, the mystery had come forth through those mumblings of the rosary. Now, whatever else the rosary was, it created that air of mystery, and it's a marvellous thing. For example, say when someone dies, when people gather around, and Catholics traditionally would take out the rosary beads and that litany of the Hail Mary starts up, how it brings a very sacred atmosphere on a situation. Now, as a young boy, I can remember hating saying the rosary. You know, it was like a ritual every afternoon. Rosary, fellas, rosary, fellas. Dear God, you know, the neighbourhood knows all about it too. I'd much rather be out kicking the football, and I'd always find some job I had to do that counted the rosary, but I never got away with it. But it sets up an atmosphere. There's something about it. And that experience of the mystery then gets hold of you. It gets in your bones, and it moves you. It is that, not what you've learned so much, but that gets into your guts, that you've caught, that will stand you in good stead and last you. That is where the faith happens, down here in your abdomen, not up here between the ears. You can fill it out with a bit of grey matter if you like, and I suggest you do, as I've already done. But the primary thing is allowing oneself to experience the mystery and providing space for the mystery to break in our lives, so that we foster this delight. We get this sense of our lives are being moved so that I don't have to move my own life. So that my self-assertion is not that willful picking myself up by the bootstraps and lugging myself from virtue to virtue away from sin, but simply being drawn on by the mystery. To what? I don't know. But I'm drawn, I'm attracted. The desire, the longing, the searching has been awakened. And I go to contemplation and I listen and I flow with the mystery, and the desire and the longing and the thirst are awakened even more and more and more. And that's the process of life. A friend of mine, who I'd say was very insightful, once distinguished between psychotherapy and spiritual direction in precisely this way, that the role of the psychotherapist is to help the person to feel at home in the world. The role of the spiritual director is to help the person not feel at home. That is, the spiritual director's role is to awaken the deep down wishes of the heart, the longing, the craving, and to keep them not only awake but growing, so that the longing gets more and more, gets worse and worse. The thirst gets worse and worse. The craving gets worse and worse. St. Augustine, in his commentary on John, says, "The whole of Christian life is a holy desire. What you desire you cannot see yet, but the desire gives you the capacity so that when it does happen that you see, you may be fulfilled. This is our life, to be exercised by desire." Beautiful statement. This is our life, to be exercised by desire. He doesn't say this is our life to achieve a schema of the way things should be, but to be exercised by desire. To have that yearning, my soul is thirsting for the Lord, like the deer that longs for running streams. That sense of, comes through very often in the Old Testament, particularly in the Psalms, the temple Psalms, the longing for the temple to return. The temple is the great symbol of God's presence. The importance of longing, of desire, which is the other side of the delight, the joy that attracts, that saves us the trouble of being willful. The attraction, the delight draws us, so it saves us from moving ourselves. Gregory of Nyssa writes in his Life of Moses, "The real meaning of seeing God is never to have this desire satisfied." You find the same idea expressed in the East, this sense of incompleteness, of constantly being drawn on by the mystery and attracted by what is out there, so that you're not imposing, but rather listening and responding. And here is a small story from Thomas Merton's Chuang Tzu. It gathers together a lot of the themes that we've already touched on tonight, and particularly this one of the disposition of participation, of searching and longing to be a participator and in harmony with the mystery. The wood carver. King, the master carver, made a bell stand of precious wood. When it was finished, all who saw it were astounded. They said it must be the work of spirits. The Prince of Lu said to the master carver, King replied, "I am only a workman. I have no secret. There is only this. When I began to think about the work you commanded, I guarded my spirit and did not expend it on trifles that were not to the point. I fasted in order to set my heart at rest. After 3 days fasting, I had forgotten gain and success. After 5 days, I had forgotten praise or criticism. After 7 days, I had forgotten my body with all its limbs. By this time, all thoughts of your highness and of the court had faded away. All that might distract me from the work had vanished. I was collected in the single thought of the bell stand. Then I went to the forest to see the trees in their own natural state. When the right tree appeared before my eyes, the bell stand also appeared in it, clearly beyond doubt. All I had to do was to put forth my hand and begin. If I had not met this particular tree, there would have been no bell stand at all. What happened? My own collected thought encountered the hidden potential in the wood. From this live encounter came the work which you ascribe to the spirits." Very simple, very beautiful story that makes us aware of our complementarity with the mystery, that we long to see reality. And when we find reality, we know it and we chime in with it and we participate in with it and we harmonize with it. And that is when true art happens. That is true creativity. That is when human relationships are enhanced and created. That is when life is enhanced and created. In Confucius, he writes, when there is true comportment, that is, when there is a harmony in the person between the person and mystery, no commands are necessary, yet affairs proceed. In other words, to be a little bit mundane and practical and functional about it, a person who has an authentic, solid air of authority doesn't have to be telling people what to do all the time. Things tend to fall into place when they're about. And people who don't have that air have to constantly be manipulating people and controlling them, and things tend to fall out of place. Willful people, as we said last time, tend to break things. You get a broad-minded person, a big-minded person, someone who has this surrender to the mystery. They're great to work with, wonderful people to work under, because they're not constantly intruding into your life, and especially if you have that same disposition to harmonize with the mystery, you harmonize with them in their uniqueness and in your uniqueness. The loss of the mystical dimension in Western Christianity has left us devoid of this sense of being moved by the mystery. Our spirituality and morality has frequently degenerated into a joyless, willful struggle to fit a predefined schema of perfection. Duty, not delight, has dominated the landscape of Christian spirituality and morality in the West. Thus, God becomes a loveless authority, a severe judge. The concept of being moved by delight is an overarching one, the ultimate moving force in a person's life. And by suggesting that the ultimate overarching motivation, the thing that moves the will, is the attraction, I'm not suggesting that life becomes a bed of roses, nice things. Jesus said, if you want to be a follower of mine, take up your cross and follow me. Let me go back to the parable. The man walking through the field finds the treasure, sells everything. There's no doubt about it, there will be times of mortification, of purification, of death and dying. They are painful. But the ultimate delight attracts us, so we are able to go through even the most painful, distasteful, distressing experiences. Not because we grit our teeth and have a lot of willpower, but because we're drawn by something bigger, something much better, a delight that conquers even that. And St. Augustine uses the expression, the delectatio victrix, the conquering delight. And Bernard of Clairvaux uses similar expressions. Affective charity, he talks about, that taste of God that takes over a person and draws them so that pains and sufferings and self-sacrifice and so forth become the normal course of events, the natural things to do, because you're attracted, you're drawn by this. Doesn't say it's not painful, doesn't say it's not distressing, it is. But you're drawn by something else, so that you're not just enduring this, you're not just resigning yourself to this, you are drawn by something bigger. Now briefly, building on that, the two dispositions, the two moods that form the basis of a wholesome integration of will into life are that groundedness in the mystery and that sense of being drawn by delight. If your spirituality and your morality is one of duty rather than delight, and I would suggest that for all of us in this room it will be to some extent, typically, to the extent that it is a morality or spirituality of duty, to that extent you will move in the direction of willfulness. You will move in the direction of activating the will in a deformative way. To the extent that you can rather move towards the delight, allow the mystery to take over, to that extent you'll be able to relax and allow yourself to be drawn, so that your self-assertion becomes one of a willing participation in the mystery. Now, in that context, I would talk of three spirits: the spirit of abandonment, the spirit of compassion, and the spirit of obedience. The spirit of abandonment. Abandonment to the mystery means asserting the self as participator, self-transcendence. It's a positive, energetic surrender of self to reality, a flowing with, a letting go of attachments to what should be, what must be, what is right, what is even good, what is even holy. Letting go even of holiness. And as Meister Eckhart says, let go even of God. He has a nice little prayer, God, rid me of God. The cage of willfulness, willlessness, cannot approach the paradoxes of life. It is a mark of a mature person to live with paradoxes, to know that paradoxes aren't contradictions, but rather manifestations of the mysteries that the mind cannot possibly contain. The spirit of compassion. Compassion comes from two words meaning to suffer with. John Donne, in his book, I believe it's The Way of All the Earth, talks about compassion as the ability to pass over, to be self-forgetful, to leave the self behind, and pass over and, as it were, become united and begin to see the world as the other person sees the world. That is true compassion. To feel the pain of the other, to suffer with the other, and even to pass over to yourself, to your true self, to the depths of your being, to listen and allow
the reality of yourself to emerge. Without compassion, assertion of the self, at best, is unfeeling and cold. And at worst, it is downright destructive, crushing the bruised reed and quenching the smouldering flax. With compassion, assertion of the self is an affirmation of life, a fostering of liberty, and a creator of harmony. Compassion emerges from self-awareness. And here again, part of self-assertion is assertion of the real self. If I am broken, part of my self-assertion is the assertion, I am broken, and the acknowledgement of that. And there can be no compassion that's not grounded in that. Any compassion that is grounded simply in my success, my virtuous striving, that doesn't give rise to compassion. That gives rise to pseudo-compassion. That gives rise to dutiful charity, cold charity. Bernard of Clairvaux, again in his Steps of Humility, says, how can you weep for the sins of others when you don't weep for your own? Compassion diffuses the tyranny of the shoulds. It allows you to be imperfect without striving desperately to fit into a schema of idealized perfection. Okay to be a fallen human being. Compassion says, yes, you are a child of God, redeemed by Christ, but you're also a child of Adam and Eve. And that's okay, that's the way it is. And God will love you and bring you into paradise, not because you've put up an impressive willful performance, but because you've allowed him to bring you into paradise. And your joy and your conviction as a Christian stem from your knowledge that Jesus Christ has conquered sin and death, not from your knowledge that you've conquered sin and death, because you haven't. Compassion allows us to see that our joy and peace come not from successful virtuous striving, but from the conviction that our God is a God of everlasting mercy and compassion, and his incarnation in Christ is efficacious. Christ has conquered sin and death. And finally, the spirit of obedience, and obedience in the biblical sense. Obedience is listening effectively, listening intelligently. The spirit of obedience is essential to integrating the will in a wholesome way, so that I assert myself in that transcendent way and in the functional way. The spirit of obedience fosters sensitivity and responsiveness to the mystery in all circumstances of life. It is the openness to be moved by the mystery. Willfulness is disobedience par excellence. Ironically, willful obedience is the great example of disobedience. The willful person is the person who doesn't listen, who is deaf to the mystery, who hears only one thing, his or her idealized project of what has to be. Willfulness is disobedience, preempting the mystery, substituting a schema for the mystery. Obedience keeps the focus on the mystery. Disobedience keeps the focus on me, and therefore my willpower. It creates an unreal project for the will. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment, question, discussion.
Let us begin with a meditation from Luke's Gospel, chapter 9, verses 44 through 45. While they were all marveling at everything he did, Jesus said to his disciples, "Let these words sink into your ears, for the Son of Man is to be delivered into the hands of men." But they did not understand this saying, and it was concealed from them, that they should not perceive it, and they were afraid to ask him about this saying. Lord God, we praise you as we begin this work. Bless us. Anoint our minds and our spirits with your Holy Spirit, your spirit of wisdom, your spirit of hope. As we reflect on the way the Lord Jesus anticipated the possibilities for his life, he was open to the future that your plan held for him, no matter what the cost. Give us an openness, an availability to the future that is energetic, that is creative, that is full of hope. We pray for the coming of your kingdom, Lord, in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our subject this evening is anticipation. And let us begin by situating it along with the other lectures that we've had within the total context of life formation. All formation of all peoples at all times is within the context of a certain field of formation. There is a dynamic that is happening at all times when you are alive. Pre-formation, the basic datum of life formation. Inter-formation, the way you interact with people. Intra-formation, the way you process within yourself. Situational formation and world formation. At this intra-formative dimension, you have various possibilities, primarily of mind and will, but also of anticipation, memory, and imagination. Primary powers of formation. And they operate at various levels of consciousness and with varying degrees of emotional intensity. Tonight we're going to consider one of those powers, and let us keep it constantly in the context of intra-formation, which is constantly in the context of the whole field of formation. Anticipation, which operates with various levels of emotional intensity and at various levels of consciousness. A working definition of anticipation. I would describe formative anticipation as the power to be creatively open to possibility. We can even leave the word creatively out of that. I put it in, however, to indicate that we're talking about something that has great potential. The power to be open to possibility. It's grounded in the present moment. Creative anticipation, formative anticipation, keeps us in the present. It's a fascinating thing. It doesn't put us into the future, just as memory, which we'll consider next time, doesn't put us into the past. This power to open up to the future grounds us in the present because it is an opening up to the future now. It is a present availability to the future moment. It prepares us for the future. It is our availability to the ongoing, unfolding mystery of life. It is something like what I believe Viktor Frankl meant when he said the kind of advice he had to get across to the prisoners in the concentration camp was that they shouldn't be thinking in terms of what they are to get out of life. Obviously, in a concentration camp, you're not going to get much out of life. That the basic question they ought to be living is, what is life asking of me? Not what I am asking of life, but what is life asking of me in this moment? As soon as you ask that question, and as soon as you adopt that mood in your life, there's a whole new disposition. Reflect for a moment and feel the difference between the two questions. What do I want from life? Puts me over against life, puts a kind of a confrontative challenge there. When I say, what does life ask of me? That puts me into a friendship relationship, I would suggest, a mood of openness. If I ask that with a creativity and an intentionality that, yes, I want to get involved in life, I'm not going to grab life by the neck. I'm not trying to master, to achieve, to conquer, to manipulate. I want to participate. What is asked of me? And there's an openness, an earnestness, a sensitivity. It is important to note that this anticipation, this openness to the future, does not predict and certainly does not preempt the future. The tendency that we all have to some degree or another to try to predict and even preempt the future is part of our basic insecurity as human beings. Is why in the Old Testament you'll find a condemnation of soothsayers and fortune tellers, and why Christianity down through the ages has been and still is opposed to those kinds of phenomena. Why? Because they are about power, they are about control, they are about getting on top of life. Anticipation is not about preempting the future so that I can get in charge. Anticipation is about opening up so that I can surrender, so that I can participate.
Through anticipation, we dwell in the fullness of the now moment. And this is an interesting concept which I take from Meister Eckhart, the 14th century mystic. Now moment, he spells with a capital N. It is the moment of eternity. It is the moment of timelessness. It is beyond future and beyond past. Surrendering to the temporal now allows us to taste the eternal now, allows us to be caught up in the mystery that is beyond past, future, or present. It is really another manifestation of the mystical possibility that is available to every human being. You would all, I'm sure, have had experiences in your life of timelessness, of entering so much into a situation that time passes you by. There is no past, there is no future, you just enter in. That is, in one form or another, the intimations of the mystical potential that every human being has. We are all potentially mystics, insofar as we are all potentially able to experience that oneness with reality, that feeling of being in harmony with the mystery, that clicking with what is, so that we are not isolated, we are not at odds with, we are in harmony with, in tune with. There's a consonance there. And when that happens, when that occurs, one of the effects is a timelessness. You learn to move towards the future with a basic openness and abandonment to the mystery. I'd like to distinguish between creative anticipation, which is this openness, availability to the future, and rigid expectation, which is a preemptive, predictive, rigid approach to what the future should be. Rigid anticipation tries to prevent the mystery having its free sway, having its unpredictability. Rigid expectation tries to make a certain plan happen. It's supposed to be fine on Sunday because I'm having a barbecue. And to the extent that the expectations are rigid, to that extent their frustration will cause more or less anger and resentment. To the extent that our anticipation is more creative, to that extent, when the frustration happens, if it does happen, there is the sense of, okay, what is the mystery asking of me in this situation? Not so much, damn it, I knew that would happen, it always does happen to me, and then it's a wasted opportunity. But there's that constant sense, whatever happens, it's part of the ongoing, flowing mystery. At the center of creative anticipation is the experience of waiting. I have a friend who told me a number of years ago when he was talking about doing his doctoral dissertation research that he was going to write his dissertation on the human experience of waiting. And I looked at him and I said, waiting? I mean, what can you say about waiting? He went on and wrote 1,400 pages on it. It's a very excellent dissertation. You can say a lot about waiting. And there are two kinds of human waiting, and it's important to distinguish them because they are very, very different from each other. There is a waiting for and a waiting upon. Waiting for focuses especially on the future, on the thing that may or can or we think ought to be. Waiting upon disposes one to the future by entering into the present. They are not contradictory, but they are to be in tension. If you have one without the other, you have a warped kind of a waiting and a warped kind of an anticipation. I would like to suggest to you that we spend a goodly part of our lives waiting for phone calls, waiting for people, waiting for the milkman, waiting for each other, waiting for the end of a class, waiting for the end of the year, waiting for somebody to be born, waiting for them to grow up, waiting for Christmas, spend a lot of time waiting for. And if that is lost on us, if our focus is simply waiting for, and we lose the ability to wait upon, that is to dwell in the present whilst we look forward to the future, I would suggest we develop a pathology of waiting. I would also suggest that our society is marked by a pathological waiting. We can't wait. We don't know how to wait creatively. We want things to happen yesterday.
The author, Henry James, last century wrote a book, a small novella called The Beast in the Jungle. It's a very, very fine description of pathological waiting, or a pathology of waiting. This man, John Marcher, has a sense that he is somebody special. He is an extraordinary human being. He has an intimation that some extraordinary event is going to happen to him, of all human beings. He's never told anyone in the entire world about this until he meets this very attractive young woman, May Bartram, who's a very loving, very sensitive person. And he confides in her what he is waiting for, this event. And she shares it very lovingly, compassionately, and sensitively. And they go on and form a close relationship and get married and grow old together, and May dies. And John Marcher is still waiting for the event to happen. And it's only when he goes back to visit May's grave that he realizes that his whole life has passed him by and he's still waiting for his life to happen. And he never was able to receive the love of May because he was so focused on the future, on this event that's going to happen, this wonderful thing that will set him apart from the human race, that he never gets around to living in the present. He didn't know how to wait upon life. And May can't get through to him. She lives a very loving, humane life and dies. And he, at the end of his life, has lost his life. I would suggest that that is not as uncommon as it might at first seem. That many people, in fact, lose much of their lives living in this waiting for. And you can see hints of it, for example, when people are anxiously waiting for the end of the year. Wait till the kids grow up and this last one has left school, and wait till this one starts school, and wait until we've got so much in the bank, and wait until we've got our own home, and wait and wait and wait. We can get so caught up in the waiting for process that we never get to wait upon life. We never get to enter into life. We skate along the surface of it. I said we spend a good part of our lives waiting. For example, and this drives home, I think, the fact that when we get lost in a pathological kind of waiting, where we get absorbed simply in waiting for and can't wait upon, we lose large chunks of life. They just disappear into the sunset. Like, you're in the supermarket. You come up with a week's groceries in your trolley, and everybody else in Sydney is on the line ahead of you, so it seems. What must you do? You must wait. What happens to that time between getting on the end of the line and getting to the checkout counter? A person who suffers from a pathology of waiting can't use that time. It's what we call wasted time. I would suggest that theoretically, ideally, no moment is ever wasted on a mature person, because they can wait upon any moment. That they don't simply get lost in waiting for, tapping their toe on the ground, cursing everybody, that there is a way of entering into that moment. It's not for nothing that this has happened. Remember the comment that we made when we talked about the way human beings tend to set up routine, familiar, taken for granted kinds of worlds. And when we do that, there is always the rider in there, the qualification in there, until further notice. It's almost like the mystery. We come to some kind of a contract with the mystery, and we settle down and we get into a nice routine of life. Everything becomes familiar, taken for granted, flows along nicely. The mystery says, yeah, let that be the way it is for the moment, until further notice. And then when notice is given, then we either have the ability to flow with it and go where the mystery leads, or we try to buck the system and get out of it. The ability to enter into each moment, because it contains some manifestation, some revelation of the mystery. In the early church, you have an interesting dynamic happening. St. Paul indicates it in his letter to the Thessalonians, where he says, don't worry about this business of when Jesus Christ is going to come again, whether the dead will miss out, whether those who are alive will be the only ones who will be taken up, etc. Look, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that while we wait for the Lord, we enter into life. We groan while we wait, he writes to the Romans. There was a problem in the early church, and there's the French priest accused of modernism, excommunicated, died in the 40s in France. Father Loisy said, the early church expected the Messiah and they got the church. We've never quite come to terms with that. We're still disappointed that we got Holy Mother of the Church instead of Jesus Christ. It's kind of sad, it's disappointing, but it's the fact. We wait for the Messiah, we do wait, but we must learn to wait upon, and the waiting upon is the experience of the church. Entering into the here and now messy manure of life. In the 2nd century you had Montanus and the Montanist heresy. And apart from everything else, they were rigorists. Monsignor Knox, in his excellent book Enthusiasm, uses them as kind of archetypal enthusiasts. Enthusiasts are people who just become too much. They demand too much from themselves and everybody else. They go overboard. They're not zealously religious, they're overly zealously religious. And the Montanists wanted everybody to endorse a very, very strict, rigoristic morality in a time of persecution, that people should be putting themselves forward for martyrdom and so on. And one of their great converts and disciples was the African legalist Tertullian. But they gathered small camps of people who left their jobs, left their families, because you had to be, there was no halfway measures with the gospel, you gave everything. And you went out and you waited for the Saviour, if you really believed it. And it's a fascinating phenomenon, this pathology of waiting, and I think it's manifested there in the Montanists. It's emerging again today. It happens in times of turmoil and disturbance. You see even the President of the United States talking about Armageddon. Seriously. You find that groundswell in the United States, the moral majority, one of their preoccupations is with the second coming and who's going to be saved and who isn't going to be saved. And some of the various Christian sects, they become preoccupied with this. Where people lose their sense of grounding in life, their ability to wait upon the messy, ambiguous, conflicted, confused reality of human existence, it's like a very attractive alternative to say, well, really, let's concentrate on what we're waiting for, and get caught up in what I would say is a pathology of waiting. And we Christians are very prone to that because we have a ready-made, canonized dogma to fit it, eschatology. You wait for the coming of the kingdom. We need to watch that and look for, in people, in enthusiastic groups of people, signs of that pathology of waiting. That shifting out of the waiting upon, the anticipating the future by getting thoroughly involved in the present. We don't want to get our hands dirty with the present, they will say. We've got to focus on and we've got to be concerned about what's going to happen, the future, waiting for. The waiting for the kingdom involves the waiting upon the present situation. Waiting for Jesus, the risen Lord, the Messiah, involves waiting in and upon the Holy Mother of the Church. It's a very messy, broken human organization. It's not the best. It's not real good, but it's somewhere near the best we've got, so we've got to live with it. Waiting for must be complemented constantly by the obedience of waiting upon. And when it's not, it loses its grounding. When we are unable to enter into the messiness and the ordinariness of life, we become rather grandiose, unreal, idealistic. Like Marcher, and one of the things John Marcher thought of himself was that he was above the rest of the human race. And how many of us have thought of ourselves secretly in that role, like the, I can't think of his name now, the American playwright. He was an Armenian. I'll think of it later. Said when he was dying of cancer at age 33, he said, I thought death applied to everybody else but me. And that kind of sends a bit of a chill down our spines, I think, because the laws of life and death apply to everybody but me. And John Marcher, the laws of humanness, of ordinariness, the ordinary, messy fleshiness of human life apply to everybody else but me. I'm waiting for some extraordinary event. And part of his coming home to himself and his realization that he had waited and lost his life was a realization that he's really a very ordinary human being, like everybody else. As the Zen masters say, if you want to be extraordinary, be extraordinary. This is a little Zen story on the ordinariness of life and how important it is to become aware of the ordinary. It's called A Drop of Water, and I take it from Paul Repp's Zen Flesh, Zen Bones, page 79. A Zen master named Gisan asked a young student to bring him a pail of water to cool his bath. The student brought the water, and after cooling the bath, threw out on the ground the little that was left over. "You dunce," the master scolded him. "Why didn't you give the rest of the water to the plants? What right have you to waste even a drop of water in this temple?" The young student attained Zen in that moment. He changed his name to Tekasui, which means a drop of water. Simple, ordinary story. Everything is in some way a manifestation of the mystery. To wait upon the present is to open oneself up to the future being born now, to act, as you like, as a midwife, so that you don't get lost in the rigid expectation of what is supposed to happen, but you learn to deal with the present as it gives birth to the future, and you become a participant and a cooperator in that, and not just someone who is dragged along, as it were, by the seat of your pants, or someone who is trying willfully to make the future unfold in a certain way. Possibility. Possibility is an essential feature of this creative anticipation, the way we adapt to and assimilate future. The mature person radiates possibility. If you reflect on it, in any human situation, when there is a mature person there is a sense of possibility. When, on the other hand, there's a group of people who aren't real mature, one of the frightening things is the shortage of possibilities. The mature people are full of possibilities. And it's very interesting to see some of these people. They're never beaten. There's always possible. There's always something else possible. Possibility is openness to the future. It is the possible. Possibility is part of every one of our lives. And one of the great gifts you can give to yourself or another person is a deep sense of possibility. And one of the truly rewarding aspects, I would say, of adult education is that. One of the things that delights me and makes my work really feel worthwhile is seeing people emerge into new possibilities. Just by gaining knowledge opens up possibilities, and when possibilities are opened up, there is new freedom. And how dastardly it is to close down possibilities for people, to shut off their possibilities. A number of times we have referred to the process whereby a person's inner authority and power is usurped by a system, whether that system is the family, the school, society, religion. What that does, in effect, is close off possibilities for people. It stunts a person's growth. It doesn't allow them the possibilities that are rightfully theirs as a human person. Acceptance of a person, acceptance of yourself as you are, not acceptance of yourself provided you fit a model, but acceptance of yourself as you are creates possibilities. It's amazing. If you set up that inner environment of hospitality, even an inner environment, dare I say it, of permissiveness, it's okay to be who you are. It's okay to think what you like. It's okay to wish what you like. It's okay to fantasize what you like. That sense of it's okay for things to emerge within you as they can. Carl Rogers, in his book on Becoming a Person, which he wrote about 1960, I think, in the first chapter of that book, he talks about the number of things he has learnt in terms of his experience as a counselor. And one of those is the ability, he says, to accept oneself and to accept people is important to fostering humanness. He writes on page 21, "I believe that it is an increasingly common pattern in our culture for each one of us to believe every other person must feel and think and believe the same as I do. We find it very hard to permit our children or our parents or our spouses to feel differently than we do about particular issues or problems. We cannot permit our clients or our students to differ from us or to utilize their experience in their own individual ways. On a national scale, we cannot permit another nation to think or feel differently than we do. Yet it has come to seem to me that this separateness of individuals, the right of each individual to utilize his experience in his own way
and to discover his own meanings in it, this is one of the most priceless potentialities of life. Each person is an island unto himself, and in a very real sense. And he can only build bridges to other islands if he is first of all willing to be himself and permitted to be himself. So I find that when I can accept another person, which means specifically accepting the feelings and attitudes and beliefs that he has as a real and vital part of him, then I am assisting him to become a person. And there seems to me great value in this. Acceptance. That you're not going to accept the person conditionally, and Rogers talks about unconditional positive regard in that respect. If you're helping a person, there must be the ability to adopt a stance which allows the other person to be who they are, that permissive stance, if you like, without judging the person. That you don't accept them on the ground that they fit your system, that they behave in a certain way, but you accept them as they are. It doesn't mean you condone their moral values. It doesn't mean that you would act like that and you think that's great, but you just accept them as they are. You take them as they are. One of the things that emerges in a person's life when possibility is opened up, the possibility of being who they are, they learn to distinguish the possible from the impossible. That might sound trite to say that, but many of us don't realize the difference. If you repress a person, close off the possibilities, so that their anticipation of the future is always in terms of that closed system, then that person typically, I would say, does not know the difference a lot of times between the impossible and the possible. And here you have the classic case, for example, of the burnout person. It is only when they are flat on their back on a hospital bed, having had a breakdown, that they realize that what they were trying to do was impossible. They didn't realize it until they finally broke. And it's like the mystery finally says to them, "Do you believe me now?" And they say from their hospital bed, "Yes, it was impossible. It's a pity I didn't see it before." Later on we'll look at the whole question of exaggerated expectations. We long for and expect too much from life, the impossible. A mature person has a keen insight into what is possible and what is impossible. And it is characteristic of a person whose possibilities have been hemmed in that they confuse the possible and the impossible. So that the possible becomes impossible and the impossible becomes possible. You with me? So that their own most possibilities, the good potentialities that God has given them, seem to them to be impossible. And the impossible, namely living out this idealized project of what I should be, that's really impossible to ever become that. That seems possible. Crazy, but it happens. And we all do it to some extent. We confuse the possible with the impossible. We are all creatures of untold possibility. And we have an innate longing to actualize that possibility. We also have a fear of actualizing that possibility. And here I would refer you to Abraham Maslow's notion of the Jonah syndrome, which Ernest Becker talks about in chapter 4 of The Denial of Death. The Jonah syndrome is simply Maslow's theory that we all are frightened of our own greatness. And for that reason, we would rather hide despite our protestations to the opposite, we would rather hide in ordinariness than come out into the grandeur of who we are as human beings. And this is probably why psychologists say we develop approximately 10% at the outside of our potentiality. We're frightened of ourselves. Becker writes on page 48 and 49 in this marvelous chapter 4, Human Character as Vital Lie. The psychologist Abraham Maslow had the keenest insight for significant ideas, and shortly before his recent untimely death, he began to attack the problem of the fear of standing alone. Maslow used a broad humanistic approach in his work, and he liked to talk about concepts like actualizing one's potential and one's full humanness. He saw these as natural developmental urges and wondered what holds them up, what blocks them.
He answered the question in existential language, using terms like the fear of one's own greatness and the evasion of one's destiny. This approach throws a new light on the problem of courage. In his words, we fear our highest possible as our lowest. We are generally afraid to become that which we can glimpse in our most perfect moments. We enjoy and even thrill to the godlike possibilities we see in ourselves in such peak moments. And yet, we simultaneously shiver with weakness, awe and fear before these very same possibilities. Interesting theory. It makes sense to me. We are really frightened of our own most possibilities because what that moves towards is freedom, accountability, responsibility. A situation where you cannot be in absolute control. Oscar Wilde, in his usual cynical, witty way, said there's only one thing worse than having your expectations not fulfilled. That's having them fulfilled. Formative anticipation challenges that fear and makes us available to change and move towards fulfillment of our deepest possibilities, as made in the image and likeness of God. Maslow spoke out of a non-religious environment. Peak experiences for him were contained within the ambit of human experience. We speak within the context of a divine milieu, where the mystery is all, the mystery is the ultimate, where our center of gravity is, as it were, in the mystery. There is no need for us to be frightened of our own most possibilities. We know from divine revelation as Christians, we are made in the image and likeness of God. Our potentiality, our possibilities, grounded in the mystery, are enormous, are fantastic. Those possibilities are the ground of hope. Hope is born from formative anticipation and the realization that we are creatures of immense possibility, that we are caught up in a providential, meaningful, purposeful mystery. Not a chaos, but a cosmos. Central to the Christian life formation is the concept, the reality, the experience of hope. Without hope, we are dead. We need to have some sense of the possible in order to go on. If my life becomes completely enveloped with a sense of the impossible, then I will die. You cannot live where there is literally a total sense of the impossible, where there is no sense of the possible. And this is part of the experience of depression, where you become so weighed down, the world becomes so dark, there is no possibility left, or possibility is minimized. The world shrinks. The question of hope is a very serious one for Christians today. Many of us feel beset by impossibility in the face of failing structures. What is happening in the church? Why doesn't the church get things together? What is happening in society? Why don't they do something? The fact of the matter is we are historically in a time of transition, and it's not just a matter of doing something. If you go back to when we spoke in the earlier part of this course of crises of life formation, part of the healthy process of growth is that individuals and groups go through times of death, during which time there is a call to make a decision to let the old die and to opt for something new. That involves anticipation. I don't know what the new will be, but I'm open to the possibilities. And therein lies our hope. We don't find hope in the world today in the sense of God will make it all right and put it all together and we'll live happily ever after, sort of riding off into the sunset syndrome. We hope, even in the face of tremendous possibilities of doom and gloom. We hope because we are linked in with, we are grounded in a providential, compassionate, unconquerable mystery. We face fairly and squarely, and we wait upon the enormous questions of our time, like what do we do about nuclear disarmament? Like, what do we do about terrorists who take over planes and threaten to slaughter people? Like, what do you do about about countries, dictatorships world leaders who persecute, dominate, and generally wreak havoc and are interested more in violence than peace? What do you do about world poverty? What do you do about distribution of wealth, etc., etc., etc.? You could go on all night listing a whole host of questions and issues that ought to, if we're not grounded in the mystery, cause enough despair to make us want to commit suicide, quite literally. What's the use? What's the use? I can remember seeing a program in the United States a couple of years ago. The American Broadcasting Commission did a special series on comparing the American defense capabilities with Russian defense capabilities. And they interviewed on that program a man who had been a senior defense advisor with the British government. And he said, you know, it's an interesting thing about American defense capabilities. Even if the Russians had a preemptive strike and blew out every strike capability on the American mainland and every strike capability in Europe, the Americans would have at sea, in submarines, enough firepower to fire one nuclear warhead every 30 seconds for 24 hours. Now, when you hear again and again those kind of statistics, you say, well, why do we want to make more? You start to shuffle your feet and you say, we're on uneasy ground, we're skating on thin ice here. We sure are. Especially when you realize in the last few years there have been a number of times when they've gotten to the point of actually inserting the key in the United States, the key in those silos that fire the missiles. And on one occasion, I believe it came down to a point where the person refused to turn the key. Human error, possibility of computer failure. Now, if you dwell on these things, you could literally go mad. And some people do, on the horror of it. And some of our young people get caught up in this, and they say, what's the use of studying? What's the use of going on and getting a qualification? I might never be able to use it. We wait upon the present moment. We get involved in these issues, but we also wait for the coming of the kingdom, and we also are aware that we are grounded in, we are immersed in, that this whole world, crazy and all as it is part of the mystery of life, part of a providential, meaningful, purposeful, compassionate, personal mystery. How will it all end up? I don't know. And then creative anticipation doesn't try to predict or preempt the future. It suffers in the pain and the anguish of not knowing. But it lives in the hope, with deep hopefulness, the deep conviction of hope, that somehow or other the mystery is part of all this. The mystery permeates this. Our joy, our conviction and confidence as Christians doesn't arise out of our success of virtuous striving, nor does it arise out of our feeling good that we've conquered, we've resolved problems. Our conviction and our joy and our confidence as Christians emerges from our knowledge that Jesus Christ has conquered sin and death, that our Redeemer lives. It arises out of our faith. That's where our hope is. Our hope doesn't arise out of our human ability to get all this together, though we work energetically and generously and self-sacrificingly, and if it comes to it, even laying down our lives to bring about some kind of resolution in these issues. Our final sense of hope and conviction and confidence comes from our groundedness in a personal mystery, our involvement with a caring God, a God of compassion. So as we look forward to the future, as we anticipate tomorrow, we do so with the confidence that we are in the hands of God. Let us pause there and invite comment or reflection.
Okay, let us begin our second session, putting anticipation to work. Throughout this section of the course, we'll try to be as practical as we can, always coming back to the lived situation and how we utilize the knowledge that we have discussed in a practical, concrete sort of way. One of the important points to note about anticipation, and we'll notice also this about memory and imagination, and it applies also to will and mind, is that it's unavoidable. You can't not anticipate. You have to anticipate the future. So the question is not, shall I anticipate, but how shall I anticipate? It is possible
for me to more or less creatively or more or less destructively anticipate. It is not possible for me not to anticipate. One of the factors that is important in influencing the way we anticipate, whether it's more or less formatively or more or less deformatively, is early life experience. It, as it were, teaches us what to expect from the world, and in particular, the experience of trust or mistrust. Whether we have assimilated the experience of a sense of being abandoned by the mystery, more or less, or the experience of abandonment to the mystery, that the mystery is okay, it's on our side, it's great to be here in the world, we belong, etc. Or the world's not quite to be trusted, you've really got to fight hard to stave off chaos and to establish security, a dog-eat-dog kind of an approach. That has a lot of influence on the way we anticipate, more or less formatively or more or less deformatively. We'll come back to that. First of all, a comment about anticipation and motivation. Last week we spoke about, with respect to willpower, the importance of having an end or goal or aim that attracted us. Where spirituality and morality comes down to a question of duty, where goals, aims and ends are rather dryly put, then there's a tremendous onus on the willpower to shift oneself to incarnate those goals. That's when we tend to develop willfulness. Our spirituality and our morality come back to a kind of a willful striving, a willpower Christianity. Where we experience goals as attractive, as in some measure delightful, we feel moved. That the onus is shifted from the willpower so that it just becomes a kind of a natural, normal, instinctive thing to go that direction, because that's obviously the best way to go. Now, anticipation clearly has a lot to do with motivation. How you anticipate, how you look towards the future is going to determine how you move towards the future. If you are moved by delight, that is, if you anticipate the future in terms of openness, possibility, in terms of the mysteries at work here, let's expectantly wait upon the mystery and see what it yields up. If it is that, well then you will have that sense of being moved into the future, of you not having the burden of shifting yourself and hoisting yourself by your own bootstraps and carrying yourself into the future. Your expectation of failure or success in a given instance will also affect your motivation. If you anticipate the future, if you wait for it in terms of failure, for example, that's going to significantly affect your motivation. If you go for a job interview and you expect not to get the job, it's a lay-down misere. They're not going to accept me because I'm a Catholic. But I'm going anyway because I'll be able to tell my wife that I went for a job interview. It's quite likely that you're going to appear like someone who doesn't really want the job, and you probably won't get it. Whereas if you go with not the expectation that you're going to get it, but with the anticipation that we'll let the mystery do what it will here, and I'll do my best and cooperate with it. The Americans are fantastic on this. They overdo it a little bit. They're great at writing resumes, of selling themselves. That is part of the capitalistic culture, the salesperson culture, where you make yourself look a heck of a lot better than you really are. And you can fool a lot of the people most of the time, too. This is part of the anticipation. I'm not suggesting that that is the way we should be going, but it indicates the power of anticipation over what happens. If a school teacher goes into a classroom with the anticipation that the students are going to eat me alive, that's probably what will happen. It's like feeding Christians to the lions. The question of disappointment. It's fascinating to reflect on this, how this affects anticipation, how this affects our openness to the future, our availability to possibility, our experience of disappointment. Disappointment is a significant factor in life formation right from the very beginning. Our cravings, yearnings, desires, our implicit expectations are frequently larger than life. This is especially typical of the infant and the small child. They have to be frustrated. One of the primary roles of a parent is to frustrate the child. Can't avoid it, because the child's cravings, longings, desires are larger than life. How significant this whole process of disappointment is a matter for debate. That it happens and that it is important seems to be pretty certain. There are some people would formulate a whole theory of neurosis on the question of disappointment. And I'd like to quote to you from a person by the name of Karen Stephen, Stephen, in the book The Wish to Fall Ill, published in 1960. She writes, "The point of fundamental importance which I am anxious here to emphasize is that what upsets the smooth functioning of the pleasure instinct and leads to all the psychogenic abnormalities which we are trying to investigate is disappointment. According to what a child does about this, he grows up mentally healthy or ill. This fundamental problem of how to deal with disappointment runs right through the history of the child's gradually developing relations to external reality, and especially its emotional relations connected with these early sensual pleasures of which I have just spoken. These pleasure cravings of childhood are intense, but since it is hardly possible, even under the most favourable conditions, to enjoy nothing but unbroken satisfaction, bitter disappointment is a situation which every baby meets almost from the very beginning of its existence. You have to be disappointed." Now, I don't know whether it's realistic or not to situate neurosis in disappointment and negotiation. It makes a lot of sense to some extent. But certainly how we negotiate disappointments in our lives has an immense influence on our life formation process. All of us are constantly confronted with disappointments. One of the works of life of the mystery, is to kill our unreal expectations, to keep bringing us back to reality. How often we come into life, we start a day, a week, a year with unreal expectations. They have to die. The sooner they die, the better, because then the sooner we can get on the right track, the sooner we can get down to the business of being real. In other words, the development of creative anticipation is dependent, more or less, on how well we negotiate the experiences of disappointment. If disappointments are learnt early in life in an inconsistent or even violent way, even a consistently violent way, it's highly likely that we'll grow up anticipating life in terms of violence and inconsistency. That will mark the expectations we have of people and events and things. Happy are they who have their expectations killed but do not become cynical. There's a disappointment of many people today in the failure of traditional structures, and this is a fascinating thing to reflect upon. Many Catholics are disappointed with the Church. The Church has let them down. Many people are disappointed with secular structures. Society has let them down. Governments have let them down. The fact of the matter is, history has pulled the rug out from under all of us. Pope Paul VI, in his encyclical letter Evangelii Nunciandi, calls this a privileged moment of the Spirit. Now, how's that for a new way of looking at it? There's a man of possibility. He's saying, aha, this is not, oh, what a terrible thing has happened here, the church is falling apart, why don't we get back to the good old days when things were well ordered and formalised and we knew exactly where we were and where we went, etc. No, Paul VI is saying, it's happened, it's a reality. What is happening? What does God ask of us today? It is obvious that something new is happening. This is a privileged moment. There's a man of possibility. There's a man who engenders possibility. There's a man who sends out a message to the people. Listen to this moment. Explore the possibilities. Be open to it. Approach it with creative anticipation, not rigid expectation. Now, the failure, so it seems, of many of these structures engenders rage, which sometimes turns to simple depression. you can call depression simple, sometimes turns that rage overtly, and people become violently antagonistic towards the system that has let them down, has disappointed them. It's an interesting switch in mood in society, and I think it's happening in Australia, and it has certainly happened in the United States. In the early 1960s, there was, up until that time, there was a sort of a sense you don't publicise about public figures the dirty laundry, the bad things that they've done. I can remember speaking to a journalist who was a member of the Long Island Journalist Club in New York, and he said, you know, in the early 60s, people knew what John F. Kennedy was doing, knew his womanizing, but nobody dared write about it. You didn't do that with the president, with a public figure. You didn't pull him down like that. The whole mood has changed after Vietnam, and particularly after Watergate. People are very angry that the structures have let them down, and they're starting to vent their rage, and every public figure now in the United States is fair game for anyone who wants to vent their rage, including the church. And from the information I have, the church is in for some really rough days in the United States and possibly in this country too. Because the church in any decade of any century has more than enough dirty linen to keep the muckrakers happy. That's the way the church is, the messy bride of Christ. And I would hate to be well, it is the truth. I would hate to be a bishop in the United States. There's some very, very serious things beginning to emerge. But to take one instance of this people venting rage, let's consider the Watergate phenomenon. I put it to you that Richard Nixon never did anything that thousands and thousands of politicians haven't done before him, aren't doing even now. European politicians looked at the Americans during the Watergate thing, scratched their head and said, what's the matter with you people? Why are you so obsessed about this little thing? And obsessed they were. They had bumper stickers, honk for impeachment as you go past the White House. All these cars, honk, honk. Big posters, would you buy a used car from this man, Richard Nixon? And to a large extent, Nixon happened to be just born at the wrong time. His fatal flaw was that he put everything on tape. And they found that he had lied to the people, which he had done. Wrong. Nobody can condone that. That he'd known about this break-in at Watergate. Wrong. No one can condone that. But it's interesting, the analysis of it. Why did the people hound him? Why did they cry so vehemently and angrily for vengeance? Why did they get so angry at Ford for giving him a pardon? Why were they seeking this revenge so obsessively? Interesting question to ask. One thesis which makes a lot of sense to me is put forward by Stephen R. Brown in an essay entitled Richard Nixon and the Public Conscience in Journal of Psychohistory, Volume 6, Number 1, 1978, pages 93 to 111. And he notes the function of negative idealization. We just backtrack a little bit here. You can see this happening in children. Typically, a child idolizes its parents. As Van Kamp points out, idolization generally finishes up with demonization. That is, you make someone into a god, then you realize after a time that they're not really God, so you get angry at them and you slash them down. And most children can be seen to go through that process. They turn mummy and daddy into God, and you have little kids 4 years of age playing with the neighbour down the block, and my daddy could beat your daddy with an axe. I'll bet he couldn't, not if my dad had a shotgun. Little thing, I don't know whether little girls do that, but as little boys we used to talk like that. And then you get to the point where you realise, hey, these people aren't God. You don't think that, but you just find yourself going through a period of contrasuggestibility, of arguing, of if the mother or father says it's black, you've got to say it's white. And sort of a standoff situation develops, and it's a process of demonization. It's a process of coming down to reality. And instead of demonization, Brown calls it negative idealization, whereby the electors use the public figure as a kind of a scapegoat onto whom they project their self-rage at having failed to meet their own expectations of themselves. Very interesting dynamic, that. You could see that happening all around the place, not only in public life, but we're all inclined to do that. Inner conflicts and inner rages that we can't bear to face squarely for ourselves, we put out there somewhere, and we put them onto someone else, and we can beat that other person to death. And really that's how we're dealing with our own conflict, which is not dealing with it at all. Brown writes, "The other person re-stimulates our own unresolved difficulty, and so our efforts to control the other's indiscretions are really externalized efforts to control ourselves." It ought to be noted, too, that in the United States, the American presidency has an enormous symbolic influence in their lives, far more potent than the Australian Prime Ministership. In a sense, too, that's possibly, they set themselves up for this demonising process more powerfully precisely because the idealisation process was more powerful. We don't expect our Prime Ministers to be ideal, our politicians to be ideal. So there's little chance, little reason, little possibility for the demonisation to happen as powerfully anyway. Brown suggests that in the 60s and 70s, authenticity replaced authority as an object of general idealisation in American society. Raging at Nixon for failing to be authentic and demanding that he be punished to the full, Brown suggests was a function of projection of many who were struggling with their own failed attempts to measure up to the ideal of authenticity. Now, whether or not you accept the precise arguments that Brown gives there, I think it behoves us to reflect on that whole dynamic of projection that can come when we are disappointed by ourselves, disappointed by public figures, disappointed by institutions. The church has let us down, society has let us down, so we rage. And that can produce overt, angry antagonism, or it can produce what repressed anger always produces, namely depression. Associated with disappointment is the existence of extravagant and unreal expectations. We can't help looking to the future, and typically in our society we look to the future with excessive or extravagant expectations. We expect too much of life. There is a general phenomenon, I would suggest, of extravagant expectations in our affluent Western technological societies. And this is coupled with disappointment and anger. Has to be, because if the expectations are unreal and extravagant, they're going to keep getting knocked on the head, and we're going to keep getting disappointed and angry. Daniel Boorstin, Boorstin, has written a book called The Image or What Happened to the American Dream, published by Athenaeum in 1962. He talks about these extravagant expectations in American society, but I think what he says here applies to Australian society too. He writes on page 3, "I wish to describe the world of our making," and let play in the back of your mind, if you will, in your imagination, some of the advertisements that frequently appear on our TV. Their role is, I would suggest, to evoke extravagant expectations. That's how the consumer society works. "I wish to describe the world of our making, how we have used our wealth, our literacy, our technology, and our progress to create the thicket of unreality which stands between us and the facts of life. I recount historical forces which have given us this unprecedented opportunity to deceive ourselves and to befog our experience." Herbert Fingeret has written a whole book on self-deception. The potentialities for human beings to deceive themselves are immense. Of course, America, for America read Australia, has provided the landscape and has given us the resources and the opportunity for this feat of national self-hypnosis. But each of us individually provides the market and the demand for the illusions which flood our experience. We want and we believe these illusions because we suffer from extravagant expectations. We expect too much of the world. Our expectations are extravagant in the precise dictionary sense of the word, going beyond the limits of reason or moderation. They are excessive. And incidentally, by the by, this is one reason why I would hate to be the person who has to make the final decisions apropos of the tax summit. Everybody has extravagant expectations, and all of them are going to be disappointed. You can't. The treasurer, whether you like him or not, is in a no-win situation. When we pick up our newspaper at breakfast, we expect, we even demand, that it bring us momentous events since the night before. We turn on the car radio as we drive to work and expect news to have occurred since the morning newspaper went to press. Returning in the evening, we expect our house not only to shelter us, to keep us warm in winter and cool in summer, but to relax us, to dignify us, to encompass us with soft music and interesting hobbies, to be a playground, a theatre and a bar. We expect our 2-week vacation to be romantic, exotic, cheap and effortless. And we expect a faraway atmosphere if we go to a nearby place, and we expect everything to be relaxing, sanitary and Americanized if we go to a faraway place. We expect new heroes every season, a literary masterpiece every month, a dramatic spectacular every week, a rare sensation every night. We expect everybody to feel free to disagree, yet we expect everybody to be loyal, not to rock the boat or take the Fifth Amendment. We expect everybody to believe deeply in his religion, yet not to think less of others for not believing. We expect our nation to be strong and great and vast and varied and prepared for every challenge, yet we expect our national purpose to be clear and simple, something that gives direction to the lives of nearly 200 million people, and yet can be bought in a paperback at the corner drugstore for $1. Never have people been more the masters of their environment, yet never has a people felt more deceived and disappointed. For never has a people expected so much more than the world could offer. And he goes on to say, what we need first and now is to disillusion ourselves. Fascinating. Where are we? The very experience of disappointment holds an important key to the creative use of anticipation. Having our expectations, our extravagant, our unreal expectations killed, stops us in our tracks, gives us a blessed moment within which we can look at ourselves and listen and start to open up to the future in a realistic way. In a way that is filled with real possibilities, not impossibilities. Extravagant expectations are the mistaking of the impossible for the possible. The possible for the impossible. You confuse them. We listen to these killed expectations, these experiences where we are frustrated and disappointed. It is, as it were, reality resisting our attempts at manipulation. Reality is what it is. And if we have unreal expectations, we must be disillusioned. It has to happen. We must have our anticipation purified. The experience of trust and mistrust as part of anticipation and as tending to dominate and colour our ability to anticipate the future. How we experience that early, what Erickson would call the first issue of life, will have an enormous bearing on how we open ourselves to the future, or whether we even open ourselves to the future. Whether we move towards rigid expectations, which is another way of saying I close myself off to possibility and want things to happen according to a certain schema, or whether or not we are trusting enough to open up to reality and let it happen as it will. Let me give you an example of somebody that I knew in a certain place. When she was a child, her father was an alcoholic and a violent man. And when she came home from school as a little girl, she would tentatively go inside, and if she smelled alcohol, she knew that she and her mother and brothers and sisters were in for a bad evening. If she didn't smell alcohol, she knew it was pretty safe to go in. Even now, as an adult woman, if she smells alcohol, that happens. She anticipates trouble. She gets anxious, she gets fearful. That kind of thing, and it's closely related to the whole question of memories, which we'll talk about next time, but that kind of thing indicates just how our past experience feeds into the way we are available to or not available to the future. Dealing with this kind of issue must be by way of a total therapeutic process. You can't deal with it simply as a problem of anticipation. It's a problem of memory. It's a pathology of memory, as well as a pathology of anticipation. It's also a pathology of imagination. Those kinds of people don't have the imagination to break those bounds and see other possibilities. It's also a pathology of the mind and probably a pathology of the feelings too, certainly a pathology of the feelings. However, it is possible, simply in terms of dealing with it on the basis of anticipation, to help yourself. There is a series of books published by an Australian by the name of Claire Weekes, W-E-E-K-E-S. Her bestseller, Self-Help for Your Nerves, published by Angus and Robertson in 1962, has already gone through 19 printings. Very practical, down-to-earth little book, Self-Help for Your Nerves. And she's published a whole series in that vein. Claire Weekes can be a way of dealing with what is happening as you anticipate a future event. In a particular context, I would say there are three basic things that you can do to assist yourself to work with your anticipation so that it becomes more and more formative, so that you don't preempt the future by becoming too anxious or fearful about it. In the first place, accompany yourself and listen. Supposing you're on your way to work and you get very nervous going to work. Listen to that. Accompany yourself. Ask yourself that foundational question, what is happening here? Genderland's book, Focusing, is very helpful to allow you to accompany yourself, to allow to develop that inner disposition of friendliness and hospitality. And in that process, you will become sensitive to what's real and what's unreal in this. And you'll find in any situation of anticipation that is overcome by fear and anxiety, there is something unreal. Or there is a lopsided expectation that you're not dealing with the total reality. Which raises the second point. Imagine the real. Feed in some positive facts. Supposing that you get nervous, anxious, fearful about going to a work situation. No human situation is totally negative for an adult person. Every situation has the possibility for some growth, for some movement in a positive, creative, formative sort of a way. Imaginatively, use your imagination to place yourself in that situation and deliberately feed in positive facts. Imagine the real. Don't imagine a fantasy, but imagine the real. Imagine it in a more positive light. It's a simple process, but it works. It colours, it biases, it nuances the way your disposition develops as you go towards that situation. Thirdly, keep coming back to the question, what is happening? What am I feeling? Again, you're back to number one. Keep accompanying yourself as you go through this. And you can use your journal to write about this experience. You can talk with somebody. But it's fatal, I would suggest, to simply embark upon a process of grit your teeth and get through it, because that's you're not waiting upon the situation. You're not using the possibilities that are inherent in that situation for it to be a growthful experience. Consider the lives of individuals and societies that have or do live with commitment, purpose and energy. You'll find in all of them there is a large component of creative anticipation. For example, the Jews in the Old Testament. They lived for the coming of the Messiah, and whilst ever they were able to keep in mind what they were anticipating, what their hope was, they endured enormous hardship. Viktor Frankl, again, in the concentration camps, those people who survived were those who had some sense of hope. Martin Luther King was a tremendous influence amongst the black community in the United States because he spoke of his dream. I have a dream. And it lit up the people, and they came alive. This anticipation of what can be. If there is no hope, if there was no hope for those black people, well, they would not have done that. They would have gone on the rampage. They would have been simply violent or simply depressed. Mahatma Gandhi was able to evoke enormous response in the Indian people. Why? At the prospect of a free India, at the prospect of throwing off the yoke of an oppressive colonial power. If you can elicit from people creative anticipation, hope, it's amazing the energy and the vitality and the commitment that will come out. John Kennedy, going back to him in the early 60s, was able to do this. He voiced, certainly Franklin. I'm not sure that Franklin was the originator of the phrase, but that idea, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. If you listen now to that inaugural speech of John Kennedy, it sounds rather tame, but at the time it fired the minds and the hearts of the American people. And he started off the Peace Corps, and you had young people, and that still goes, going to the ends of the world to lend their talents and do things for people who were less, who were deprived and so forth. If we can ignite that hope, evoke that sense of anticipation, it's amazing what people can do. I'd like to conclude with some question of the way, one particular way, that hope, anticipation, possibilities can be stifled in people. And I talk about this because I think it has happened often in our Catholic spirituality. And what I'm talking about is the double bind. The double bind is a communication that is contradictory, that has at the obvious level, if you like, a positive communication that is overt, that is undercut by a negative communication that is covert. And secondly, that contradictory communication is given by someone whose power and authority prevents negotiation or escape. Let us reflect on that for a moment. Supposing somebody says, and the main contenders for the ability to double bind are people like parents, priests, teachers, people who have the authority and the power to prevent negotiation and escape. Now, of course, the double binding does not work if the person you're trying to double bind doesn't accept your authority. Moment that they do. And there was a time in history, and most of us lived through it, when we did accept, we took authority, for example, and we tended to idealize authority. If the priest said, jump, when you were 2 foot in the air, you said, how high, how much further do you want me to jump? When the mother or father said, do something, you did it. When the doctor said, this is what's wrong with you, you just believed it. You took everybody in authority, anyone who had an authority position, you took their authority for granted, and you just typically did it. So that gave people tremendous power. Now, let's take some examples of the double binding process. Supposing a priest or a parent or a teacher says, and here's the positive overt communication, sex is a beautiful gift from God. Now that's accompanied by, for the sake of the example, actions, rules, comments, implied messages that say the body is evil. Sex is not really good. Now, if that double message is given by people whose authority you respect and therefore don't allow for negotiation or escape, you are very vulnerable to a double bind situation. They catch you going and coming. It's like they beckon you forward and then punch you in the stomach. It's the damned if you do, damned if you don't. You begin to feel ambivalent about all moral decisions once double bind successfully binds you. Let's take another example. By a friend or a parent. I love you. Positive, overt communication. Simple enough. However, for the sake of the example, supposing it is hedged around with unmistakable signs of anxiety and fear that point more towards possession and manipulation than love. Again, you beckon the person and punch them in the stomach. You get them going or coming. And the double bind, it's a bind because if you accept the positive communication, you're resentful because you know that that's not the real communication, but you daren't go with the covert communication because you'll feel guilty. So you're caught between resentment and guilt. Another example, this is a priest in the pulpit giving a very angry sermon. Catechesis should return to orthodoxy. What are they teaching our children in the schools? Overt communication about catechesis and orthodoxy. Covert communication, the intonations, expressions, actions that imply anger, fear, anxiety, all point to issues other than catechesis and orthodoxy. Maybe point to a message that says, I'm too insecure to reside outside a clerically dominated church, please don't upset the boat. Another example of a double bind, which happens not with a specific communication but with a general atmosphere, where you have, say, a 9, 10, 12-year-old child and a parent who is incompetent or incapable for whatever reason of fulfilling the role as parent. That puts the child in a double bind, because on the one hand he or she is the child vis-a-vis the parent, but on the other hand has to play the parent for the child. So the child is both child but not child, is parent but not parent. If you ever experience in yourself that ambivalence about moral decisions, that situation where you feel damned if you do, damned if you don't, caught going and coming. Remember last time we were talking about will, that sliding along the willfulness, willlessness. You get caught between the two. This is really a surefire way of getting a person into that. And once it gets into a person's system, it really stifles them. In its extreme form, you have scrupulosity. You have irresponsibility, the inability to make moral decisions. It closes off people's possibilities. Their ability to anticipate, to imagine possibilities other than those that have been imposed is severely impaired. They are caught. And it's an amazing thing, whenever that person, the binder, at a later date wants to press the right button, they can elicit the double bind. For example, a parent who has dominated a child, and a child who has let itself be dominated. And children are especially vulnerable to the double bind. You find when that child grows up to be, say, a 60-year-old woman, and her mother, who happens to be 86, presses the right button, she's got that 65-year-old child in a double bind straight away, and can wrap her around a little finger. The reason that I mention that and make something of an issue of it is I think it has tended to permeate our Catholic spirituality and morality. That we have been ambivalent in the way we have preached to people. And even now you'll find preachers will preach in that double binding way. Saying one thing but communicating an opposite message. Talking about God's love but communicating anger. For example, a priest that I witnessed saying Mass in the middle of the Eucharistic prayer, the night before he suffered, Jesus took the bread, said the blessing, broke the bread, gave it to his disciples, and he gave it for you too down the back if you don't mind. Now there's a man in authority, he has the backing of the church, and those people wouldn't be there if they didn't respect the authority of the church. What does that do? Creates anger and resentment, and I'm caught. Because what I'd like to do is yell back, some good Australian expletive, but I can't. I'd feel terribly guilty if I did, but angry if I don't, sort of a thing. A lot of our preaching now, I think, operates at that ambivalent level. It's not clear-cut. The gospel says, if you mean yes, say yes. If you mean no, say no. And the important thing there is about this whole double bind is we all do it. A very, very simple and more or less harmless example of it is like, wouldn't you like to close that window? See, what it seems like saying is, it's a double message, contradictory. What it's really saying is, I'd like to close that window and I'd like you to do it for me. Wouldn't you like to go down the street for Mummy and get the groceries? And the kid's not really in a position to say no, because children aren't supposed to be disobedient. But it's the way out of the double bind, the simple way out, is to reject the authority of the person. And this is what a lot of people do with the church. They simply refuse to have anything more to do with the institutional church. They don't want that power coming into their lives anymore. It's damaged them so much. Another way, I'd say a more creative way, is to stand up, to confront the double binder and name reality. Question the communication. What's happening here? What is it that you really want? You just said, wouldn't you like me to close that window or open that window? Do you want the window closed? Is that what you want? Oh, no, I just thought you might have wanted it closed. No, I don't want it closed. Manipulators will use this, and you can't win with a manipulator. The best you can do is to name reality and stand your ground, be firm in your mind what's happening, even if you let the manipulator manipulate you. Sometimes, for the sake of peace, that's what has to happen. Unfortunately, say with elderly parents who have over a period of 50, 60 years become quite masterful at manipulating their children, even their grown children. Yeah, it's much easier to play the game. Some people will sit down and talk and say, look, when you do this, this is what I think is happening, Mum or Dad. There's a game going on here. Oh, I wouldn't do that to you, darling. No, I'm not saying you're deliberately doing it, but that's what's happening. So that when it does come up, you look at them and smile and wink, and here we go again, playing the game. It's a way of naming reality in a fairly compassionate, gentle sort of a way. It happens in religious communities, it happens in marriages, it happens in workplaces, it happens all over the place wherever human being. It's that whole business. We can't live with raw reality, so we dress it around with all kinds of machinations and equivocations and dissemblings. We won't come out and say yes when we mean yes, no when we mean no. I think we might leave it there and throw it open to comment or reflection. Let us begin with a meditation from the book of Genesis, chapter 9, verses 12 through 17. And God said, "This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for all future generations. I set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the water shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the clouds, I will look upon it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth." God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth." Living God, we praise your name. Bless us as we set about the work to get to know you, to know ourselves, so that we might participate more powerfully in your loving and wise plan. Tonight, as we meditate on the wonderful gift of memory, we ask you to bless our memories, heal our memories, anoint us with your Spirit, enliven our memories so that we can always live in remembrance of your covenant, the covenant sealed in the blood of your Son. We pray for the coming of his kingdom in the words that he has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic this evening is memory. And as we are trying to orient ourselves in a fairly practical, concrete sort of a way during these lectures. The first lecture will be given over to a discussion of memory as such, the second to a more practical application of memory. You will notice in the titles that I've used throughout this part of the course, I've spoken of the mind and the will and anticipation and putting anticipation to work and putting the will to work and putting memory to work. Next week, putting imagination to work. I've used those expressions deliberately to recall the theme that we established right at the very beginning of this course, that we are about the business of work. That the whole process of life formation does not just happen automatically, it involves work. It involves labor. Using the memory in a formative way involves deliberately, thoughtfully approaching the subject and working to foster memory. As it does, indeed, involve fostering anticipation, or fostering the mind, or fostering the will, or fostering imagination. We've said with each of these intra-formative powers, these powers that enable us to internally process reality, that they are all interdependent and complementary. You never have one, for example the mind or the will, operating independently, in isolation from the others. And thus, as we reflect on memory, we are talking about an interdependent, complementary process. This power always works together with, especially imagination, but also mind and will, and also feeds into anticipation. As we talk about it on its own, there is always the possibility that we will begin to absolutize it and start to think of memory as if it was the internal process. Just take note of that. It's quite likely to happen. Be aware of it. It is an interdependent, one part of the whole context of formation. Memory, in the most broadest description we can give of it, a working definition, memory is the power to appropriate the past. The power to allow the past to gain access to the present. It is the active influence of the past on now. It is, in a sense, the past made present. Memory is always operative at all levels of consciousness, with varying degrees of emotional intensity. And paradoxical as it may sound, your memory is even operating when you don't remember. Sometimes we have to jog our memories and it will yield up the past to us. There was, for example, a fascinating case a number of years ago in the United States in which a couple of men hijacked a busload of children. They pulled a car up in front of the bus, stopped it, got on board, and they either kicked the driver off or he escaped. But these two men took the bus to a lonely place, buried it in a pit, so they made an underground sort of a house. It was the most stupid thing to do. And they were going to demand a ransom. The police got in touch with the bus driver, he got in touch with them, and he couldn't, for his life, remember even the colour of the car, let alone the number plate. So he thought. They put him under hypnosis, and wouldn't you know, he remembered the number plate of the car. And then they easily tracked down these two people and dug up the bus with all the children in it. Fairly simple process. We remember even what we don't remember. Nothing goes unnoticed by the organism. Every experience changes us, is recorded, has its effect, is there, even when we don't seem to recall it. There are a couple of illusions that we typically operate under, perhaps not so much now, but we used to. One was the illusion of the tabula rasa with respect to people coming into religious congregations. Here you had this young woman or young man turns up at the doorstep of the novitiate, and you treat them as if they don't have any past history. And they're just one more unit that go in with the other 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. They go through the cookie cutter and they come out nun, priest, brother, whatever. I'm being a little bit simplistic, but it was sort of like that. What it ignored was the whole process of formation that had gone on over the years. That here, standing on the doorstep, you have an enormous comet's tail of memory. Don't be mistaken by the smiling, sweet face, the honest desire to serve God and people. Yes, that's marvellous. But just step aside and let me have a look at the comet's tail that you're bringing with you into our novitiate. Because you and the 20 or 30 other people have all got your comet's tails, and they're going to get horribly tangled up. And the longer you go on, if you've got an enormous comet's tail, by the time you're 30, 40, 50, 60 years of age, you could be a real difficulty for us with all your memories. The need to take note of memories, we've become very much aware of that in recent years. The same applies, I think, with marriage situations. Can you remember Father Van Kaam saying to me once how generations of people, and it can apply to individuals within the one biological family or within the one communal family, will pass on to the next neurotic patterns of behaviour. And that can only be broken when one group or one person in one generation stands back and says, what's happening here? And they begin to break out of it and maybe get help from outside to break the repeating cycle, or history breaks it apart. But you'll get situations where people will say, oh, well, he's going to make a clean start of it now, you know, this is fine, or she's an adult, she doesn't have to be like her parents. Everyone brings with them into adulthood their family. Everyone brings with them the memories that they have experienced, even if they don't remember those memories. They're there. Another illusion that often operates with people is found in the sayings like, let bygones be bygones, forgive and forget. You get on with your life, don't worry about that, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of truth in that, but there's also a good deal of error. You can't forget, literally. And we'll come back to that when we talk about the practical side of putting memory to work. What we can do is work with and through a memory so that instead of being with us in a deformative way, it can be with us in a formative way. But you can't just dismiss memories. You can't just repress them, ignore them. They will be there. Memory will operate within your life. Whether it operates formatively or deformatively is a question that's over to each and every one of us. Looking at the aspects of memory, and I'm not completely satisfied with the names that I've given them in the notes there, dividing memory into bodily functional and transcendent memory. However, they'll do as labels for the time being, and it may be that you, as you reflect on this, can come up with better names for them. There's nothing sacrosanct about these titles. They are completely negotiable. Bodily functional memory we share with the animals. Transcendent memory is uniquely human. What do we mean by bodily functional memory? It is the basis of habit and routine in our lives. The ability of the organism to store information learned and make that information available for behavior in the present moment. Bodily functional memory may be either formative or deformative. Some simple examples of bodily functional memory at work is the ability to walk. There was a time when you had to learn to walk, but now the organism remembers how to walk. You don't have to think about it when you get up out of bed in the morning, you just walk. At a slightly more sophisticated level, the bodily functional memory of social ritual. Every day you engage in dozens and dozens of social rituals, non-reflectively, routinely, habitually. The total organism, the bodily functional dimension of your life, just remembers all those things. That when you're walking along the street and you meet a friend, you smile. You don't have to stop and think, well, what do I do here? Think of it for a moment. If you didn't have memory, if you didn't have the power of memory, you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't even get outside the front door of your house. You need bodily functional memory. Skills such as typing. Just about any functional skill, writing, typing, any job that involves functional skills at all, involves some element of memory that you presume. You don't even think twice about. This is where you get a really skilled person. They make it look so easy. The memory functions so well for them. Now that's looking at it in a formative sort of a way. Memory can also, bodily functional memory can also function in a deformative way. For example, if early on in your life you learn bad eating habits, or you learn bad habits of posture, bad habits of reading, bad habits of study. There are many different bad habits. Or if, like me, you learn to type with 2 or 3 fingers, you'll probably find it extraordinarily difficult, excruciatingly difficult to learn to touch type, to learn to type properly, because you picked up bad memory habits that simply operate, even without you desiring them to operate. It occurs to me, if you recall our discussion of the forms that the self takes, memory has a lot to do with the core self. We call those levels of form. The self takes the actual form, that is, if you like, the condensation in any moment of the self, the way you appear, the way you come into life now. That is constituted and underpinned by various forms of the self: the apparent form, your appearance; the current form, that phase of life you're in; at the deeper level, the core form, those more or less enduring attitudes and dispositions and inclinations and likes and dislikes that you acquired very early on in life and will be with you more or less until the day you die. The organism remembers all those things. They are with you, they are in you, they are operating. And underlying that, of course, the foundational life form, which is a sort of an absolute memory, a remote memory that with which you are born. The 13th century mystic Hadowich, Hadewijk, from the lowlands, one of the Beguines. There's an excellent book in the Paulist Western Classics series on her writings. She wrote magnificent poetry, mystical poetry, love poetry. One of the things she talks about is memory, and also Richard of St. Victor in the 12th century. And the fathers of the church spoke of the image and likeness as, if you like, a memory that is within us, so that when that is revealed to us, it's like, aha, I knew there was something. You remember the memory that God has put in you. The revelation that you're made in the image and likeness of God touches that. That memory is part of the very continuity and the coherence of the self. You could not live without it. An important factor to remember about memory is that it's programmable as bodily functional. And it's reprogrammable. An example of programming memory is learning to type, learning to play a piano. You just program the memory. Learning a foreign language, you learn it off by heart. Behavior therapists use this by noting that many of our memories are disruptive to our behavior, and by reprogramming the memories, which are at the basis of stimulus response, the organism remembers how this stimulus stirred up a certain reaction and just keeps repeating the action. If you can break that stimulus response pattern, in some cases, it can help to change behavior. It occurs to me that brainwashing has a lot to do with memory. If you can destroy a person's memory, you can direct, orient, brainwash them. By, for example, setting up an environment where you deny them sleep, where you set up a very, very unpredictable process in their life, where you take them out of a jail cell. They don't know whether they're going down to be questioned, and if they are going to be questioned, whether it's by that man who comes in and who's very nice, or by the man who comes in and beats you up, or whether you're going to be taken down and fed, or whether you're going to be taken out and shot. If you keep a person in that kind of an environment, the memory that enables you to function and comfortably and easily move into the next moment becomes completely destroyed, because you don't. There's nothing to base the anticipation on. Last week we discussed anticipation. Anticipation is grounded in memory, needs memory. If there is no memory, you can't have anticipation. Nobody is completely without memory, even a person who is amnesic. It's always more or less. Looking at the transcendent power of memory as a life-forming process, and here this is one label that I'm not real happy with, because the notion of transcendent implies immediately something formative, I think. But what I'm trying to say by the word transcendent is that we as uniquely human have the capacity to move beyond, to give meaning, to create a wider context within which the thing remembered, the remembering process, is situated. Perhaps a better word would be something like reconstituting or reconfiguring or even interpreting. Because you reflect on it. What happens when you remember something is not simply that you clearly, objectively recall all the facts. You never do. You never do. You recall more or less objectively the facts, but with a subjective bias. This is why barristers can have a field day with people giving evidence in a courtroom. Because no one is ever absolutely 100% totally perfectly sure that they've remembered exactly what happened. You can't be. It's humanly impossible. That transcendent aspect of memory is all the time rearranging the past. That gives us a fantastic insight, because if it's doing that, it is possible to stand back and rearrange the rearranging. It's possible to enter into that process and use it in a formative, creative sort of a way. Take an example of two people from the one family. Supposing it was a family in the Depression, where things were particularly tough. The family was destitute. Person A remembers the situation in terms of the tremendous dedication of mother and father, the fantastic love, the inspiring togetherness of the community, the neighbours, the great faith that emerged. Person A remembers it. The memory of that reality is very positive for that person. Person B, who happens to be person A's brother or sister, remembers it in terms of the fact that we never had enough to eat, that I always had to go to school with clothes on that were tatty and the other kids used to laugh at me, that there was a lot of tension in the house, that I never got to go away on holidays like the other kids, etc., etc., etc. The two people are remembering exactly the same reality? Yes, no. We tend to rearrange reality. We remember it in a nuanced, biased sort of a way. That's what the memory does. That's the nature of memory. It doesn't simply reproduce the past. It appropriates it, but it appropriates it in a meaning-giving. It situates it in a context more than was actually present there. By the notion of transcendent, too, I wish to indicate that it is possible in that remembering process to open up to a much wider, broader horizon of the more than, of the transcendent with a capital T. When we see things within the context of that broader horizon, they are relativized. Something we'll come back to a few times here this evening is the absolutizing instinct. And we'll also talk about it when we come to talk about imagination. The instinct that we all seem to have to turn relative things into absolute things. For example, one experience of the past is remembered as a dominant experience. I remember what Father O'Flaherty did to me and my family in 1926, and I have never been back to the church since. Absolutizing instinct. One memory sticks in his craw and dominates life. How often that happens. How often the absolutizing instinct moves in, and the memory, instead of being a formative process, gives life, sets free, enhances, prepares us to anticipate the future, becomes something that hems us in and constricts us and binds us and ties us down and can make us very bitter, death-dealing people. The transcendent dimension of memory enables us to take a memory, any memory, and to do what Viktor Frankl says is the possibility of every human being. No matter how badly you are treated, no matter how limiting a situation is, you always have the ability to choose an attitude towards it. That is one freedom you always maintain. You always have the ability to choose an attitude towards a given memory that is appropriated from the past. An experience that you once had that you now remember. You can choose an attitude towards it, and that is the key to using it formatively. It is precisely this power that enables an apparently negative or death-dealing experience to become a positive, life-giving experience. For the adult human being, no event, no memory is ever necessarily deformative. For the adult, every event, every memory is potentially formative, life-giving. Just a little note here with regard to memory and mental and emotional disturbance. One of the things that lets people down and allows them to become emotionally disturbed and mentally disturbed is memory. A failure of formative memory. In other words, the memory perhaps becomes absolutized, perhaps becomes locked in as simply bodily functional, and they lose that ability to reconfigure, to reconstruct, to recreate, to participate in the memory process, to participate in the reconfiguring of past events. Instead of doing that, they become locked in. The past event is simply there, and I remember it, and isn't it awful, and I wished I could get it out of my system. And they don't realize that they have access to that. They can participate in the creation of that. It's a fantastic power that is there at our disposal. We are not the victims of our memory, just the same as we are not the victims of our mind, or our will, or our anticipation, or our imagination. This transcendence possibility is always there, the ability to stand back, to locate the experience within the context of the mystery, the wider horizon, and to reflect upon it in that way. The past is the past, and it is unchangeable as the past. But the past, as remembered, is changeable. Very interesting, very functional, very practical little principle to remember. The past, as the past, is unchangeable. Don't try and change it, you can't. The past, as remembered, is changeable. The past, as it is being appropriated, as it is being reconstructed by this power of memory, is accessible to me, is changeable by me. And here it occurs to me there is something most fascinating and perplexing about the human creature. When you begin to look at these extraordinary powers that we have, you've got to stop and say, my God, what an incredible, complex, mysterious creature this thing, human, is. This human being that I am. The power to think, the power to choose, the power to anticipate, the power to remember, the power to imagine. Phenomenal powers. Incomprehensible, elusive, ambiguous, potentially very, very formative and life-enhancing, but just as potentially very, very deformative and death-dealing. Fantastic to contemplate. And one of the extraordinary things that happens when I suspect people begin to unconsciously savor the powers that are available to them. Abraham Maslow, and we mentioned this last week, I believe, when we talked about anticipation, mentions the Jonah syndrome. Remember, he posits the thesis that people are afraid of their potential. Recall the description of life crises. Remember, the process that typically a life crisis goes through is there's a dying, a death, in which you experience a lot of questions, no answers. You experience negative feelings like anger, frustration, anxiety, guilt, grief, mourning, more or less, depending on how significant the crisis is. There's a parting of the ways. Something is dying, but something is being chosen if we enter into the crisis. And what we are choosing is the death. We say, yes, I want that to die, because, yes, I want the rebirth. I want new life, and the new life can't come unless I enter into the death. Now, the fascinating thing is this. You've all met people like this who get hooked on death, who find negative experience to be a kind of a source of security. Ever seen the Peanuts cartoon with the little character's got the security blanket? And children do this, they have a little teddy bear or a doll or something or other, and it provides them with security. Amazing thing about some human beings, find their security and identity in being hurt. Clinging on to bitter memories, refusing to work through them, to face up to them, to go through the death process and come through to life. Why would a person rather live death than come through to life? My answer to that is, I don't know. It's crazy, but people do. People will cling to answers. I think one reason is that it gives you an out. If I can always say, the reason I don't go to Mass or don't do anything religious is because of Father O'Flaherty back in 1928, it saves me the trouble. I mean, I'm not accountable, am I? I'm not responsible. Father O'Flaherty is. He's the one. So I cling to my bitter little memory, my grudge, my regret, my resentment. So instead of going through the death process, saying, yes, I don't know who was to blame, maybe both of us, probably both of us, maybe him, maybe me, who cares? I work through that memory. I try to reconstruct my meaning, my appropriating of the past, and I allow a rebirth to happen. It's a fascinating thing why we would choose death rather than life, but we do it. Bernard of Clairvaux gives a fascinating insight here in his Steps of Humility and Pride. He talks about the process of humility and growing in humility as linked with the process of coming to a knowledge of the truth. And the first truth that you must come to a knowledge of is yourself. And a person who does not know herself or himself is not likely to have compassion for herself or himself. And a person who does not have compassion for herself or himself cannot have compassion for others. Bernard of Clairvaux asks, how can you weep for the sins of others if you've never wept for your own sins? Put in the context of our discussion here, how can you possibly have compassion for people when you forget who you are? A messy, broken, needy creature. Getting to know yourself and never forgetting who you are, what you are, is really the basis of reaching out to other people. The ability to live in remembrance, to call to mind the memory. Liturgy is, if you like, ritualized memory. The Eucharist, do this in memory of me. The Jewish people have a profound appreciation for the power of memory. You will often hear them speak about the Holocaust and keep it up in front of people's faces in our time. Don't forget. Don't forget. Remember. We remember. And in the Jewish appreciation, as indicated throughout the Old Testament and even today, memory plays such an important part. And it's very insightful, because when people lose their memory, they lose their roots. And when they lose their roots, lose the sense of where they've come from, they'll lose the sense of where they're going to. It's not surprising, and certainly not without significance in our time, where there's a growing interest in genealogy and finding roots and tracing family trees. In 1976, to that point, the TV show that attracted the biggest number of viewers was the Alex Haley's Roots, in the winter of 76, I believe it was. What is it about that kind of a thing that is so fascinating, that draws people, that attracts people? It struck a chord not only in the black people, but in the other various ethnic groups in the United States. I would suggest in this time of transition and turmoil and uprootedness, it is, if you like, a cry for roots, a cry for anchorage, a cry for some contact, deeper contact with reality, a desire to awaken memory. Memory is our link with the past, gives us our sense of continuity and coherence. Without memory, we lose that. The liturgy, passing on the faith, being a religious person, establishing a Christian context within which we live and within which we raise our children, has everything to do with memory, with living in remembrance. I mentioned here, I believe a week or so back, the question of prayer. I would rather talk about fostering a lifestyle of prayerfulness rather than teaching people how to pray, rather than talking about exercises of prayer. And another way of talking about a prayerful lifestyle is a lifestyle of remembrance, where you constantly remember where you remember who you are, where you remember what the world is, where you remember the mystery, where you never forget what is happening in the cosmos all the time, where you are constantly alert, where your power to appropriate the past allows you to enter into the present with a great appreciation for mystery, with a great appreciation for the continuity of life, for the purpose and the orientation of life. It gives you a grounding, it gives you a solidity. Let us leave it there and throw it open for comment or question. Looking at our second lecture for tonight, putting the memory to work, and we'll take up a lot of the issues that we began to open up there in our discussion. First of all, considering the memory as potentially deformative or formative. It can be more or less cohesive, grounding, liberating, life-enhancing, or more or less disintegrative, uprooting, enslaving, and death-dealing. It is a power that operates. It's constantly actualizing itself. How it operates, how formatively or how deformatively, to a large extent, depends on us. The primary disposition that we bring to the whole question of memory is the one that we've been emphasizing all along, that of participation in the mystery and surrendering to the mystery and opening up to that wider view of life as being a process of a saving God working lovingly and wisely with his people. Looking at the bodily functional memory and practical ways to use that aspect of memory. And really we're not talking about two kinds of memory. We're talking about memory as working in a bodily functional way and memory as working in a more transcendent way. It's the same power. We emphasize that the bodily functional memory is programmable and therefore reprogrammable. Just by the by, I think there is a danger of approaching education and learning in a manner that takes the memory only as a bodily functional process. For example, the bodily functional memory is the basis of routine and habit. You can rote learn something so you remember it in a bodily functional way, so you can rattle it off, but you don't remember it in that transcendent way, in that reinterpreting, reconstructing, reassigning of meaning sort of a way. I fear that the approach to passing on the faith that was done by way of the catechism, question, answer, rote learning, did run the risk at times of becoming memory that was bodily functional, rote learning, which begets routineism. Really, we share that with the animals. Let us not forget that. A cockatoo can be trained to repeat things. A very interesting story a friend of mine told me about. Her mother had a cockatoo. In the place where they lived, they had an alleyway down beside their house, and this cockatoo used to sit on a perch out the front, and they'd trained it to say various things, some of them not terribly pleasant. Anyway, there was I don't think the grandmother had done the training, someone else had. But there was a storm this afternoon and quite a lot of wind around, and the cockatoo was blown off its perch and was rolling down the alleyway, and as it rolled, it was saying, "Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh," each time it rolled over. It was using the word appropriately, remembered it, bodily functional. There has to be something more to human remembrance than that. And it is possible for us to get into that rote, that routineism. It is possible, for example, for the liturgy to become that way, for a priest to celebrate the sacred Eucharist by way of a bodily functional remembrance. It becomes routineism, functionalism, getting it done. You can tell by the tone of voice, by the movement of the body, by the posture, everything that the person does indicates that this is rote, this is routine. There's no sense, there's no measure of the transcendent there. In the way this person moves, in the way this person speaks, there is no sense of mystery about it. So that when we talk about memory, that is, it is a danger that we just slip into bodily functional memory. But let us not forget that aspect of memory. The tools of bodily functional memory, programming and reprogramming, are repetition and association. Unlike other animals, human beings are instinctually poor, maybe poverty-stricken. Like a cat typically knows that you don't go near the water. Most animals know that you don't put your hand in the fire. Human beings, human animals, have to be taught so that they learn to remember that. They have to use memory in a way that instinct serves other animals. Some human beings have greater aptitude for bodily functional memory than other people. Greater aptitude in some areas. For example, you could explain to me how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the piano with one finger. If you were a good teacher, you could teach me that. But that's about as far as you'd get, and you'd have to explain it to me again next week because I wouldn't remember it. Whereas I have a brother who can play by ear, both hands, any tune that you name. And he just remembers it. I can remember being in the seminary with a fellow too. He's still with us, Kevin Bates. You may know Kevin. Extremely musical fellow. Well, I would say to Kevin, we'd sit down in the recreation room, do you know such and such a tune, Kev? And Kev would say, no, I don't think I do. How's it go? So I'd whistle flat, and he'd listen, he'd pick up the tune, and away he'd go, and he'd never forget it. Some people have a great aptitude for languages. They just remember grammar, constructions, words, whereas another person can slave and never remember it. So that bodily functional memory is not the same for all people. It is programmable or not programmable in different ways. I think we have a problem in contemporary Western society because we have developed what Edward T. Hall calls extensions that take the place of memory. It's not uncommon today, for example, for kids to take into the classroom, the exam room, computers, calculators, mini computers. Now that saves a lot of memory work. We don't seem to prize memory very much in our learning process as much as we might have done in an age where we didn't have those extensions. William Barclay, in one of his books, when writing about the young Jewish man in ancient Israel, when being trained, one of the analogies they used was that the young man's memory had to be like a cistern which held every drop of water that went into it. They were expected to remember, for example, the Mishnah, which is a large book of interpretations of the law. Throughout the Church's history, through the medieval times, monks would learn off huge slabs of sacred scripture, like all the Psalms. Occasionally they would do that, and recite them every day. We are staggered at the fantastic memories when we look back at these people. In Russia, when Solzhenitsyn was under a cloud when he lived there, people learnt his books off by heart so they wouldn't be lost. It's possible, it can be done by training the memory. There was a fellow came to visit us in the seminary. He had been an intelligence agent for the British during the Second World War. And he did some fantastic little games, experiments with it. He could come into a room and remember everything in that room. You test him. And he could just close his eyes and name everything and describe it in detail everywhere in the room, where everybody was sitting and what they looked like. Why? Because he had a good memory? Not so much because he had a good memory, but he trained it. That's bodily functional memory at work. It's repetition and association. Simple matter of remembering somebody's name. It's fascinating why we forget names and how we forget names. But one simple technique for remembering names is to repeat it. And repeat it in association with the person's face. And even write it down with a little description of the person, if you want to go to that much trouble. It's very interesting, too, to remember a name. If you've ever had the experience, it's on the tip of my tongue. Try this sometime. Go through the alphabet slowly. A, B. And it's quite amazing when you strike the letter that's the beginning of that person's name, that's it. Or you might fumble half it out, somebody says, yeah, and they finish it off. That whole program ability of the memory is a fascinating thing that we ought to put to work and use. And I would suspect that in our society we don't use it enough, especially with younger people coming through. This bodily functional aspect of memory can be used very effectively in developing a prayer life and ritual. Evelyn Underhill, in one of her books, makes a distinction when she talks about worship and ritual. She says it has two components, one of which is habit, the other is attention. And I think they are analogous to what we are talking about when we talk about bodily functional memory, which I would say applies to habit, and attention, which applies more to the ability of the memory to reconstruct, to reconstrue, to reconfigure what is happening, to pay attention. In prayer, in worship, you need to have some basic habit routine about it. If you are constantly wondering what's going to happen next and trying to make things happen, that is, excluding memory, excluding process, excluding habit and routine, you're going to be detracting from attention. One of the problems, I think, with our current liturgy, and I don't see any easy way around it, is precisely that we haven't established sufficient memory. We haven't established sufficient habit and routine, good, deep, rich habit and routine. Whatever else the Roman Mass prior to the Vatican Council lacked, you couldn't say it lacked a sense of worship. There was a deep sense of mystery about it. Everybody knew anywhere in the world exactly what was going to happen. There was a habit and a routine. Now, it's possible that habit and routine can become routinism and ritualism and lose its value then as a basis for attention and worship and contemplation. But if you don't have habit and routine, you can't possibly hope to have contemplation and attention. With respect to personal private prayer, I think that ought not be missed. The possibility, or perhaps even the real need, to set up within yourself a bodily functional memory so that, in a sense, you can take something for granted when you go to prayer. Meister Eckhart, for example, whose book we mentioned there, Breakthrough, Matthew Fox's book, talks about the value of stillness, of learning to be still, of keeping bodily stillness, so that when you go to prayer, the organism remembers the stillness and the environment, and it elicits images and processes, and you just relax, and on the basis of that, you can pay attention. That's how contemplation emerges. In the Eastern Church, they have the tradition of the Jesus prayer, which is very, very strong. The Jesus prayer has various formulations, the longest one being, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Variations might be, Lord Jesus, have mercy. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a sinner. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy, etc. Vary it around. It hinges around the power of the name of Jesus. And it is a response to the call to pray constantly. Now, what is supposed to happen in practicing the Jesus prayer is that you say it over and over and over and over and over and over again, so it becomes so embedded in the bodily functional memory, you don't have to worry about saying it anymore. It says itself. And all you need to do is pay attention while it goes. And it works. It does happen. They talk about the movement from the lips and the tongue back into the intellect and then into the mind of the heart. And people who've practiced the Jesus prayer will tell you that, for example, if you wake up at night or you get up in the morning, you'll find it's going. It's there. It just happens. It repeats itself. That is a function of memory. That is the power of the bodily functional memory to use information, once put in it, programmed into it, to keep going. Now, just the routine repetition of the Jesus prayer is not prayer as such. It is, like any programmed memory, just a repeating routine. But it can form the basis of a prayerfulness, of that remembrance about which we spoke in the last lecture, which reminds you, reminds us of who we are and what we are about. Interesting, if you try it, you'll find that you go through a time in developing that prayer that is somewhat effortful,
and perhaps confusing, and perhaps preoccupies you with the words and the saying of it, and it gets a little bit annoying and a little bit heavy after a while. My own experience was doing that. I got so tired of doing it, I gave it away, but I found I was too late because it had caught on. And it just happens. It's quite a fascinating thing, quite fascinating. Looking at transcendent memory. And here is where we get more into that which is uniquely human, and that which is more fascinating but more elusive. There is something sort of straightforward about memory as bodily functional, as programmable and as reprogrammable. Memory as transcendent is not reprogrammable and programmable, not in the same way. It's changeable. It provides the openness, the possibility for us to do things with memory that can be very creative, very, very formative. It is the distinctively human ability to recall past events within a wider context of meaning. To open up the process of appropriating the past to other possibilities, to a wider horizon, so that we go through that reconstituting, that remembering the past within the context of the mystery. And there's a twofold process happens here. As you are remembering, the reconstituting, the giving of meaning to the past event is happening. That's what memory initially is. But then at a second phase, as you reflect on that, you can change the process of remembering so that you can reconstitute the reconstituting. You can change the meaning-giving process. So we say you can change the memory as remembered. You can't change the past as past. You can change the past as remembered. It gives you the possibility of meditatively recalling past events as you remember them, getting some distance from them, listening to them, dialoguing with them, allowing them to lend shape to your life in a creative and a formative way. It gives you the possibility of ensuring that any memory, or at least promoting the possibility that any memory can contribute to your life rather than detract from it. Here, I suggest you try, if you haven't already tried this, a little experiment that is not uncommon these days. It has emerged particularly strongly out of the Gestalt therapy movement and also in charismatic renewal. When you remember in this way, in this, as it were, reflective, meditative mode, you wait upon your remembering of the past experience, include some people who weren't actually there in your memory. And here we introduce the notion of imagination. It's a little premature since we haven't dealt with it yet, but just for the sake of the example, Matthew and Dennis Lynn, the Lynn brothers have written a book, Healing Life's Hurts. They indicate some of these experiences, and they've also put out some tapes giving exercises. But I can remember Father Francis McNutt, when he was out here, I think it was January 77, told of an example of an adult woman who as a child had had a traumatic experience with an intruder coming into the house, coming into her bedroom and attempting to assault her. Now she was taken back to that situation in her memory, imaginatively. Go back to the room. Do you see the bedroom as it was? Okay. Yes, where are you? I'm under the bed. It's a frightening experience. The man is in the room. Okay. Let Christ be there. See Jesus Christ there. Let him do what he will. And as she relived the memory in this reconstituting sort of a way, Christ bent under the bed and lifted up the bed covers and took her by the hand and said, "Come on out, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine." Introduced her to the intruder, and then took them both outside and introduced them to the parents, and they sat down and had a cup of tea together. All this in the imagination. Fantastic? Yeah, literally. But it's true, and it works. It works. It is the healing possibility that is there. Now, you can also introduce new facts, new possibilities. It doesn't have to be Christ that you introduced. I'd suggest that introducing Christ is particularly powerful because in the Christian psyche, Christ is a powerful symbol. And the symbol of compassion, the symbol of healing. But that can happen because memory can be reconstituted. It is not fixed.
The past as past is not changeable. The past as remembered is changeable. In a sense, Christ was not physically, visibly present in that past event. But why can't you include him in the remembering of it? And in fact, you can in your imagination. And it alters the way you then remember the event. It alters the way that event, through your memory, affects your life now and prepares you for the future. Another aspect that's involved in this is, supposing there was a hurtful experience that happened when you were 4, 6, 10, or 14, and now you are 44 or 56 or whatever, you've got all those intervening years of acquired wisdom, of accumulated maturity to bring back and reflect on that experience. So that whereas the frightened little girl or the frightened little boy with no help had to endure the experience on his or her own at that time, now you can come back and bring all your resources and bring as many people as you like to live through the experience again. It doesn't have to be just this frightened little person on his or her own. It may be, I would suggest, helpful on those occasions, if it is a particularly traumatic or hurtful experience, to do it with another person, a person whom you trust. And for goodness sake, if you are going to do that with another person, make sure you don't choose a compulsive rescuer. Compulsive rescuers replicate our repressive processes. It is precisely the rescuer that you don't want. You don't want to be rescued from this. You've been trying to rescue yourself from it for years and years and years. What you don't need is someone who's going to confirm your rescuing deformative processes. You need someone who can allow you, through a trusting environment and support, to face up to it. Someone who probably has practiced, say, the focusing process, who knows what it is to leave well enough alone and to wait, who has sensitivity to the kinds of questions that might be well asked, as well as the ability to remain silent and let the person go. And it's amazing when you start to remember things, when you let the memory work in conjunction with imagination, the way it can do its own healing power. And this is the kind of thing we were talking about before, that the human organism is a magnificently complex bundle of powers, and all you need to do is provide the possibilities and watch what it does. And it can do quite remarkable work. A specific kind of experience that we can carry with us concerns that of forgiveness. And one of the illusions that many of us labour under is that forgiveness involves feeling good about somebody. That you haven't really forgiven until you feel good about that person. Which I say simply is not true. Virtue and goodness involve free choice. And I would speak of forgiveness in terms of, A, negatively, at least not intending revenge. And B, positively, at least intending that God's mercy and justice be present here. That God's will be done. Now, does that mean you're going to feel great about this? Not necessarily at all. Does that mean that forgiveness is present? Yes, I would say so. The spirit of forgiveness is there. Even if you still feel guilty about it, even if you still feel problems with it, you need to face those feelings. But don't identify the feeling world with the world of virtue. They are not the same. This is the problem that people get caught up in with wholeness and holiness. There is an essential difference. It may be helpful when seeking to forgive someone or seeking perhaps reconciliation of one kind or another, to actually come to that person and talk with that person. That may be helpful. But it may be premature to do it at this moment. You might both be so angry that to come together and try to talk about it is ridiculous. You need space, you need time. Or it may simply not be helpful. One of the great lessons for human beings living together is to know when to leave well enough alone. Don't fix it if it works, if it ain't broke. In community life, some people get so concerned to try to be so thoroughly honest and so thoroughly authentic and so thoroughly truthful with each other that they never get round to simple living. They're constantly seeking to talk to you about something and set things right. You know, were you upset, or I was upset? I'd really like to apologise. For God's sake, get on with life, you know. Sometimes it's not really helpful. Sometimes it's not possible. Like when the person's dead. Well, I mean, some people, for example, have difficulties with regard to forgiveness, say, with a parent who has died. And some people operate under the illusion that in anticipation, the problem will be solved when my mother dies. I won't have to forgive then. My father dies. We have a way, because of memory, of carrying our families with us. Our parents live on in us. And the whole question of forgiveness applies as much to the dead as it does to the living. But again, it is not a question of feeling good about them. It is a question of intention. Now, what about those feelings, however? I'm not saying they're unimportant. They are very important because they have power. They're part of memory. They have power to be formative or deformative in our lives. What I would say is acknowledge them, name them, focus on them, listen to them, dialogue with them, try to work with them as honestly as one can, and then get on with life. Live. Some people go round and round and round and round and round over this whole question of forgiveness and keep persecuting themselves because they haven't yet forgiven. And what it amounts to is that they've got a lot of feelings that yet have not been resolved. That's a different issue from forgiveness. Face the feelings, acknowledge them and work through them, yes. But if you're talking about forgiveness, if you're talking about virtue, think in terms of choosing the good. Have you chosen the good to the best of your ability, as you are able at this moment? Well, if you have, there's the forgiveness. It's in the intention not to seek revenge, I would say, and to seek God's will in this, God's justice and mercy in this situation. Remember, with respect to our lives, that our joy, our confidence, our hope as Christians does not come from our success in virtuous striving, nor does it come from our success in feeling good about life. It comes from our knowledge that our Redeemer lives. It comes from our knowledge that Jesus Christ has conquered sin and death, that Christ has died, Christ is risen, Christ will come again. And that confidence, that joy, that hope is perfectly consonant with feeling bad about a relationship with somebody, about feeling as though there are some things that I need to look at in my life. My confidence, my joy, my hope do not come from my success, my triumphs, my mastery, my conquering. They come from my knowledge, my faith in the Lord Jesus, who conquered sin and death. Finally, the classics, the memory of the church, the memory of the community. Remembering by participating in the communal memory. And here we have the liturgy is one aspect of that. And here I would suggest that the memory that is really our faith that is passed on, the remembrance of Christ, the remembrance of the covenant made in his blood, the remembrance that God never forgets, that God remembers, is a memory that is picked up by osmosis, that is picked up in the sense, in the air. If that really gets into a person's bones, I don't think it will ever leave them. It becomes part of them, even if they deny it, even if they repress it, even if they behave contrary to it. But the classics of literature, the written classics of the sacred scriptures and the great spiritual guides down through the ages, provide us with access to the memory of the community. Provide us with the possibility of enriching our individual memories by participating in the communal memories of accumulated 2,000 years of experience. Thus we read the patristic literature. Thus we read the medieval literature, the classics. And the classics are those, in terms of written literature, are those pieces of literature that in a profound way open up reality. Those pieces of literature that make foundational statements, that transcend historical moments, that transcend cultures, that transcend any individuality and specificity. The literature of people like Gregory of Nyssa, Basil, Gregory Nazianzen, Athanasius, Gregory the Great, Benedict, Bernard of Clairvaux, Richard of St. Victor, Hadewich, whom we remembered before, Meister Eckhart, John of Ruysbroek, and on down into the modern period. The closer you get to our time, the more difficult it is to know what is a classic, because the classic is proved by time. And a lot of the literature that is published, that has been published, say, in the last 20 years, probably a good 99.9% of it won't be known in 100 years' time, except as an interesting antique to understand the thought of our time. But there are very, very few classics, actually. Very few books that are written that get to foundational truths and state them in a way that gives us profound access to the shared memories, to the tradition of the community. The classics, reading the classics, is a way of getting to that. I would say this book, Testament of Devotion, I suspect it will probably become a classic in its day. I don't know, it's too close to say that. But it uncovers foundational truths in a way that nearly all other books of our time don't. That's not to say that other books of our time aren't valuable. It is to say that they're not classics. They don't rank in that order. If we stifle our individual memories, we will tend to produce deformative effects in our lives. If we stifle the communal memory, we will tend to produce deformative effects in the community. One of the things I think has to be done in our time is to engage in a process of what Van Kamp calls foundational tracing, to start to look through the memories of the church and find out what really matters. What are the foundational facts? Not what are the ephemeral things, what are the relative principles that suited this culture at this time under these circumstances, but what are the enduring foundational principles of life formation? If we ignore the tradition, we will produce a deformative community. If we ignore what has been learnt, we have to expect to pay the price for it, the same as if we do it on an individual scale. When approaching the classics, in order to find access to those memories, they must be read in a manner that is not simply the functionalistic, informative mode of reading that we know, that we are so used to. The way, for example, you would read a stock market report, or the way you might even read, say, a sports page or an editorial. It requires a meditative style of reading, what the medieval monks used to refer to in terms of ruminating. Take a word or a phrase and you chew it over. You read a paragraph, and as you read it, you listen. You listen for stirrings within yourself. You're not just reading it for information, you're reading it for formation. You're reading it because this text has the power to do something to you. And you want to wait for it to do something to you and then listen and foster what it is doing to you. So in a sense, the process is this. You take up the classic, you read it, you listen, and then one of two things, or maybe a mixture of two things, is going to happen. You will begin to resist what the person is saying, or you will begin to resonate with it. Now, when there is sufficient energy in that resistance or resonance, when you begin to feel that the text has put you in motion, has done something to you, has set in train something inside yourself, put the text aside. And this applies to the sacred scriptures as well as the other classic texts. Put the text aside and stay with what it's done to you. Whether it's by way of resistance, maybe it's repugnance, maybe you just don't want, this is dreadful, this is very demeaning, this is very life-hating, this is world-denying that this person is writing. Instead of saying, oh, this person doesn't know what he or she is talking about, in other words, instead of judging the text, stay with your reaction. And in that way, you become a companion of the writer. You become a struggler with the writer who produced that text out of a struggle. And only by entering into that struggle will you begin to understand that text, will you be able to pass judgment on the text. So the first thing is to enter into the writer's struggle by letting the text do something to you, and then you stay with it. Cogitate, ruminate, focus, work in your journal, write down what it is doing, and write down in an expressive rather than a reflective way. Write down, I feel angry at this, or I feel very peaceful as I read this. It's like it makes me feel very much at home, whatever. So that you're expressing, you're trying to experience the totality of what that text is doing to you, rather than simply reflecting on or analyzing what it is doing to you, or rather than passing a judgment on the text itself. This helps us to set up a dialogue between ourselves and the deep accumulated memories of the church, so that they can shape us, so that we develop a truly Christian consciousness, becomes deeply embedded within us, so our memories are permeated by the foundational truths of our faith. That is what knowing the faith is all about. Not intellectually finding out about things, but being formed at the gut level, of being changed, of getting deep within your bones, in your bloodstream, the memories that pertain to the Christian community. Let us pause there and invite a comment or reflection. Let us begin with a meditation taken from the book of Genesis, chapter 18, verses 1 through 15. And before the Lord appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre, as he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men stood in front of him. When he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the earth, and said, My Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, while I fetch a morsel of bread, that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant. So they said, Do as you have said. And Abraham hastened into the tent to Sarah and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd and took a calf, tender and good, and gave it to the servant who hastened to prepare it. Then he took curds and milk, and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree while they ate. They said to him, Where is Sarah your wife? And he said, She is in the tent. The Lord said, I will surely return to you in the spring, and Sarah your wife shall have a son. And Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in age. It had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. So Sarah laughed to herself, saying, After I have grown old, and my husband is old, shall I have pleasure? The Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh and say, Shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you in the spring, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh. Loving God, we bless your name as we begin this work tonight. Open our minds and our hearts to do your work with wisdom and love. In particular, enliven our imaginations as we reflect on the wonderful power you have given us, the power of imagination. We think of Abraham, a man of imagination, a man who was not mean or tiny-minded, but a man who had imagination enough to ponder the great possibilities and allow you to do your work in him. He was a man of hospitality who could receive your presence into his life. Help us to rejoice in your presence, to live in hope, to let our imaginations widen our horizons so that we might be available to be for you what you so dearly want us to be. And we pray to you, loving Father, in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Our topic tonight is imagination. And during this first session, we'll reflect on the power of formative imagination as such, and in the second session, look at putting imagination to work. Let us begin by emphasizing something that we have emphasized throughout this term when we've spoken of the intra-formative powers, the mind, the will, memory and anticipation, and tonight imagination, that they are interrelated and complementary. That you never have, for example, the mind functioning simply on its own, or imagination functioning simply on its own. All these powers work together and depend upon each other. And if one of them is faulty, it means that there's something faulty about the way we process reality, that intra-formative dimension of our lives. Imagination, however, does seem to have special significance for the simple reason that images have special energy for us. You reflect for a moment on the power of TV beyond radio. I would suggest to you that the news items coming from, say, Beirut at this time would have less force for us if they were just radio and or newspaper without pictures, say. If we are able to see in our lounge room mothers running from bombed out buildings clutching little babies to their breast, it's far more powerful than if a newsreader just says a building was bombed out today and people were left homeless. Some research has been done by media people, and I'm not sure of the various criteria that were used, but the indication is that communication without image, or communication with image, is about 9 times more effective than communication without, typically with people. When another example of the way imagination works powerfully is seen in the way different people describe events. 2 people describing a flood, for example. One person has lived through it, knows what it's like to have the family cow on the back veranda, have snakes coiled around the pillars of the house, have an army duck pull up at the back door and throw out loaves of bread, knows what it's like to be marooned. The imagery is powerful because it is sensed. The other person, who's never experienced that but might have read about it in a book, can't talk about it with the same force, the same emphasis, the same power of description. People who have experienced have the power of imagination at work for them, linked with reality. People who haven't experienced can only rely on imagination, images that they manufacture. Looking at a working definition of imagination, and I would describe imagination broadly in terms of the power to form internal images. Now, I say I describe it broadly because consider, for example, a person born blind. Do they have imagination? Of course they do. They must. They're human. How does it work? I'm not sure. Obviously, they can't imagine colour. It's beyond their realm. It's probably, I'm only guessing. In that film that I referred to last week, and I recommended to you, Mask, there's a beautiful scene in that where Scott, this lad who has the disease which causes the distortion of his face, goes as a counselor to a summer camp for blind children. And on that camp, he's about 15, he falls in love with one of the blind girls on the camp. It's a very attractive young girl of about 15 also. And they're out riding, and he says, he tries to describe the scenery to her. He says, beautiful blue skies, and there's billowy clouds, and the sea is there. And she says, Scott, I don't know what blue is. And every time he tries to describe something, he comes up against the fact that she has no concept of colour. What she does have concept of is touch, hearing, smell, and as often as normally happens with human beings, there's a kind of a compensation happens. If one power goes out, the others compensate by becoming more acute. I can only imagine, from a distance if you like, what it would be like to have images without colour. But they must be there functioning somehow. The reason I mention that is because when I say formative imagination is the power to form internal images, don't limit it to the kind of images that you and I would form with colour, we being sighted people. I think imagination operates in some way in all of us, apropos of the way we experience reality, the way we sense reality. It is not simply a thing that sits there inside us. It is a dynamic process. It is part of the ongoing giving and receiving of form that permeates the entire cosmos. Imagination is always at work. It is always moving. Imagination is a power that is always actualizing itself. It operates at different levels of consciousness. You are producing images and imagining even if you are not aware of it. This, for example, occurs in dreaming. The dreaming is an unconscious process trying to sort out and resolve conflicts, difficulties, distress, and so forth, and there is a powerful imagery at work. The imagination can be repressed, but it can never be obliterated. You can never get rid of your imagination. When we talk about people, and in the second session we'll move to a practical consideration of imagination, when we talk about people who lack imagination, we don't really mean that they lack imagination in the sense that they don't have any. What we mean is that their imagination is deformed, that it is used in an inappropriate or inadequate, undeveloped sort of a way. But they don't lack imagination. It is always there. Perhaps it has never been fostered and facilitated and developed. Imagination, as we indicated to begin with, never operates independently. And in particular, imagination always involves memory and anticipation. You reflect for a moment. Is it possible to remember anything without imagery? Is it possible to anticipate anything without imagery? I don't think it is. Is it possible to have, for example, an imageless memory? You remember your childhood, you remember something that happened, you remember an idea even that you got. It'll always be accompanied by imagery. If you anticipate a meeting, a job, an invention, or whatever, I would suggest it will always have some imagery associated with it. The imagination gets in there. It's always at work. It applies imagery. And more than that, the more significant, the more potent the image, the more significant and the more potent the memory or the anticipation will be. This is part of the factor that images carry extraordinary energy, far more energy than ideas. This is why it is so valuable when you are talking to people to be able to exemplify what you say. Examples carry imagery. Ideas very often become dislocated from life, and if you can relate them to life with an example, it helps people to attach images to them and they become far more powerful. Imagination is always tied also in with mind and will. And that follows necessarily from the fact that if it's involved in memory and anticipation, and memory and anticipation are always at work, then the way we think and the way we choose will be affected by imagination. And here we can say that imagination can be affected either formatively or deformatively. It can affect mind and will either formatively or deformatively. Consider the deformative for a moment. A strong but undisciplined imagery attached to a memory can distort more or less significantly the way we think and the way we choose. If, for example, you recall an argument you had with somebody, and the imagination gets working on that, and you relive the argument, and you rework it, and maybe see ways and means in which you can do them in and not let them get the better of you as they did in reality, the imagination takes over and, as it were, lifts you out of reality and becomes fantastic, becomes deformative. In that sense, it affects the way you think, and it will affect the choices that you make about that person. An undisciplined imagination tends to be deformative. And by undisciplined and disciplined, I don't mean not repressed and repressed. Discipline very often is associated with simply putting down, annihilating. Discipline is about discipling, making a disciple of. That is really the work of asceticism, as the Christian formation tradition has held it down through the ages. Not to kill, to crush, to contain, but to liberate, to set free, to integrate, to gather together our energies, our forces, our powers, so that they work in a coherent and unified way. So that our mind and our will and our imagination and our memories and our anticipation work together and in harmony and supporting interdependently and complementing each other, not working against each other. According to our understanding of the human experience in terms of original sin, we say there is something about us that prevents us from automatically using all our powers in a coherent, integrated way. Original sin seems to leave us tending to disintegrate unless we bring discipline into our lives. And that is the way we are. Imagination needs to be disciplined. We need to make a disciple of our imagination. Karen Horney, talking in particular about the imagination working in this deformative way, that is, imagination affecting the mind and the will and the general experience of life in a way that is rather inhibiting of life formation rather than enhancing of it. She writes on page 31 and 32 of Neurosis and Human Growth. And first of all, she uses the expression, the search for glory. Some authors, such as Becker, talk about the longing for the heroic. And they would say that that is in all of us. We have this search for glory, for the heroic, for the more than, the beyond. In the context of the way we have discussed it, it is really the transcendent dynamic at work. It is the experience that we can never really be content with anything but the infinite. It can become transferred. That energy that moves us beyond, that says, don't settle down, you've never arrived, you're always a pilgrim, you're always on a journey. Life is never altogether. Life is never clear-cut, controlled, mastered. Life is always open-ended, always moving. Submit to the transcendence dynamic. That is the whole call of participating in the mystery. Father Van Kam uses the expression existential transference, where those most basic, most fundamental energies of existence, the energies that draw us beyond, that keep us in a self-transcending movement, become transferred. And they all get channeled into some finite material here and now, what Becker calls a little beyond. Instead of moving us towards the beyond with a capital B, instead of us keeping us moving towards the more than, these energies become channeled into, say, one relationship, or channeled into making money, or channeled into gaining power, or channeled into finding pleasure, etc. There's a whole number of ways that we transfer these energies. When Karen Horney talks about the search for glory, I think that's the kind of thing she's talking about, this yearning for the beyond, and in the neurotic it gets transferred, so that instead of a healthy, transcendent movement of life, it becomes an unhealthy, narcissistic, self-centered, defensive movement of life. She writes on page 31, "Inherent in all the elements of the search for glory is the great and peculiar role imagination plays in them. It is instrumental in the process of self-idealization. But this is so crucial a factor that the whole search for glory is bound to be pervaded by fantastic elements. No matter how much a person prides himself on being realistic, no matter how realistic indeed his march towards success, triumph, perfection, his imagination accompanies him and makes him mistake a mirage for the real thing. One simply cannot be unrealistic about oneself and remain entirely realistic in other respects. When the wanderer in the desert, under the duress of fatigue and thirst, sees a mirage, he may make actual efforts to reach it, but the mirage, the glory, which should end his distress, is itself a product of the imagination. Actually, imagination also permeates all psychic and mental functions in the healthy person. When we feel the sorrow or the joy of a friend, it is our imagination that enables us to do so. When we wish, hope, fear, believe, or plan, it is our imagination showing us possibilities. But imagination may be productive or unproductive. It can bring us closer to the truth of ourselves, as it often does in dreams, or carry us far away from it. It can make our actual experience richer or poorer. And these differences roughly distinguish neurotic and healthy imagination. Let us pause and reflect for a moment on imagination as deformative. When a person who, for example, has a project of life in mind that proceeds out of an idealized self-image that is probably underpinned by a lot of anxiety and insecurity, and they imagine themselves as very, very powerful, as someone beyond touch, as it were, and this is channeled into becoming the top executive in the firm, the one who's better than anybody else. It becomes a drive for success. People outside, maybe not very perceptive people, will look at this person, perhaps, and say, my, how talented, how committed, how self-sacrificing, how single-minded. This person is driven on, this particular case we're talking about, an imaginary person, but not terribly uncommon, is driven on by a neurotic fantasy. And what will happen when he gets to the top is he will not be satisfied. Not because it's the healthy experience of transcendence, the healthy experience that nowhere here on earth ultimately satisfies us. We have momentary, relative, transient satisfactions. But he's not satisfied because he's getting to the top. He discovers, like the thirsty man in the desert, that it's a mirage. What he really wants is not the power, not the top executive position, but what he wants is to get away from his anxiety. And that is what drives him, and that is what still will drive him when he gets to the fantastic position of being at the top. That kind of process where fantasy takes over, where deformative imagination takes over, drives people to burnout, drives people to, if they are particularly seductive personalities, say like Jim Jones and the tragedy of Jonestown in Guyana back in 1979, or Adolf Hitler, their fantastic imaginations gather in behind them, not just themselves, but in their wake they bring enormous numbers of people potentially, and they all get chewed up in the fantasy of this neurotic or even psychotic imagination. The imagination is the most powerful phenomenon. The Albert Speer, who was Adolf Hitler's architect, wrote a book a number of years ago, and he talked about the sort of inverted mysticism of the Hitler phenomenon, the way he captured the imaginations of the German people. And if you look at what he said, it was almost, and very often it was drivel, it was boring. The man didn't have much to say, but there was something about him, the charisma, that enabled him to communicate his imagination to them, and you had the German people almost to a person following blindly, absolutely, what his vision was. And it was a tragic one. The power of imagery, the power of an image to drive people even to do crazy, destructive, violent, inhuman things. Looking just a little bit more closely at what is this phenomenon we call imagination. Imagination has the power to break the confines of our limited perceptions of reality and open up possibilities. It is the power, if you like, to create reality. An extraordinary power, because it's one that if a person wants to get away from reality, that's great. They can fabricate their own reality using the imagination, and this is precisely what some people do. This is where you get the illusions, delusions of grandeur, and so on. But in a healthy process, it is the power to fabricate a reality that opens up reality, that thrusts us into reality, that is an instrument of freedom and possibility. It is a most powerful instrument of creativity. William Lynch, in his excellent book, Images of Hope, and that is a book I would encourage you to read. It is a most difficult one because it's very dense, but it's a very rewarding one, and especially if you are involved in any way in the helping professions. A very important book to read, I would say. But on page 35 of Images of Hope, William Lynch writes, "One of the permanent meanings of imagination has been that it is the gift that envisions what cannot yet be seen." It fabricates reality, in other words, in a healthy sense, potentially. It is the gift that constantly proposes to itself that the boundaries of the possible are wider than they seem. Here he's linking it up particularly with anticipation. Imagination, if it is in prison and has tried every exit, doesn't panic or move into apathy, but sits down to try to envision another way out. It is always slow to admit that all the facts are in, that all the doors have been tried, and that it is defeated. It is not so much that it has a vision as that it is able to wait for a moment of vision which is not yet there, for a door that is not yet locked. It is not overcome by the absoluteness of the present moment. In other words, imagination is the tool par excellence that, working with anticipation, widens the possibilities of life for us. If we just take the given finite material here and now concrete reality, we will live in a very constricted world. How else can we move out of the present actualities unless we can imagine potential realities, possible realities? That is primarily the work of imagination through anticipation. In conjunction with the power of participation in particular, imagination can serve our urge to transcend. It is a remarkably effective instrument of transcendence. It allows us to move beyond, to defy the pessimism and the despair of inertia. Imagination, further, if you consider it, highlights the inadequacy of any deterministic view of the human person. Any view of the human person that simply says we are a bundle of material, physiological stimuli and responses. All human behavior, according to this deterministic view, can be explained in terms of specific reactions to specific stimuli. And if you can pick up the pattern, you'll know for absolute certain what the reaction and behavior will be. There's some truth in that, some truth. But imagination, the presence of imagination, makes us aware the tremendous complexities and subjectivity of the human person. Note the power, for example, of imagination to even create disease, or even to alleviate disease. And I refer you again to Ainsley Mere's studies, his Relief Without Drugs, and some of the work that he has done, and a Dr. Simonton in Texas in the United States, working with cancer patients, using imaginative autosuggestion, and even alleviating some of the symptoms, and in one or two cases, even apparently reversing an otherwise terminal diagnosis. Now, who can say for sure whether it was the imaginative meditation or whether it was in fact remission, which is difficult to explain anyway. But in fact, that has happened. Or at least what they expect is that the person will suffer less pain. Very often they are able to find greater peace in coming to terms with the reality, and in many cases even prolong their life to some extent. We're all aware of the power of the hysteric to create certain conditions, bodily conditions. The imagination can, for example, at work with other powers in the organism, can create a phony pregnancy in a woman. Such a thing as an hysterical pregnancy, and all the symptoms appear except the actual child. There's the phenomenon of writing on the skin. That these are extreme cases, but they point up the power of imagination, where just by tracing the finger gently over the skin of a person in a state of hysteria, the actual words can appear as if burnt into the skin. The imagination is a most extraordinarily powerful instrument which can work to our benefit, be very, very formative, and a wonderful instrument of engaging reality and bringing freedom and possibility, or a potent instrument of disease and deformation. Recall our discussions of formative mind earlier on, or in the last part of the second part of this series. There we discussed, in the more practical dimension, Albert Ellis's rational emotive therapy, where he talks about irrational ideas, that most, he would suggest, even all neurotic or disturbed behavior can be traced back to irrational ideas. Therefore, if you want to treat disturbed behavior, you've got to get to the irrational ideas, and there can be no significant behavior pattern changes unless there are significant changes in the way people think. The irrational ideas are at the bottom of irrational behavior. Arnold Lazarus, in his book In the Mind's Eye, The Power of Imagery for Personal Enrichment, supports Ellis in this and adds in the dimension of imagination with thought. And he quotes the first century philosopher Epictetus. Minds is not events, but their judgments on events. And so when we are hindered or disturbed or distressed, let us never lay blame on others, but on ourselves. That is, on our own judgments. Oscar Wilde, in his typical cynical, witty vein, said, all our criticisms of others are autobiographical. Very often, if you listen to it very carefully, the criticisms and judgments we pass on other people say more about us than they do about the people we're supposedly judging. If you reflect on this process, you can see that... I'm having trouble here with this. You can see a very interesting process, that an event happens, but in between the event and our actual response to that event come thoughts and images. And that can be easily proved by the fact that different people experience different events in different ways. Recall when we spoke about the intra-formative dimension, way back at the beginning of this course, we used the word perspectival. That is, all of us, because of our internal processing of reality, because the work that the mind and the imagination and anticipation and memory and will do on reality, on objective reality, because of that, all of us have a different view of reality. All of us have our own subjective perspective on reality. That is, we process it. Now, it's not simply thoughts and images, but they seem to be particularly significant. That the event evokes certain judgments which are made up of certain thoughts and certain images, which in turn beget a certain response, a certain emotional reaction, a certain impression, certain bodily response. Both Ellis and Lazarus argue that every event is translated through thoughts and imagery. This is why no one can ever speak about reality with absolute conviction that they are being utterly, totally, perfectly objective. This is why, for example, memory is such an interesting thing to look at, because it participates in this process of rearranging reality. And it can work to our advantage or our disadvantage. It can work to our disadvantage in the sense that it can rearrange reality in a most harmful way, that it keeps haunting us in a negative way. It can work to our advantage in the sense that it can rearrange our perception of maybe even a very hurtful experience. We can't change the past event, we can change the way we remember it. Even Aristotle in his De Anima says the soul never thinks without an image. Thoughts and image are there. Whenever we think about reality, there's always an image attached, and together they will affect the response. Now, Roberto Assagioli, in his books Psychosynthesis and Active Will, both of which I put on the bibliography, takes up the same kind of a theme, and he quotes in, I believe it's Active Will, the Latin proverb, fortis imaginatio generat causam. A strong imagination produces the cause, or a strong imagination makes things happen. He goes on, images or mental pictures and ideas tend to produce the physical conditions and the external acts that correspond to them, and vice versa. And he formulates 4 laws with respect to imagination. We'll look at them here. Law 1 is simply what we've just said, that images, ideas tend to beget a corresponding physical condition and or external acts. And vice versa. Law 2. Physical conditions, certain physical conditions and external acts tend to beget corresponding images and ideas. It's simple, sounds even trite. When you think about it, and people have thought about this, there's a whole school of therapy develops out of a recognition of that. They call it image therapy. If you can affect the way people imagine and think, you can affect the way they behave. And if you can feed in positive imagery, you can develop positive behavior patterns. Law 3, images and ideas also tend to beget corresponding emotions and impressions. And law 4, vice versa. Emotions and impressions tend to beget corresponding images and ideas. So that if you can alter the image and control the imagery, you can affect both the physical conditions, the external acts, the emotions, and the impressions. It is possible to affect your behavior by getting to your imagination and doing things with it. In a sense, this is what the movies do. This is what a good suspense film does. It gets to your imagination, and the person is creeping through the dark and coming along, and already you are 5 seconds ahead. You know there's somebody around the corner waiting with a gun, and you're up in your chair. Now, the movie maker hasn't said anything, but the imagery is already at work in you. Using these simple laws, and I think they're fairly straightforward and fairly self-evident, we can talk about disciplining the imagination, making a disciple of it. Assagioli notes that imagination is not uncontrollable. It's not absolutely controllable either, but it's not uncontrollable. Its considerable powers can be enlisted to our benefit. He writes on page 194 of Act of Will, "Great is the power of images, and they can be said to constitute a necessary intermediary between the will and the other psychological functions. The will can learn to direct the imagination to a considerable extent. To achieve this, systematic exercises and training are very helpful. You need to use the power of imagination, to work it in a disciplined and consistent way. And this brings up the whole question of transcendent self-presence. The ability to take some distance back from the imagination at work and dialogue with it, not get caught up in it. Situate it within the context of the total mystery of life. Situated against the transcendent horizon. So long as we keep our perspective within that transcendent context, all else is relativized. Without this ability to establish a transcendent self-presence, we would become mere victims of our imagination. And this, I would suggest, is half the problem with a lot of people in dealing with their imagination. They can't stand back from it. They can't get that enough distance to be able to dialogue with it and use it in a disciplined way. Whilst ever you are simply caught up in it, you can't make a disciple of it. You become a victim of it. You are tumbled over by it and tend to be used and abused by your imagination. And then you turn around and try and use and abuse your imagination in order to control it and bring it into line. Step outside it and let it do its work and listen to it. And rather than try to fight it and wrestle it, simply guide the energies. Don't stifle them. Let them have their way. That work of guiding the energies and facilitating the imagination will form the substance of our next session. Let's pause there and throw it open for comment and reflection. Let us begin our second session, putting the imagination to work. And by way of preamble, I'd take note of the fact that the imagination has not been ignored in the formation tradition of the Church. Richard of St. Victor, one of the 12th century spiritual guides, saw it as a key element in the development of a life of contemplation. The imagination must serve the intellect, otherwise the intellect doesn't work properly. St. Ignatius of Loyola also saw the power of imagination as a tool of contemplation, and he encouraged people, in reflecting on the sacred scriptures, to use the imagination to enter into the context of the scripture and be put in motion by that. Anthony de Mello's little book Sadhana might be helpful if you want to look into that whole business of using the imagination as a tool of prayer. We've already noted there during our discussion the way Jesus appealed to imagination in his teachings, and it is fascinating. Although we don't have in the sacred scriptures very much that we can say Jesus actually said this or that, we have the memories of the different people of what Jesus supposedly said. It seems as though Jesus certainly never taught a clear-cut theological system. He never, for example, was concerned to enunciate clear dogmatic statements or rules. He was more concerned to establish a mood of life, to set an orientation. And in his teachings, very, very often, he simply appealed to the imagination, left people with images and said, that's what it's like, go away and reflect on it. Kingdom of heaven is like a man going out to sow the seed, a man who finds a treasure, a woman who loses some money in the house and she sweeps the house clean until she finds it. Jesus appealed to the imagination as a primary tool of education and teaching. Within our tradition also we have had placed quite an emphasis on icons, pictures, symbols, statues, rituals. The imagination is an important aspect of worship and of spirituality generally, which raises an interesting question with respect to liturgical renewal today. When we discussed memory last week, I made the observation that I wondered whether the extensions of memory in our society that high technology has allowed us to develop, like the computer, have not left us with a situation where we don't develop our memories as much as we could have, or don't develop them like other societies have done. I wonder also whether that applies to the imagination, whether the extensions of our imagination, like the TV, for example, doesn't have some effect on the development of imagination. Now, talking to people in schools, it seems as though our schooling system now is taking a lot more care to foster imagination than used to be the case. However, the kinds of things that excited our imagination and appealed to our imagination in a bygone day, rituals like benediction, various statues and images and so forth, and vestments, they no longer appeal to our imaginations. What is it that will appeal to our imagination? Because it's an important dimension of liturgy and of worship and of celebration, and I don't see any easy way around that, but it is something that we need to look at. It's worth noting in passing too that I think we live in an iconoclastic age, an age that wants to smash all the old images, literally and figuratively. In other words, destroy the traditional imagination and leave us with the task of developing a whole new imagination, a whole new way of imaging reality. That's not easy, and it's part of the anguish of a society, both secular and ecclesiastical, in transition. The old is no longer credible. It doesn't satisfy, but the new has not yet been born. Let us not try to rush ahead and bring something to birth prematurely. Part of the pain of our time is committing ourselves to wait, to be imaginative enough to wait, be imaginative enough to hope, be imaginative enough to know that this time and these issues that we have are not the be-all and end-all, they are the birth pangs of something rather precious. One factor that can inhibit, even stifle imagination is the whole absolutizing instinct. That is the tendency that we all have to turn the relative into the absolute. I said in the last lecture that Ellis and others would point to deformations of behavior and emotion and say underlying those are irrational ideas. I would say if you find any deformation of life, underlying it you will find in some way, shape or form the absolutizing instinct at work. That is, the relative has been absolutized. The part has been made the whole. For example, one memory, the memory that she, on the 23rd of November 1981, left me out of the invitations to her party. What a so-and-so she is. That memory is absolutized, and that dominates my thoughts, my memories, my anticipations, everything about my relationship with that particular person. Father so-and-so, back when I was a kid, when I went to confession to him, he treated me miserably. That is absolutized. That relative event becomes absolute and dominates the whole way I relate then with the church. The absolutizing instinct can stifle our imagination, can close our horizons, can shut us into boundaries and little boxes because it makes a relative tiny part the whole. It says this is what life is, and something gets stuck in our craw. The absolutizing instinct is the enemy of the transcendent. The absolutizing instinct wants to fixate, wants to hold us to one thing. The transcendence says, let things go. Keep broadening your horizons. Keep moving on. Don't fixate. Don't settle down anywhere. William Lynch, whom we quoted earlier on tonight in his book Images of Hope, on page 106, writes of the absolutizing instinct, "It is the father of the hopeless, and adds that special feeling of weight that hopelessness attaches to everything it touches. It is, in general, the creator of hopeless projects and the creator of idols." William Lynch doesn't think much of the absolutizing instinct. Watch it. It operates in us all, and it's simply the fact that you try to turn the part into the whole, the relative into the absolute. Try to make life black and white, clear-cut. Try to make issues simple, that all it is about is this, nothing else. It is a way of bringing life down to manageable proportions. But in doing that, you pay the awful price of cutting off certain possibilities. I mentioned earlier on also that I thought the besetting sin of a successful institution was the loss of imagination. I think if you cast your minds back to the Roman Catholic Church and indeed secular society in the 50s, you had, if you like, a successful institution. And I think you had people who lacked imagination. Just reflect for a moment, if you will, and I think to some extent this is the problem with many people now in the church, a failure of imagination. They can't imagine any church different from the one they have known. Let's float a few wild imaginings. Can you imagine a married pope in the Roman Catholic Church? We've had them. We've had them in history. They've been there. Can you imagine in the parish, in the presbytery of your parish, a married clergyman and his wife and family living? We have them. I know a couple in the Roman Catholic Church. Can you imagine structures of community life parish radically different from our own? Can you imagine an arrangement in the church that is different from the typical parish church? Can you imagine a whole social environment, say, where money becomes almost non-important? There are some societies where money is not really important. And so on and so on and so on. One of the points that Lazarus and Bandura and some of these authors stress is that if you can't imagine it, you can't do it or be it. Interesting. In other words, the imagination sets the limits. Now, I think that's an interesting but a provocative statement. I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. But at least I think it has some force. If you can't imagine a church that is different from this one, for you it's probably not going to happen. The initiatives are going to have to come from somewhere else, and then you'll begin to say, yeah, I can imagine it now. And part of the problem in the renewal of the church is precisely a lack of imagination. Inability to imagine something different. The inability, for example, to have the imagination of Paul VI when he said, this is a privileged moment of the Spirit. Some people don't have enough imagination to appreciate that. For them, they absolutize this as a desperate moment, a moment where the church has failed and the church must be reinstated. They don't see it as part of the ongoing transcendence of the church, that the church is in a healthy crisis. Something is dying, needed to die, and must be encouraged to die. The decisions must be made so that a rebirth can happen. That will not happen, or will only happen to the extent that we have the imagination to create the possibilities within which it can happen. And that does not mean that we imagine in the sense that we set up rigid expectations of what's got to happen in the future. I do not have a clue what the church will look like in 50 years' time. I do not have a clue. I know in my heart of hearts it is going to be very different from the church that we have known and the church even as we know it today. But what will it be like? I don't know. I really don't know. Let us play with our imagination, and I would encourage you to do that. Play games with your imagination. Try to imagine a different church. fascinating. I think we make the mistake of dressing the gospel and the life and teaching of Jesus up with so many rules and regulations and things that must or must not be done. And Jesus himself said the one thing is to love one another. The law and the prophets are summed up in that. To love one another. And really it's quite possible that a person could be a very faithful, conforming, believing Catholic, but not be a Christian. That's possible. For the simple reason that they don't fulfill the primary commandment of love. A person's energies might go into simply doing the right thing, and they never end up being able to be called by Christ to be a loving human being. One of the anomalies of life, which I'm sure we have all come across from time to time, is the person who is a blatant denier of God, is an atheist, is maybe the prostitute or whatever, the classical case, but is a salt of the earth, down-to-earth, compassionate, loving individual, Christ-like to the core. Where does it all fit in? Again, use the imagination. What's happening? What's going on? I'm not saying let's throw away all these structures and sort of get down to be, sort of set up a rigid expectation of what's supposed to be. But let us be imaginative enough to know that there are other possibilities. And really when the crunch comes with the teaching and the life of Jesus, there is only one thing that matters. That is that you love one another as I have loved you. That you be channels of my love. That you participate in the mystery of love as best you can. Okay, a very practical point. Bad thoughts. I like to talk about bad thoughts. Bad thoughts and images. In Matthew's Gospel, chapter 5, verse 28, I think it is, I've indicated it in the notes, Jesus says, if any man, doesn't say women don't have fantasies, if any man lusts after a woman in his heart, he's already committed sin with her. I would suggest that a pernicious teaching has developed out of a misinterpretation of that text. The pernicious teaching about bad thoughts. I don't think there's any such thing as a bad thought or a bad fantasy. I think they're all just facts. If you teach that a fantasy that comes to mind, supposing it is a fantasy that of great sexual intimacy with someone who is not your spouse, or if you are a celibate or a single person, it is a really wild, lusty fantasy of sexual intimacy. Is that bad? Is it good? No, it's just a fact. It is. It comes from God. There's wisdom in that. There's wisdom in that. There's grace in that. So to that extent, it is good. Maybe the grace is that it reminds you that you're a woman. Maybe the grace is that it reminds you that you're a man. Maybe the grace is that it reminds you that you are in need of God, to call to mind God. I would suggest there are 3 different ways we can react to so-called bad thoughts. And I put the word bad in inverted commas. The first way to react is bad, by way of repression. And if you do truly perceive such images and fantasies and thoughts as bad, you will have no other option but to try to get rid of them, to fight them off. And to the extent that you try to fight images and fantasies and thoughts off, to that extent they possess you. You become obsessed with them. It's a bit like trying to... There's a dog in the backyard and you're standing there talking with someone, and the dog comes up and yaps at your heels and brings up a twig or something, and you bend down and you start to play with the dog. The dog's going to keep bringing the twig back and playing games with you. That's the same with so-called bad thoughts. To the extent that you tangle with them and use your energies to try to fight them off, to that extent you're going to be preoccupied by them. You're going to tend to be obsessed by them. And the energy then that goes into fighting them off is turned against you, becomes inverted, so that you end up probably compulsively fantasizing, often in weird ways, and maybe even compulsively acting out the very thing you're obsessed with not doing. There's a weird perversity in the psyche that the more you struggle against these things, the more it's a bit like judo. You know, the martial art of judo or some of these other martial arts, they use your own momentum and force against you. And I think that is, if you like, your fantasies start to play judo with you. A second possibility is wallowing, which I think is equally deformative. If the obsessive, the repressive approach, if that ties you up in negativity and gets you preoccupied and obsessed with not doing this and not doing that, the wallowing gets you detached from reality. You get ungrounded. Here's where you get the neurotic mirage developing, the fantastic deformative images, where you drift off into an unreal world. Instead of the imagination opening up reality, it closes it down, locks the door and takes you into orbit, wallowing in fantasy. I think there is a third and realistic, the only realistic alternative. For want of a better expression, I call it transcendent self-presence. And I would indicate a fourfold approach to images or fantasies that otherwise might be regarded as bad. Number one, first and foremost, welcome them. Welcome them. Remember, we used the expression, create an environment of hospitality. Nothing that emerges from in there is bad. Moral badness and goodness are the consequences of choice. They are not the consequences of instinctive, pre-reflective reaction. Welcome them. These are part of God's dealings with you, blessings, potentially life-giving experiences. Secondly, challenge them. Invite them to reveal themselves for what they are, fantasies. The wallowing encourages the fantasy to be experienced as if it was reality. No, it's fantasy, and the reality is that it is fantasy. Challenge it. The challenging can take place with a simple dialogue. For example, let's take the example that I gave of the fantasy of sexual intimacy with someone who is not an appropriate partner. Challenge it and say, okay, what happens now? What do we do now? And you might say, oh, no, I couldn't do that because... No, I'm not talking about wallowing in the fantasy. The transcendent self-presence, you've stood back, you're taking some distance, you're challenging it as fantasy. What have you got to say now? Where do we go to now? And I can tell you from experience, personal experience, that fantasies tend to evaporate when you do that to them. When you try to repress them and fight them off and deny them, they gather strength. That tends to exacerbate them. Having challenged them in this way, it gives you that distance from them. It makes them stand up as not reality, as not the concrete, material, touchable, real workaday world. They're real, but challenging them gives you that distance, and that's the third point, the distance that allows you to stand apart from them, accept them as fantasies, and go on with your life. And thirdly, insofar as it is appropriate, simply dialogue. Keep the dialogue going and ask questions as you would, say, with the focusing thing. What am I experiencing here? What does this feel like? What is happening? But only engage it and challenge it and dialogue with it to the extent that it is necessary, to the extent that it is there. And quite possibly, once you challenge it, it will evaporate. Well, you don't go in search of it. It's come and it's gone. It's delivered its message. You've gained the blessing, the wisdom, the grace from it. You wait upon it gently, listen for the reason and the wisdom in it, and then you let it go. There is special value in doing this. If you can set up this process, there is special value in dealing with nightmarish fantasies. For example, the fantasy of jumping off a cliff, but never quite completing the leap. The fantasy of being violently engaged with somebody, say being cut or being shot or being beaten. The fantasy of being approached by a snake or a wild beast or a spider or something. The fantasy of falling. The fantasy of running, of trying to escape. There are a whole host, and different people have different variations. The essential point is fantasies that frighten us, that scare the living daylights out of us, that make us very anxious. Do the same thing. Welcome them. Don't try to fight them off. Don't try to repress them. And you obviously won't try to wallow in them. Welcome them. Challenge them. Say, okay, here I am on this cliff, and you can see yourself there in your imagination. Let's jump. Come on, let's go. Okay, where are we falling to? It's okay. It's only a fantasy. Let's keep going. Had an interesting experience of something like this. In the class at Hunters Hill, there was a young woman there, and she described her experience of being haunted by a nightmarish fantasy of a huge spider that kept threatening her. And she did this guided fantasy and said, okay, let's pursue this fantasy. Where does it take me? Come on, it's a fantasy. What does the spider do now? The spider came over and hugged her. And it felt good. It's amazing what happens if you force a fantasy to reveal itself as fantasy. Force it to the end. Fantasies of cutting or falling or running or escaping or violence or whatever. It may be that it is preferable to do that with another person. Have someone who can guide you through the fantasy. But it is a valuable thing to remember. It can be done. The power of imagination. Images are great shapers of attitudes. Images are powerful components in all our attitudes, our likes, our dislikes, directives, values, and behavior patterns. And one of the axioms of image therapy, about which we've spoken, is that if you find the image, you find the key to the value, the meaning, the directive, the ideal, the behavior, the emotion, whatever. Find the image and you find the key. And there's a lot of truth in that. The basis of image therapy is precisely that. You guide people through imaginative processes, take them through guided fantasy, e.g., facing the spider and inviting to do what it must. You take them through that because that image, its incompleteness, is causing a blockage in that person's behavior and experience of life. Find that image, defuse it, maybe desensitize it, and you can go on with life with greater freedom. The whole process of imaging in this way has a lot to do with the healing of memories, about which we spoke last week, and the fostering of formative anticipation. In particular, the desensitization is an interesting one. For example, Lazarus, the man whom we've quoted earlier on, talks about, and Assagioli quotes the same kind of thing, supposing someone is very, very frightened of dogs. In the image therapy process, you could take the person, put them in a situation where they can relax. Okay. Now, in their imagination, you have them be somewhere where they feel really comfortable, say the lounge room of their home or something, and maybe the wife or husband or children or parents or whatever are there in the lounge room with them, and set up the scene. And now there is a little chihuahua comes in the door. There it is. It's walking across the floor, and it walks right over, and it just stands at your feet and waits for you to invite it to jump up on your lap. Now, this person's terrified of dogs. Now, in their imagination, they will react. It may be that what will happen is they'll bend down and pick up the chihuahua and say, what a beautiful little dog. All in their imagination. This is using the imagination to open up reality, not to escape from it. Or it might be that in their imagination, the chihuahua just stands there and they feel themselves cringing. Well, you just let it go, let the imagery go as it will. working in that way consistently and persistently can desensitize a fear, can defuse an anxiety-producing experience. And it can work both in terms of memories and in terms of anticipation. Lazarus writes on page 82 of his book, "The things we fear in reality, we also fear in imagination. The corollary is that the things we no longer fear in imagination will also not disturb us in the actual situation." Okay. In terms of creating creative anticipation, we already indicated Arnold Lazarus's point. If you wish to accomplish something in reality, first picture yourself achieving it in imagination. And if you can't achieve it in your imagination, you probably won't achieve it in reality. Imagine yourself there. When I was in Pittsburgh, I met a man who was called Slemming Sam McDowell. Now, Slemming Sam was about 6'5" and about 250 or 60 pounds, and was, in his day, one of the top 2 or 3 pitchers in the United States in baseball. He's only a man a couple of years older than myself, but he ruined his career on alcoholism and now works to help other alcoholics. But a friend of mine asked Slemming Sam, how was it that he was able... If you know anything about baseball, it's like there's an imaginary box that they pitch to, and that's somewhere about right in front of the batter. Now the not the wicket keeper, the backstop, the catcher, right? The catcher. You'll see them there on TV. They'll squat down and they won't call out what kind of a ball to throw, but the catcher calls the pitching, and he indicates it with a code with his fingers. And then the pitcher, what he's really saying is, pitch into the top right-hand corner of the box, or throw a curve ball that comes through in the bottom right-hand corner, or etc., etc., etc. Now, the good pitchers can do exactly what the catcher says. The bad pitchers don't. And if it doesn't go through the box, it's a ball. 3 balls and they walk, etc. Slemming Sam was able to put the ball where he wanted. And this guy said to him, how was it, Sam, that you were able to do that, be so accurate? He said, I just imagine the ball already there. And a lot of sports people do this. They use the imagination. That you become so tied up. And one of the functions of that, I guess, is it cuts out other distractions. You become so absorbed in that whole process that your body and everything about you moves as a unity, and you're able to do it. Which is very different, again, let me stress, from rigid expectation, which simply sets you up for some kind of frustration and despair. Imagination can move between anticipation and memory and produce the healing process in a twofold way. If you go back from memory and, say, move through a desensitizing process, or working through some kind of a nightmarish fantasy, or using that guided fantasy with regard to a memory. Remember last week we talked about, say, introducing a new figure into a memory. Supposing a hurtful memory, you might introduce Christ into it and say, okay, go to it, and watch what the imagination does with that. And then come to the anticipation of the future event, which frightens you because of the past event, which hasn't been resolved, and then you imaginatively go through that, and so forth. In that toing and froing, and in working with the memory imaginatively, and working with the future event through anticipation imaginatively, it can help us a lot. With regard to habit formation, imagination can be used to alleviate or mitigate bad habits, and can be also used to develop good habits. It can contribute to both sides. It's an obvious corollary of working with memory and anticipation. How your memory works and your anticipation work will, to a large extent, determine the kind of habits. Habits are grounded in memory and always in view of anticipation. There's a need for a relaxed attitude when doing any of the imaginative exercises, a gentle self-presence, which enables you to develop imagery that is not controlled and forced, but springs from within yourself, so that in terms of developing positive imagery with respect to the future, or positive imagery with respect to the past, it's probably helpful to begin by relaxing yourself, going through an imaginative relaxation exercise. Back to prayer. Again, if our imagination is inhibited, Richard of St. Victor, for example, would say you can't really develop a contemplative life, contemplative prayer. You must be able to use your imagination. You must have a lively imagination. Imagination can be used, for example, as Anthony de Mello does in Sadhana, and many other people do it, in creating a distance from the hurly-burly workaday world, setting up a mood that is very prayerful, that is very open to the transcendent. Several possibilities you might do. For example, you could take a scriptural incident, say something from the life of Jesus, say a healing. The man who was lowered down through this hole in the ceiling, and Jesus says, your sins are forgiven you, and the people object and say, how can you say that? And he says, just to prove that the Son of Man can forgive sins, take up your bed and walk. Okay, you see yourself in that situation. So see that situation, place yourself there imaginatively, and it is possible to do it. And then, having seen the miracle played out in the various people there, you might imagine Jesus gets up and comes over and says something to you. What does he say? What does he do when he gets to you? In other words, set up the process of imagination, then stand back and watch it, and then flow with it and allow whatever prayer to emerge to come out of that. Another possibility of the use of imagination is simply to do a sort of a countdown exercise where you, say, start at the number 10 and make some statement about where you are, about your belief in God, or some relational thing. Like 10, I am here, sitting in this room, God is with me. It is good to be here. 9, I start to come down deep inside myself. I know that I will, when I get to that depth, become more deeply aware of God's Spirit within me. 8, as we move within, we become increasingly aware of our spirit, my spirit and the Holy Spirit. 7, I begin to experience a deeper relaxation. It's becoming comfortable. I feel at peace. This is the world of the Spirit. 6, etc., etc., etc. An imaginative exercise. Now, of course, if you can't use your imagination, you're going to find that fairly difficult. Imagination can be used also, as we've indicated, in relaxation, and that too can form, if you like, a prelude to prayer, to imaginatively relax yourself. Whatever fantasy, whatever use of fantasy that you find disposes yourself to become stilled, relaxed, I would say go ahead and use it. It doesn't have to necessarily be scriptural or even holy. It might be a sense of floating on a cloud. It might be a sense of lying in a meadow in a sunny day amidst flowers or whatever. It might be sitting in grandma's rocking chair. But sometimes fantasy, imagination used in that way, can enable you to move into that prayerful mood, that prayerful atmosphere, which gives you distance from the frenetic, distracted activity of daily life and disposes you to simply be there contemplatively in a relaxed space, which enables you to receive the power of God, just to be open, as Anthony Bloom describes prayer. Let us pause there and throw it open for comments or reflections. Let us begin with a reading from St. Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 1 through 9. When I came to you, brethren, I did not come proclaiming to you the testimony of God in lofty words or wisdom, for I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And I was with you in weakness, and in much fear and trembling. And my speech and my message were not in plausible words of wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power, that your faith may not rest in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Yet among the mature we do impart wisdom, although it is not a wisdom of this age or of the rulers of this age, who are doomed to pass away, but we impart a secret and hidden wisdom of God, which God decreed before the ages for our glorification. None of the rulers of this age understood this, for if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, what no eye has seen, nor ear heard, nor the heart of man conceived, what God has prepared for those who love him. Lord God, our Father, we bless you. We thank you for this night. Guide our work. Encourage us. Open our minds and our hearts to the wonders of your love and your wisdom. As we reflect on our ability to consider and assess and evaluate life, guide us in the wisdom of your Spirit. And now we pray for the coming of your kingdom in the words that the Lord Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic tonight is appraisal. We'll begin with some reflections on appraisal as such, and then some particular reflections in the second lecture on some practical rules for appraising. First, however, a few reflections on freedom. You'll recall earlier in the course when we spoke about the human spirit, we said that the human spirit is what sets human life formation apart from other life formation. The uniquely spiritual dimension of human life formation. And central to the spiritual dimension of human life formation is freedom. One of the problems in talking about freedom is that we think of it like a dollop of mashed potato you get in the cafeteria line, along with grace and original sin and other things when you're coming out of on your way into the world. I'd rather talk of freedom rather than free will. Freedom is something that varies from person to person. We are not all as free as each other. Freedom is a potential that is more or less actualized in different people. The last of the freedoms is, as Viktor Frankl points out, the freedom to choose an attitude. A person can deny you all the physical freedoms, the political freedoms, religious freedoms, all manner of freedoms, but what they cannot take away from you, short of taking away your actual consciousness and perhaps your life, is the freedom to choose an attitude. No matter what they do to you are free to choose how you shall reflect on that. Freedom can be inhibited or enhanced. Freedom must be, as it were, captured. We earn our freedom. We build it, or we don't have it. I think it is appropriate to talk about a margin of freedom in everybody's life. That is, freedom is more or less. It is misleading just to say we are free, because in a sense we're not very free at all. And some people are far more unfree than others. And one of the dawning realizations in our time is just how unfree we are. Our freedom can be enhanced or inhibited by our use of those intraformative powers about which we have spoken for most of this term. Mind, will, imagination, memory, anticipation. If they are well developed, well disciplined, integrated, gathered together, then our freedom will tend to be enhanced. If they are undisciplined, not gathered together, deformative in some way, then they will tend to detract from our freedom. E.g., memory, when it is undisciplined, can make us very unfree. Imagination, when it is undisciplined, can make us very unfree. Freedom also is enhanced or inhibited by the work of appraisal, and in turn, it enhances or inhibits the work of appraisal. The more free you are, the more able you are to appraise life. The more consistently and formatively you appraise life, the more free you are likely to become. I'd like to draw your attention to the diagram which is in the notes there on the flow of life from appraisal through choice through action. Note the double-headed arrows. What I wish to indicate by those double-headed arrows is that there is a constant flowing backwards and forwards. We're not talking about clear-cut, watertight compartments. It is a question, if you like, of a circularity. We must constantly be about the work of appraisal, constantly be about the work of choosing, constantly be about the work of entering into life by way of action. When appraisal is stifled or left out, or we become bogged down in it, that flow of life becomes deformed or stifled or bogged down. Take a simple example. Supposing a person becomes too involved in appraisal. That is, in simple terms, they can't make up their mind. What happens to the flow of life? They procrastinate. They can't get to the question of choosing. Simple, mundane sort of example. Do I want this jacket or this one? I really like the cut of that one, but I don't like the colour of it. No. You can drive shop attendants mad because you never get round to choosing. And therefore you never get round to acting. And eventually you go out of the shop without having bought it at all. A simple example. But the notion is that the flow of life is enhanced, and therefore freedom is enhanced, to the extent that appraisal is formative rather than deformative. You can move to choices. You can move then to action. A working definition of appraisal. I would call it the power to assess directives, meanings, values, ideals, with a view to choosing and acting. It's the power to assess, to evaluate meanings, values, directives, ideals, with a view to choosing and acting. In other words, it's not just an academic exercise. It's a bridging work. It is making the link between the theoretical and the practical. It is about calling upon principles in order to act in the light of those principles. It involves, more or less, all the intra-formative powers, not just the mind. Appraisal is not just a work of the intellect. It involves the imagination, anticipation and memory and will. It is concerned with the individual taking responsibility for her or his life. We'll see how important it is to engage in this process of appraisal leading to choice, leading to action, and how that flow of life can be bypassed. For example, it is typically with a child. Parents make appraisals and choices for children until they're old enough to do it themselves. And one of the marks of maturity is precisely the ability to make appraisals and choices for yourself. Then the parents can say, society can say, you're on your own 2 feet now. You're able to look after yourself when you're able to make appraisals, choices, and actions. To go on making appraisals for people, choices for people, is to preserve them in infantilism and irresponsibility. Even when we seek the advice of another, that is, when we seek the help in appraising from another, and even when we take their appraisal as the best one, it is we who must make the final appraisal. We say, yes, I agree with your appraisal, that's what I choose, that's what I do. Supposing you are a new person in a job, and you don't know the ropes, and you have to make a decision which affects people's lives. That you go to somebody who's been there for 25 years, and you say, look, what do you recommend that I do? How do you recommend that I choose here? The person says, well, if I were you, I would avoid this, this, and this. I'd go this direction. Now, if you respect that person, the sensible thing to do is to take their advice. However, you appraise that their appraisal is the best one, and you choose and you act. So if it goes bad, don't turn around and say, well, he gave me the advice, you followed it. You made the appraisal that person's appraisal was appropriate to follow. You get the point, and I'll come back to this often because I think it is so important that we take responsibility for our choices and our actions, and therefore for the appraisal. That's one of the important works of appraisal. Don't choose what you're not prepared to stand up for and take the consequences of. Looking at ends and means. Appraisal is very much about ends and means. Proximate appraisal, and here we have those distinctions which we come back to again and again, proximate and remote. Remote does not mean unimportant. Remote means one step removed from the concrete here and now. Proximate means immediate, here and now. Proximate appraisal, here and now concrete appraisals, in the situation presuppose remote appraisals in the broader context of life. That is, appraising and choosing concrete means and ends depends on appraising and choosing ultimate means and ends. Let's take an example. If I have appraised and chosen as an ultimate end the Christian vision of life, I've accepted the Christian view that ultimately Jesus Christ calls us all to become part of the kingdom. If that is the ultimate end of my life, the kingdom, and my becoming part of Christ in the kingdom, that will affect all the way down the line all my proximate appraisals. For example, hopefully I won't be stealing stuff from work. When that comes a question, here, I can steal this and take it away. I appraise it. Well, that appraisal is made in the light of the ultimate end. If my ultimate end, however, is that it's a dog-eat-dog world, God does not exist, there is no absolute good and evil, that ultimate appraisal, the appraisal of that ultimate end and the choice and the action involved in that will filter back down through life, and my choices typically will reflect that ultimate end if they're logical. Failure to clarify ultimate end and means will confuse the immediate end and means, because they are always explicitly or implicitly in view of the ultimate. If I'm not sure of what life is about, my proximate appraisals and choices will reflect that lack of clarity. If I am sure, if I am clear about my purpose in life, where I am going and why I exist, my appraisals and choices in the here and now will tend to reflect that purposefulness. They will tend to be somewhat more direct, emphatic, and definite. The lack of clarity about the ultimate end will indicate a lack of clarity in choices which will become less definite, less purposeful, less clear. Thus, I would suggest a practical rule that appraisal is first and foremost about ends, about choosing ends. Thus, the end or goal or final aim of human existence, implicitly or explicitly, reflectively or non-reflectively chosen, will radically affect all the other life appraisals. And this is why in the Church's tradition, she constantly calls people to reflect on your final end, the last things. When I was in the seminary, we had the traditional process of once a month having a retreat day, and at the end of the day you would have a meditation on death. Not because death itself is a good thing to meditate on, but in terms of meditating on death, you are reminded and provoked to reflect on deeper realities. Why do I exist anyway, rather than not exist? Why am I in this world? What is my purpose? What is the ultimate goal and end of my existence? There's no clear-cut, unambiguous, black and white answer to that. We have a fairly clear vision, in broad terms, from the gospel. That is what we meditate on, and we grow in an appreciation of that. More proximately, but still following the same logic, the end or goal, for example, of a faithful marriage commitment, or a faithful celibate commitment, or a faithful commitment to the single life, will imply certain consequent appraisals and choices and actions. If, for example, I have chosen as an end faithful marriage commitment, and I am married and I have children, well then certain other choices are out of the question, like going around dating other men or women, depending what the case is. I mean, you don't have to stop and appraise that. That appraises itself in the light of your original clarification of ends. That closes off certain possibilities. They are no longer appraisable. Appraisal of and definite choice of these ends will facilitate the work of appraisal about means. And one of the difficulties, I think, with us is, many of us, is that we never get round to clarifying the ends, what we really want. I can remember a friend of mine saying, I think most celibates keep marriage as a possibility on the back burner for at least until about middle age. Interesting observation. I suspect it might be true. Being human, it is probably impossible to make an absolutely watertight, finite life commitment. You grow into it. When I reflect on my own commitment to priesthood, in one sense I could say I was ordained several years before I chose to be a priest. Before I really stopped and appraised it and said, my God, here I am. I can remember a friend of mine too who's married with 6 children, and she said, I had the 6 children before I stopped to think about whether I wanted to be married and have children. And I think there's probably something, a touch of that in most of us, that we find ourselves in situations and this points to that's not to say that no appraisal took place in the first place. It just means that as new facts come to light, you begin to appraise again and again, and maybe with greater urgency as time goes by. The flow of life continues. You keep on thinking and reflecting and choosing and deepening your commitment. And that's what fidelity is about. It's not just gritting your teeth and hanging on. It's about entering into the situation more and more faithfully, opening up more and more to the mystery. Confusion of ends leads to confusion of means. Thus, the deforming appraisal process deforms the flow of life. When I'm not sure what I want, and I'm not sure what the ends are that I'm seeking, that will confuse the means, and it will interrupt the flow of life. Let the ends, when they are clarified and clearly appraised, enlighten the means. Very often, when the end is clear, the means will fall into place quite readily. Certain dispositions that facilitate appraisal. The first one is self-awareness. And once again, the Christian formation tradition down through the ages has consistently come back to the need for self-knowledge, to know who you are. Unreal expectations, fantastic wishes, idealizations, prejudices, biases will inhibit or even stifle appraisal. If I have, for example, grown up in a closed religious environment, say, a very closed, tight Methodist or Roman Catholic or Baptist environment where there wasn't much toleration for any other Christian sects, denominations, it's quite likely when I come to the business of appraising a person and I find out, supposing I've grown up in a very strict, bigoted Methodist background and I meet somebody and talking to them and then I find out that he's a Roman Catholic, it's quite possible that it's going to affect the way I appraise him. Or I was talking to a friend of mine recently who was visiting New Zealand, and she was in a line at the airways, and there was a young couple there. No, they're in she was in Los Angeles. A young American couple there. It struck up a conversation. This lady's a nun, dressed in secular dress, and this couple struck up their conversation and said, "Do you know Jerry Falwell?" And she sure did. Everybody in America knows Jerry Falwell. He's the leader of the so-called moral majority, very reactionary, conservative sort of a person. And they began to talk, and without putting her cards on the table about Jerry Falwell, this couple said, well, we're missionaries for Jerry Falwell, and we think he's fantastic, and what a marvellous person. What do you do? And she said, well, I'm a Catholic nun. And she said they just stopped the conversation dead there and turned their backs. The appraisal severely inhibited because of the bigotry. The flow of life in that situation just stopped. And it happens constantly, that kind of thing, in perhaps not so stark ways, but how our personal intra-formative processes, for whatever reasons, because of our own grandiosity, our bigotry, our racism, our anxiety, our fear, the appraisal process is coloured. This is why it is very, very difficult when people make assessments of situations in which they are involved. It's difficult to find out what really happened. And it's something that if you're in the helping professions and somebody comes along and tells you of a difficult situation and how unjustly they've been treated, what you're hearing is their appraisal, which will be inevitably more or less biased. It takes two to tango. You don't know the full situation unless you hear the other person's appraisal of it, and then you still won't know. As somebody said, there are always three perspectives on a situation in a fight, like in an argument or a dispute. Yours, the antagonist, the protagonist, and the real situation. Because our appraisals come through the whole intra-formative process. You've got imagination getting caught up in there, memories, anticipation, mind, will, emotional questions, and so forth. Self-awareness minimizes the inroads of prejudice, personal bias, ignorance, fear, anxiety, and so forth. Self-awareness enhances the freedom and the objectivity and the impartiality of appraisal. Second disposition after self-awareness, obedience. Obedience understood in the biblical sense of effective and intelligent listening. It forms the ground of formative appraisal, the ability to listen to the mystery, to become attuned to the mystery, to work with the mystery. Habitual living in openness to the mystery. A transcendent self-presence about which we've spoken many times, that ability to experience oneself and life in the context of a much broader mystery against the transcendent horizon. Obedience is always alert to the movement of the mystery in and around us. It allows for clarity of perception as to what is appropriate or inappropriate. The transcendent perspective that you get when you are obedient and listening to the mystery as it moves in situations tends to relativize everything else. Everything else is seen as relative to the mystery. Nothing is absolutized. Obedience minimizes the absolutizing instinct about which we have spoken before. We're all subject to it, the tendency to take the part and treat it as if it was the whole, to take the relative and make it an absolute. How one memory dominates the whole of our life. How one argument with a friend dominates the whole of the friendship. How One experience of the church dominates the whole relationship with the church. We tend to absolutize. Obedience minimizes our getting caught up in and preoccupied with things that don't really matter. A third disposition, twofold disposition, humility and abandonment. Virtues to which we return again and again and again. Humility comes from, or is related to, our word humus. Humility is about being down to earth, about being honest, truthful. Bernard of Clairvaux, Teresa of Avila, amongst others, draw an unavoidable link between truth and humility. You can't have one without the other. If you are really honest, you will be humble, and if you're really humble, you'll be honest. Truthfulness and humility go hand in hand. Humility is about walking in the truth of who I am. It puts the lie to the myth that the pride form generates, that I have to be the center of the universe. I have to be in control. Humility and abandonment ground us in the mystery, our true center beyond ourselves. Humility and abandonment allow us to find our security and power in the mystery and its ways. Let's look now at the consonant life form. By the word consonant, I mean, in terms of its literal roots, sounding in tune, in harmony. The life that is consonant is one that is harmonious, that is in tune, in three different ways. In terms of congeniality, that is a consonance within myself and with myself. In terms of compatibility, that is a consonance between myself and my environment, people, events, and things. And compassion, that is the ability to live with the brokenness, the ambiguity of my situation, with gentle, creative care and concern. Appraisal is very much dependent on an appreciation of these distinctions. Let us take an example. Supposing a father of 18 children, the eldest of whom is 19, has a deep sense within himself that he wants to be a monk. It seems to him to be congenial. Will you say to him, is it compatible? Obviously not. That situation appraises itself. Or a young woman meets a guy whom she really likes. She's 28, he's 29, they've both got good, solid jobs, they're very balanced people, they like each other, their families get on well together. Green light here with respect to marriage. But within herself she says, I'm not really comfortable with the whole business of getting married and having a family and spending the rest of my life with the one person. I really like Norm, nice bloke. And if I was going to get married, he'd be the guy I'd like to marry. But it just doesn't sit right within me. Go ahead and get married? I'd say not. Congeniality lacking. Compatibility? Yeah, great. Congeniality? No. This is where some people fall down in terms of the conflict. You will recall the film that was very popular a number of years ago called Kramer versus Kramer. Raised a very serious issue with respect to life commitments, especially marital commitments. I would take issue with the action of the main character there, the woman. Not that it's not possible to legitimately do what she did, but it seemed to me that her decision was made on the basis of congeniality rather than congeniality and compatibility. That she was choosing simply on the basis of what fits with me, not on the basis of compatibility, not on the basis of, well, what are my responsibilities to other people, what fits with my environment as well. Now that is, you're into a whole grey area there, because when does it become legitimate When does the compatibility and the congeniality come in? And in any case, there is never complete congeniality, never complete compatibility, and never complete harmony between those two, or between the whole three of them. It is always more or less, and this is where the compassion must come in, to be compassionate with oneself as unable to make perfect appraisals and choices, as never being able to have all the facts to hand, as never being able to appraise and see all the implications and consequences for myself, congeniality, and for those around me, compatibility. Always lacking to some measure, because of my fallenness, in compassion. Which raises the second issue, that of life formation as always fallen and ongoing. No appraisal can ever be perfectly or utterly final. No human appraisal can be ever perfectly or utterly final. Once an appraisal is made, of course, in that sense, de facto, it's gone. It's past. But the circularity of this flow of life, appraisal, choice, action, appraisal, choice, action, appraisal, choice, action. And there is always the obligation to continue appraising, reflecting, hearing, obedience to the situation, so that our choice keeps on developing and growing in quality, and so our action keeps on developing and growing in quality. Our appraisal is always more or less, always open to change and reappraisal, because life is ongoing. Life formation is a constant giving and receiving of form. There's constant change, and it is constantly subject to the rules of fallen formation, which raises another issue, the whole question of the extent to which any of our appraisals are really reflective. I'd like to consider appraisal as a spectrum, going from that which is totally pre-reflective. For example, I'm not sure whether getting out of bed in the morning is pre-reflective or reflective. For some of us it's pre-reflective. There is a definite conscious appraisal happens. For some of us it's totally unconscious. The alarm goes, you hit it off and you're on the floor, you're out and about. But as you get dressed, you make your coffee and you go about your business, typically there's appraising going on, there's choosing and acting going on there, but it's typically pre-reflective. When we come in the next lecture to talk about the practical principles, it is important to realize that, because how well those appraisals are made will depend on certain remote principles, such as those dispositions that we've indicated, obedience and humility and abandonment. They are the things that operate at the pre-reflective level. Going all the way up to thoroughly reflective appraisal, and a whole lot in between. I'm not sure how much of our life is ever subject to genuine, reflective, clear-cut, deliberate appraisal. And even when it is, as we have said, never perfect. Most of our life, I'm sure, is lived at this pre-reflective level. It has to be. One of the agonies of our time with the breakdown of traditional structures is that a lot of the appraisals that formerly were done by cultural structures and institutions, religious structures and institutions, social structures and institutions and so forth, are now having to be done by individuals. For example, typically when the Australian government declared war, and many governments declared war in 1939, I would suggest that most people didn't engage in a thoroughgoing appraisal process of the political, economic, religious, social elements of that. Most people just, well, we're at war. Let's go and sign up. There were some exceptions. Now, and as it was indicated in the Vietnam War situation, that wouldn't happen. Now we are forced, whether we like it or not, to think about these things. 50 years ago, it was hardly an option, hardly something to appraise, for example, for a man and a woman to decide whether they were going to live together before they got married. I mean, you just didn't do that then. Most people didn't. Good people didn't. But now, it's something that people have to appraise. Culture, religious structures don't do that appraising for us anymore. And so many decisions in life now come back to the individual's appraisal, because the structures have broken down in society. They no longer are credible, so that a lot more of our life has to be consciously, reflectively appraised, and that is burdensome. You can only do so much deliberate, reflective appraisal, and then after a while you just tune out. You start doing things routinely, automatically. Humanly speaking, you can't spend too much of your time reflectively, deliberately doing things, because you'll go mad. You have to get on with the business of living. It breaks down the flow of life. You spend so much of your time appraising, you never get round to choosing and acting. And that's one of the advantages of a settled, stable, traditional, cultural, religious environment. You can get on with the business of living, albeit in a limited way, because that's one of the problems, because it is so successful. The parameters of that particular institution confine you. You don't have quite the opportunities, but at least you can get on with the business of living. One of the myths that we have manufactured for ourselves is that increased possibility means increased freedom. I don't think that's true. Very often increased possibility means less freedom, because it confuses appraisal. Have you ever seen a child, year 7 or year 8, the school thinks they're doing a great favour, you've got all these options. Here you can choose any one of 14 subjects for your elective next term. Say this to a 13-year-old kid. What do you want to do, Johnny, Betty? I want to do them all. I don't want to do any of them. There's a certain amount of confusion can come in there, because the whole appraisal process is not capable of coping. It gets a kind of an overload, so that the flow of life, the ability to move on to choice and action and get on with the business of living, stumbles. And the same, I think, applies to the whole business of coming out into the world. There are so many possibilities that there are none, in a sense, for many. That so many choices must be made, so much appraising must be done, that we suffer from overload. One final point, obviously, about the business of appraisal and this spectrum moving from the pre-reflective towards the reflective, there are some decisions, some choices and actions which are more important than others. Getting up in the morning is obviously not so as important, typically for a person, as do I change jobs, do I marry, do I accept ordination or profession, and so forth. Some jobs demand more reflective appraisal, more time than others. Just foreshadowing a problem that some people come up with, the whole question of otherwise routine small things becoming not routine, big things. For example, getting up in the morning can be a big thing for a person who suffers from depression. Getting dressed and getting ready for work can be a big thing for someone who doesn't want to go to their particular job. So different strokes for different folks. I mean, there's no absolute objectivity here. So, and here we have the whole question of provisional appraisal or tentative appraisal and relative final appraisal. So that, for example, when an option is very, very serious, such as to marry or not to marry, our society, our structures, allow for a whole process of ongoing tentative appraisal before a final appraisal and choice are made. You meet the other person and you talk with them and you share stories and you get to know the person, and then you bring them home to the family, and then you announce the engagement. And that already the tentative appraisal is getting more and more serious, less and less tentative, more and more close to a final appraisal. And then you say, I do. You've made the choice. That I do, that choice, that final choice, should not be made on the basis of tentative appraisal. Final choices ought to be made on the basis of final appraisals. Tentative choices are made on the basis of tentative appraisals. You'll find people tentatively appraising a marriage situation but choosing to get married. Crazy. You don't make final choices on the basis of tentative appraisals. Religious life. There is structured there the possibility for tentative appraisal, postulancy, novitiate, temporary commitment, which can last 6 years or even 9 years. I'm not quite sure what the new code of canon law says, but it gives you plenty of scope to make a tentative appraisal, and then you have to come to a final choice or get out, which is fair enough. And the same, I think, applies according to cultural pressures with respect to marriage. So I don't want to give the impression that there are any clear-cut, black and white technical rules that you can apply here to make the flow of life happen quite smoothly and harmoniously. Life is by its very nature ambiguous, complex, not clear-cut, not black and white. So anything associated with living is going to have those marks of being ambiguous, complex, not clear-cut, not black and white, is like that. The ability to work within those limitations is the sign of a mature person. To make limited, imperfect, fallen appraisals and get on with the business of life. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment or reflection. I'd like to consider during this session some practical points with regard to appraisal, putting it to work. In the previous session, I tried to kick around the notion of appraisal and open up some understanding of it. And what I'd like to think I did was not so much explained appraisal as invited you to reflect on appraisal and come to your own understanding of it. The question was asked about the relationship of what I'm talking about to the notion of discernment, according to the Jesuit understanding of that. And I would see the Jesuit understanding, or in Jesuit spirituality, discernment of spirits concerns the assessment of motivation, what spirits motivate, good or bad spirits. It's more in tune, I think, with the broader concept of monastic discretion, the notion of assessing life, a more total picture. I'd like to begin with a rule of thumb with respect to assessing directions, meanings, directives, ideals in life. And the rule of thumb I would give is this, that in making life decisions, this applies not only to appraisal but entering into life, that we listen, that we choose what seems to be the best, and that we live with the consequences. I think if we take that seriously, we have a fairly solid kind of a basis upon which we can make responsible decisions. The work of appraisal concerns most especially the work of listening. And there again, it's the notion of obedience. It's intelligent, effective listening. It's a question of seeking out what must be done, of talking with people, of reading, of reflecting, of seeing what the institutional church teaches, what does society regard as important, what do people seem to think about this, listening. And obviously the more important a decision is, the more we listen, the more carefully we choose, because the more significant are the consequences. Appraisal is primarily concerned, therefore, with the listening. This rule of thumb, I think, has a number of pluses in its favor. Number one, it combines the subjective and the objective dimensions of moral choices. One of the difficulties we faced, I think, coming into the 60s, both in a secular world and in the religious world, was the excessive concern for objective rules and regulations, almost to the point, definitely to the point of what I would call the heresy of objectivism. that there was an objective schema of life and your job was to fit into it. There was a backlash to that objectivism, and we had the extreme subjectivism which emerged in the 60s. I do what I feel like doing. If I feel like doing it, it's good, it's right. That what I decide to do, that is what is good. There are no objective universal norms, which is an absurd thing to say if you reflect on it for a moment, because you're saying this is a universal statement that there are no universal statements. Subjectivism is inherently illogical, and experientially it shows itself to be inadequate. There has to be, in any moral decision-making processes, an integration of the objective and the subjective. And I think the whole listening process points to the subjective in dialogue with the objective. That the objective is taken into account. You recognize that there are some values, that there are directives and meanings and ideals that need to be considered and adhered to. It's not just a matter of, if I decide it is good, it is good. History puts the tragic lie to that particular point of view anyway. I think we might have referred once before to Bertrand Russell's radio debate with Frederick Copleston back in 1948. And Bertrand Russell was an atheist and a person who would have adopted a more subjectivistic view of morality. And Copleston said to him, what do you think of what's just been discovered in Germany with the concentration camps? He said, I think that's abominable. That is immoral. And Copleston said, but you can't say that, can you? And Russell said, I know I can't, but I must, mustn't I? That didn't go to air. Subjectivists can't say anything is bad, really, in the final analysis. What is bad is what I decide is bad, but you get into all sorts of stupid situations. Therefore, you have to say Hitler was a great man, a good man. What Hitler did was good, because he decided it was good. It becomes absurd. So there has to be this combination, and I think the rule of thumb that I have offered gives that combination. It also, secondly, implies a respect for the full field of formation. It doesn't confine moral decision-making just to the head or just to one part of the field of formation. It considers listening, the pre-formation, listening to what my body is saying, to what I hear from within myself, inter-formation, what other people are saying, intra-formation, how am I processing that, the immediate situation, what is happening here, and the wider world situation. The ability to listen to all those poles of formation. Thirdly, it implies responsibility for my life. If I thoroughly and honestly engage that process, I listen, I choose what seems to be the best, and I live with the consequences. At the end of that, I can't blame anybody. I can't say they made me do it. I had 23 children because the church wouldn't let me use contraception. No, you had 23 children because you chose to have 23 children. Say, hey, hang on, no, I didn't. I would never have done that. If you're an adult person, that's what an adult does, chooses and takes the consequences of what they do. As a religious, if I go to teach at Whoop Whoop, and I say, I don't want to go to Whoop Whoop, but I'm going to go because the superior wants me to go. And then you can spend the rest of your life bitching about the superior because you didn't choose to come here, the superior made me come here, and I've got a vow of obedience, so I must do it. It's irresponsible. That's childish. If you go because you choose it. And you take the consequences of going to Whoop Whoop. Fourthly, this rule of thumb implies submission to the ordinary factuality of life. Listen, choose what seems to be the best, and live with the consequences. You're never going to absolutely perfectly find out what is the best. And with respect to God's will, you'll only know God's will after it's happened. You can never know God's will beforehand. So you choose what seems to be the best. And in a certain sense that involves shrugging your shoulders, smiling, and getting on with the business of living. Fifthly, and that is the fifth point, appraisal, and particularly this whole rule of thumb, is about getting into life, about promoting the flow of life, about living. Listen, choose what seems to be the best, and live with the consequences. Appraisal is not about getting it all together, mastery, covering all possibilities, establishing self-sufficiency, being perfect. Appraisal is about participating in the mystery, abandonment, opening up possibilities, finding our true center in the mystery, getting the mess pointed in the right direction. We have a problem. Some people get caught in the ambivalence of willfulness, willlessness, as we indicated. Some people get caught in the ambivalence of the double bind in their moral training, and they find themselves unable to make appraisals and move to the choice process. They get stuck in the appraisal. Frequently, there is no simple solution that a person finds himself or herself helplessly entangled in the process of appraisal. This may happen, for example, with the obsessive-compulsive individual, or with a person who is pathologically scrupulous. There is, amongst other things, a pathology of appraisal. They can't appraise, they can't see what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is evil. They see everything is good but everything is bad at the same time. So immediately they go to choose the good that they've appraised, they realize that it's not completely good, so that they get caught all the time and they going and coming. The obsessive-compulsive pathology is probably one of the most difficult to treat psychiatrically or psychologically. In extreme cases, you have, for example, the person who becomes obsessed about cleanliness and compulsively washes their hands over and over and over and over again until the skin is literally coming off the bone. There are, it seems, genetic factors involved here. Some people would say that it is simply a genetic disease, obsessive-compulsiveness. The high incidence of obsessive-compulsiveness amongst Catholics, especially amongst priests and religious, would indicate to me that there are more than biogenetic factors involved, that there are at least some environmental factors. Now, there's no simple way to treat the obsessive-compulsive, not in its extreme forms anyway. Leaving aside those extreme forms where appraisal becomes, where the people just can't see what is good and what is evil clearly enough to choose it and get on with life, there are occasions, however, where, for example, in the mundane stuff of life, like, do I watch TV or do I go and make the kids sandwiches for tomorrow? Do I stay up and watch this film that starts at 9:30 and finishes at 12:30, and therefore get up tired in the morning because I've got to be up at 6 o'clock to get everything ready, and then I've got so many other things on tomorrow? Do I do that, or do I go to bed early? Simple kinds of mundane decisions like that can often get fouled up in the damned if you do, damned if you don't problem. That we find it difficult to go and sit down, relax and enjoy ourselves because we feel guilty doing that when we're supposed to be doing other things. So you want to do it because it is relaxing and enjoyable, but you're not going to find it relaxing and enjoyable because you're going to feel guilty about it. But if you don't do it and you go and make the sandwiches otherwise, you're going to feel angry that you didn't do it. It sounds crazy, doesn't it? But it happens. I think sometimes what we have to do is, in order to promote the flow of life, make a choice. Some choice. For God's sake, choose something and live with the consequences. In the counselling situation, I find often that that is a problem with people, that they won't make any definite choices. They spend so much time trying to appraise and figure out what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is evil, sort of sort it all out and get it together perfectly before they move to a choice. And they never get on with the business of living. Now, one of the problems that we have here in our situation is that we have typically not been trained to appraise. As we indicated before, church and society have tended to do that for us. And now we, at 40, 50, 60 years of age, must learn the art of appraisal. And it is not easy. There was a time when the church did the appraising and very often the choosing for us, and we just came in on the action and flowed along with the gang. But now the credibility of those structures have gone, so we must go right back here to the start and start appraising. Well, do we want to get in on that action? Do I want to go to Mass on Sunday? Do I want to live the gospel life? Do I really want to be a Catholic anyway? And you start to appraise it and make assessments. You have to do it. No longer can you look to an institution and let that institution do the appraising and choosing for you. That is burdensome, that is difficult, that can be very, very frightening. And I think this is why, one way of looking at, the whole movement towards authoritarianism in our society, to groups within and outside the Catholic Church that provide people with the option of living without ever making appraisals. We'll decide for you what is right and what is wrong. You simply do as you're told. I think that is disastrous, for example, to see the magisterium of the church replacing our conscience. That's pernicious. That is against the teaching of the church. The magisterium is not supposed to replace your responsibility to appraise and choose and act and live with the consequences. That kind of an attitude that says the magisterium will do it for you, you just do as you're told, begets irresponsibility and infantilism, childishness. The simple solution, very often, for many of us who are caught in that kind of a situation, is to force ourselves to opt, bypass the appraisal, or give a limited amount of time to the appraising and then choose something and get on with it. Like a little child learning to ride a bicycle. Get up and ride it and fall off it. Get up and ride it and fall off it. And pretty soon you'll get up and ride it and you won't fall off it. You'll get into the flow of the thing. A second point with regard to this, and it's closely related to that, the ability to bring limited closure on events is very important to the adult person, very important to the adult's appraisal processes. Appraisal is sharpened when we can learn to bring limited closure on the life process. Leaving options open is characteristic of the adolescent. Not being able to burn your bridges. Not being able to make definite choices, to take the one and exclude the many. Now, clearly, for a mature person, there will be occasions when it's wise to keep your options open. But there are times when it's not only unwise, it is immature to try to keep your options open. E.g., the whole marriage thing. You choose to marry this person, you can't marry those other two. Or you choose to be a celibate, you don't get married. And there is set in train by that choice a whole lot of burning of bridges. That is characteristic of the adult. Adolescents typically and healthily and appropriately like to leave their options open. They're not yet ready, they're not in a position to make the kinds of appraisal that you can expect of the adult. It is dangerous to force adolescents into situations where they must burn their bridges about life decisions, like getting married at age 16 or 17 or even 18 now. And it's interesting with the whole, I was just reading a book recently on the development of childhood and family, and the point was being made throughout historically, the development of adolescence is a very recent phenomenon, and there was no transition from childhood to adulthood in medieval society, and right until recent times. You went from being a little child to adult company. You were in the workforce by the time you were 8 or 9 or 10 years of age, working alongside men and women. Now, not only is there adolescence, but it's increasingly prolonged. The more we extend education. So I think the practical question arises, is a person, typically in our society of say 22, 25, still an adolescent psychologically in terms of keeping the options open? I think many of them are. And you have to wonder, therefore, about the appropriateness of many people at ages 20, 21, 22 getting married or taking life vows in a religious congregation at an early age. Because it's typical and healthy for the adolescent to keep options open. Keep your options open. It's good advice for an adolescent. Not real good advice, necessarily, for the adult person. The adult knows that you cannot have the best of all possible worlds. That if you take this, you cannot have that. This ability lies at the heart of commitment and fidelity. The ability to make a choice and live with the consequences, some of which are the leaving behind of other possibilities, of closing off options, of burning bridges. Such ability to close options, to bring limited closure on life, gives purposefulness and cohesion and unity to life. It allows us to gather together our forces. If we are caught up with a confusion of possibilities, and there are many options that we're keeping open all through our life, maybe this, but I'd like to keep open that option. No, we won't get married, but we'll live together because I really don't want to give up my freedoms, etc. A person's life becomes dispersed. They never get around to gathering together all their energies. They are likely to lead a less creative, a less fulfilling kind of a life, because that life will tend to lack clarity of purpose, clarity of ends. The ability to burn one's bridges fosters vitality and energy, because our energies are not dispersed but gathered together. Looking now at the principles of appraisal, and I draw your attention to the sheets. And I've divided them into remote principles. And again, by remote, I don't mean unimportant. I mean removed from, one step removed from the proximate and the concrete. And proximate principles. 3 remote principles and 4 proximate principles. The remote principles give the broad, universal, unspecific background to the work of appraisal. The proximate principles give the specific, individual, immediate guidance. Looking at the remote principles, and we've already foreshadowed these in the first lecture. Number 1, in order to foster formative appraisal, as distinct from deformative appraisal, we need to foster an ever-growing appreciation of our ultimate goal in life. To meditate, to reflect, to listen, to engage in the focusing process, to employ tools such as the journal, to come to an awareness of who we are and that sense of our life having purpose. Abraham Maslow points out that one of the marks of what he calls the self-actualized person is that they have a sense of mission. They have a sense of purpose. Their end may not be specifically black and white clear to them, but they have a sense that they are going somewhere, at least in broad outlines. They have some notion of where they are going. Foster an appreciation of the direction of your life, even if it is as broad and amorphous as saying it is towards the mystery. I don't know exactly how or in what way, but it is in that direction. And that lends confidence, unity, gives a certain context for your thinking and your imagining and your appraisal processes. Secondly, remote principle. Foster an ever-growing appreciation for the directives, values, meanings, and ideals associated with that ultimate goal. And here you have in particular the traditional facts of, for example, Lectio Divina, spiritual reading of the sacred scriptures and of the classical texts of the Christian formation tradition, so that you begin to absorb the ideals. You begin to come in contact in a consistent, habitual sort of a way with what is paramount in the Christian vision. That it begins to colour your imagination. It begins to get inside your guts and ferment. It begins to get into your bloodstream. What Jesus means in his teaching about love, for example. Greater love has no one than this, than that they lay down their life for their fellow. Or the whole meaning of humility, the whole meaning and place of service and of mission, for example. You meditate on these values that we've already considered a number of times, the power of thoughts and ideas and images and so forth, how they can shape us. What we're doing here is building up a storehouse of imagery and symbols and ideas, directives, so that these begin to operate pre-reflectively in our lives, so that these become dynamic shapers of our lives, the way we think, the way we choose, the way we appraise pre-reflectively, as we do most of the time in our lives. The whole value of meditation and of contemplation and of study also fulfill the same purpose. Thirdly, remote principle, foster habits of life in accord with the ultimate end. These habits, as it were, develop good instincts. We get a sense of what fits and what doesn't fit. For example, if I am serious about the end of living the gospel in its fullness, I will try to develop certain habits that foster that. Habits of reading, for example. I don't spend most of my time reading trashy, prurient kinds of literature, or going to trashy, prurient kinds of movies, because that will develop certain habits of thinking, habits of life that will put me in contact with forces and dynamics that are anti-Christian. Be kind to yourself. Put yourself in an atmosphere of life. Develop habits, consistent modes of behavior that are constantly putting you in touch with the Christian values, orienting you in a way that is more gospel than not gospel. Looking at the proximate principles, and I've listed 4 of these, and you may come up with others as you reflect on, as a matter of fact, the way you do appraise situations. The first one, in particular circumstances, reflect on what you really want. Again, I think it's so critical to try to discern what you want in a given situation, not presuming you have some appreciation for what you want from life in an ultimate sense. In this situation, with respect to this relationship, with respect to this option, do I smoke marijuana or don't I? What do I want? What do I want, not generally from life, but what do I want in this situation? What am I seeking? What is realistic for me to want? Clarify the end. The focusing technique can help here. Also consider the congenial aspects, the aspects with regard to myself and my attunement to who I am, and the compatibility aspects, my attunement to other people, events, and things. And incidentally, as we go through these proximate principles, I think the practice of turning them into questions, varieties of questions, can help, say, in dealing with young people and teaching them the whole process of appraisal, as well as teaching yourself. For example, take a 16-year-old who is faced with the whole question of, do I get into the drug scene with my friends or not? Do I have a crack at marijuana? Or do I get drunk when I go to so-and-so's 16th birthday party? Instead of saying, well, no, you don't, I forbid you, maybe another approach is to encourage the person to make an appraisal and an assessment of the situation and decide for themselves. And you're not simply saying, well, you make up your own mind about that kind of thing. No, you sit down with them and talk to them, and you ask questions like, well, what do you really want? Do you really want to get drunk? Do you really want to blow your mind? And challenge the person and ask very direct questions, which raises the second point about gathering the facts. What are the facts? And what happens when people smoke marijuana? Do you know the facts, for example? What does alcohol do to people? Are you aware that alcohol is the major cause of retardation at birth? And people think, well, alcohol is really not very harmful. Alcohol accounts directly or indirectly for, one figure I heard, more than half of our hospital beds of people who are sick. A lot of young people don't consider the consequences, the implications of decisions. And if you can get them back and make them aware that there is such a thing as appraisal, that it is something that they can do, and simply asking these questions and challenging the person. Now, obviously, if you don't have the ability to talk with the person concerned, you're not going to be able to ask them the questions, in which case they'll probably go ahead and do what they want to do anyway, which may or may not be responsible or irresponsible. When gathering the facts, either you're helping someone else to gather the facts or you are gathering them for yourself, I would suggest that you be as realistic and as objective as you can. That you consider not only the facts but the implications of the facts, which are themselves facts, at least in an anticipatory way. It may be helpful, by way of a simple process, to sit down with somebody or by yourself and brainstorm. That is, say, what are all the pros here? What are the facts? And list them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 91, 92, 93. What are all the cons? And list those. And just try to sort them out in a practical sort of a way. Simple, but it can be very, very helpful. Thirdly, talk with people whose opinions you respect. Consultation. 2 good heads are better than 1. Note, however, too much consultation can get you tangled up in a deformative appraisal process, so that instead of being able to move clearly through the appraisal with the help of the other to the choice and the action, you get caught in the appraisal because there are so many confusing opinions and advice being offered and people trying to tell you what to do that you just can't think to withdraw when that sort of thing begins to happen. But seeking reference from authoritative people, especially people whom you respect, in this particular instance, in a particular sort of a way. Also, remember, in seeking advice, it is you who are going to make the final decision. So be alert to the fact that sometimes with difficult situations, when we are seeking advice, what we're seeking for is an excuse not to do what seems to be there, or to find a way out because so-and-so really doesn't recommend it, or so-and-so really knows what they're talking about and they think it's stupid, therefore I won't do it. Whatever decision you make, do it on the basis of your choice, your appraisal. You are the one who must make the appraisal, even if it is an appraisal to accept the appraisal of another. And finally, and this may not apply on every occasion, but I think it can be a helpful one at certain times, work within a time limit. Continuous, ongoing, open-ended appraisal can be very deformative. The inability to bring closure on an appraisal process, to know when enough is enough. Even though I don't have all the facts, a decision must be made, so I make a decision. Humbly, compassionately. Knowing it's imperfect, knowing in view of the circumstances it could be quite wrong. Now, in all this, there will come times when, say, with respect to where I belong in life, what God is calling to me, and I've met a number of people who are in this kind of a situation, where the appraisal, the time limit on the appraisal has to be ignored, except in a relative sort of way. That is, I'm not quite sure where God is leading me in my life, a person might say. And I think it's towards, supposing I am a bank executive and I've got a good job, but I just feel I would like to work more for the church. I'm not quite sure how I can do this, and I'd like to get involved in parish ministry, so I resign from the bank because that seems like the appropriate thing to do, so there's that much appraisal. But with respect to the whole process, I'm not quite sure where I should live, what's going to happen. And I've met a number of people in this kind of a situation where there is an open-endedness about the appraisal process. They don't know, they can't bring closure a final commitment. And it seems to me that is quite healthy, and it may be that until the end of their days, that is the way they live, with a certain openness, not quite knowing what's going to happen next. But if you look at it closely, there are at least appraisals happening on two levels. One, in an ultimate sense, that they're giving themselves over to this process, generally speaking, and two, on an immediate sense, day by day, there are many appraisals going. Resign my job, choose to live here, choose to do this, choose to do that. There are many appraisals, but there is still, nonetheless, a basic openness there. In conclusion, I would say that with routine, the more pre-reflective kinds of appraisals, the proximate principles don't function. Proximate principles only function where there is some element of reflection and deliberation. With the pre-reflective appraisals, it is the remote principles that operate. That is, those attitudes, dispositions that are installed slowly over the years, they are the ones that operate and form us as we make our pre-reflective appraisals, choices, and enter into action. As the choices and actions increase in importance and significance, so the proximate principles are brought more deliberately into play. And again, as I said with respect to our discussion of appraisal itself, I'm not going to die for any one of these principles or all for the proximate, all three of the remote principles. I would encourage you to reflect on how you in fact experience appraisal. See, what are the implicit principles? Because they are there. They are happening. How do I appraise? How can I sharpen up the appraisal process? The purpose of what I'm saying is to encourage you to become aware of it, to accept responsibility for it, and to engage in it in a creative, imaginative, thoughtful kind of a way. And finally, with respect to appraisal, no matter how you understand it, no matter how you do it, it's with respect to and in view of life. It's about getting on with life in a creative sort of a way, in tune with the mystery, becoming involved in life. Whenever you find appraisal is truncating your life, is inhibiting, is stifling life, it means that the appraisal most likely is deformative. Don't forget the flow of life. Appraisal is in the service of choice, which is in the service of action. You don't just leave it there. You constantly come back and you're constantly open to reappraise and choose and act. And reappraise the reappraisal, and so life goes on. It's not a question of changing the first decision. It's a question of continuing to be open to new possibilities in new circumstances. Let us pause there and invite reflection or comment.